France, Team Falcons. USA, Complexity. Europe, NASR. Spain, Movistar Riders. Sweden, NIP. Welcome to GET Dubai, presented by EMG.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports Tour taking place right here in Dubai 2022. Before we start, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! That is what I'm talking about, as yesterday we had 8 professional international teams, all competing for the pool prize of overall $250,000 US, all taking place right here in Dubai. And now we are here for the second day, ladies and gentlemen, as we have 4 teams making it to the semifinals, as we have here Movistar Riders and Mouz, along with OG and NIP. Again, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Amazing, amazing. Dubai, Dubai, Dubai. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hand it over to the very talented and phenomenal team of our analysts. Let's go.
Thank you very much for that intro. We are moving ourselves into our next day here. And Hedja, Pimp, yesterday it was a marathon, but we saw all the favorites come in and win. So I guess I want to start by asking you, Hedja, which was your favorite game to see go down? Because personally for me, watching that NIP one at the end, you know, where they were actually tested, we started to worry for them a little bit. That made it a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, that was definitely one to go down in the history books. I think amazing performance by the home team of Nasser. But for me, I think the showing that Tyloo had against the Movistar Riders was simply astonishing. How they've managed to improve and change their playstyle completely on the back of a 6-week-long boot camp.
Yeah, massively. And Pim, what about you? Where are you going with this one? I know you got your favorites in here today, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I was pleasantly surprised by OG. I think they played a good game of Counter-Strike yesterday against Complexity. After losing the first map, I thought to myself, okay, maybe this team is not ready for it just yet, but very convincingly they fought back here into that game and ended up winning. And if I do want to point out a negative from yesterday, it would be Complexity as well. I'm really thoroughly disappointed in their showing. They haven't been able to do anything whatsoever with the lineup they have right now. And with all the respect, I think it's time for a change or two in Complexity. And yeah, a little bit sad to see that.
Yeah, you know, we've been looking at Complexity across multiple events and seeing what they could do, and it always just isn't quite enough. Even though they did surprise us, right? They got the first map in there, you're thinking, okay, maybe they'll be able to battle against that OG. But like you said, OG bounced back, and realistically, on the next 2 maps, it looked much better from OG from start to finish, for sure. And today, obviously, we're going into our semi-finals games. Remember, it's still single elimination for everyone at home. And while the single elimination games, it does make it tough. You cannot make your mistakes here. And we've got Mouz going up against Movistar Riders and then NIP taking on OG. Now, for NIP, obviously, I saw some tweets yesterday from the players. They were saying, like, you know, we've been up early because of the jet lag. They're getting used to it. They did like what I did. They went Dallas, then to Dubai, but I'm not in Dubai, but I'm on Dubai time zone, so I'm still just as fried as they are when it comes to this times and how it's all working. They won't be able to let anything slip away from them this time around. But I think a positive light for NIP, Hedja, was ZTR, you know? Young Gun comes in, also having to lead a team that has a very unique style of leading when Hampus is normally there. And he actually held his own and was one of the standout players for the team.
Yeah, he was massively impressive to me. I mean, back at his first stint with the NIP main roster, he was also very impressive to me, and I think it was Threat who thought that maybe he just needed a little bit more time to on the academy team to like get a little bit more experience playing on that tier 2, tier 3 kind of alongside the other academy teams before he could finally take that spot in the main roster. He just very impressive, and coming in, especially being the stand-in, and as you were mentioning, having to lead this team of veteran players, and then doing that all at the same time as he's just mad fragging across the board. It was very nice to see.
definitely was. Now, also, we've got to touch on this Mouz Falcons game, because that was the one where the favourites not just won, but they demolished it. Falcons obviously having to play over stand-in, but in terms of the organisation, it's a bit of home soil for them here. Not so much the players obviously hailing from France, but I would say for Falcons, you know, I would have just loved to see them be able to push a little bit further, but it's actually a very good sign for this Mouz Sports lineup that has been struggling, to say the least.
Yeah, I agree. It was a good showing from Mouz yesterday. The fashion they won in was kind of what we expected coming into the tournament, a 16-8, a 16-9 victory. Not letting any of the maps get any close is definitely what you want to see from Mouz. There were a couple of moments in both maps where Falcons could have done better, where they had a chance of not winning the game, but at least making it slightly more competitive and applying a bit of pressure towards Mouz. Unfortunately, given the stand-in situation, given that the players yesterday didn't play well, they weren't quite good enough to put on and apply that pressure to Mouz. So a little bit disappointed in Falcons, but on the other hand, as you said, they're playing with a stand-in, they're playing with Sixer. It's very tough circumstances to perform in, and I will say, you know, as I also said coming into the day, Mouz is a team that is only gonna grow better. They've been looking rough lately. I think at Dallas it was looking slightly better without being too impressive, but a tournament like this where they can potentially win the entire thing and farm some confidence, that could be a Mouz that you need to look out for.
And we got to talk a bit about our boy Torzi, right? We covered him in the Academy League over and over again. He is the guy that when it comes to a team that's, I'd say, lesser on the same skill level, right, as what a tier 1 team would be, he does frag out and he does farm. I want to see if he can do it against Movistar. Now, we know he did see them beat Mouz, right? And Mouz beat Movistar at Dallas, and you go, yeah, that's greatly positive when it comes to it. But I want to see Torzi be able to hit that level, you know, that confidence against more of his tier 1 opposition. But do you think he's up to the challenge yet, Pim? Do you think he can?
He definitely have the potential to do so, but it's still early for him, especially with the play style he's practicing on the server. He's very much in your face, very aggressive, hyper-aggressive player, and against the best teams, you know, they prepare for that. They're well aware of that, and they have their structure in order to punish that. Looking at his stats as well, when he's playing top 50 teams, his average rating is 1.13 for Mouz Sports. Against top 30 teams, it's 1.10. Top 20 teams, 1.09. Top 10, 1.04. And against top 5 opponents, 1.00. So he's just gradually getting worse and worse and worse against better opponents. So there's definitely something to be said about Torzi not having, found the way to replicate the performances we saw during the Replay Academy League and as we saw in the beginning from Mouz. But we've seen the potential, so I guess it's just a learning experience for him.
And Hedger, when we're looking down just the top players so far of this event, right, it's not actually the usual suspects of what we think. We're thinking like maybe some of the more heavy hitters that we know the names of for quite some time would be right up there. But we look at the top 5, for example. We got Torzi, 1.40, ZTR, 1.38, Frozen, 1.35. Maybe put Frozen there sometimes, you know, depending on how Mouz is doing in other events. Hadji, 1.26, and then Mopos, 1.25. Obviously, Mopos, he went on an absolute tear. Oh, we'll find out. We've kind of recapped the day, but we're going to get to recap the day in frag form as well. Thanks, production. You know, a little bit
that's
late,
fantastic. I absolutely love it that we get to see some of the good stuff that we saw from yesterday. There was a lot of players that was quite impressive to me yesterday, and I think, of course, Mouz was one of them. But we're probably gonna get to see a little bit of his action here. I mean, on Ancient, let's just talk about it. Him and Alex on that city side, Mouz had 23 frags after first half, and him and Alex together averaging like almost 380 ADR combined. It was just a phenomenal performance from those two.
It really was, and that was something where I said maybe they wouldn't be able to keep it up map to map, but no, they kept it going. They got that slot against the Tyloo that started to play a lot better at CS. Now we're looking at the Mouz going up against Falcons game that we were touching on, Pimp, and well, this one, like we said, few chances that could have maybe broken the economy of Mouz, but ultimately they were always going to win it, and I would say they were definitely always going to win it 2-0 considering the scorelines.
Yeah, and it must be a nice feeling for Mouz, you know, finally to get an easy game going for them. You don't really spend that much energy. You're not necessarily showing any of the good strats or giving any information to your opponent. So getting a win like this where you win 16-8, 16-9 without being pressured at any point is definitely a positive. There was one positive shining light coming out of the Falcon guys, and that was obviously Hadji, who did a fantastic job. But one player alone is not enough.
No.
Oh, hats off to Hadji. He was playing the match of his life yesterday. It felt like you could see the passion and how much it meant for him to be on that stage down in Dubai.
definitely time for them to shine. That was for sure the case. Now on this one, we're going to see a fair bit of probably ZTR, Broland starting this off as well, but there was actually some really nice moments coming out from Pokemon in this, you know, that Deagle play he managed to pull off. This Mirage game was very crazy. Like, it felt like Nip just didn't expect NASA to hit that hard.
Right, they just seem to be like shell-shocked all across the board and like totally out of it for the start of that best of three. Just very shocked that there were some hard hitters on the Nasser side.
Yeah, it was very good to see. Now, here we have our schedule for the day. The first game that's going to be coming your way at 15:30 CEST, not too long away from now, is Movistar Riders taking on Mouz Sports. And the beautiful thing about this is that we get this as a rematch, you know. And Pimp, I always say this, I don't know about you, but when it comes to a rematch, it is usually the team that lost that learns the most. But is there much they can take away from this when Mouz seem to be riding high on their success?
You're right. It's always the team that loses that can take away the most if it's a close game, I'd say. But it wasn't really a close game. I think Movistar Riders was outmatched by Mouz at IM Dallas. So there's only so much you can, I guess, catch up on, right? If you're so far behind. I'm kind of curious to see the game though, because I agree Movistar Riders looked okay yesterday. I think they played a good game of Counter-Strike against a well-performing Tai Lu. Whereas for Mouz, they weren't really tested yesterday, so we don't really know where they're at right now. So I think there's potential for a good game here. And honestly speaking, you know, in both of the semifinals, I could see both teams, you know, and both games going into a 3-mapper where you have to get into the nitty-gritty in order to win it out.
Certainly so. Now, obviously, the last game we'll get for the day as well is a crazy one where we get NIP taking on OG. NIP having to play with standard, but we still put them as people that we would expect to win the entire event. And then going up against this new OG who are feeling how this new roster is going to work for as well. We'll come on to that a little bit later on, but we will start with talking about our opening game in Movistar taking on Mouz. Now, Hedger, for Movistar, their individuals yesterday did stand up. And this is the thing, I said this yesterday, considering they played Tai Lu, if this was the Tai Lu of old and you saw that scoreline, you'd probably say, oh, Movistar, that wasn't good. But this Tai Lu actually is playing a level of Counter-Strike which they've never played before, some structure in there, understanding how to not be too crazy. We're only getting a few of these random buys or maybe some of the pressure situations on Ancient. It became like a bit more uncomfortable for them. But in general, they were playing better than before. So the fact that Movistar was able to beat them does actually show us a good sign here for this lineup.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Tai Lu we saw yesterday, I mean, what they can be able to do in the future. I mean, they're going to be a little bit in Europe moving forward and get in more practice. But you could definitely see that Letny has been putting in some hard work there with the lineup. But for Movistar's side, you know, we had exceptional performances by Mopos and Alex, but one player that I think really needs to step up his game today, if they are going to have any chance of beating Mouz, is Sampayas. He had a good performance on the first map of Overpass, but on the two last maps it just seemed to be a little bit invisible to me, and we kind of need to have that star player, the star upper, shine through, especially when you are up against the likes of Torsi and Frozen.
Oh yes, exactly. Especially Sampayas is going to want to be able to deliver if he is going against a man like Torsi, who we said, Torsi, he does play good against this level of team. But you know what? Let's introduce him.
Welcome on stage, Movistar Riders.
The first day, it goes well. We just had enough time just to prepare in the morning. We were not stressful, so it was really good for us. We expect the match to be easier because we expect to win the first match, the overpass, but it was a little bit shaky. I start in a really good mood, but I start as well to throw a few rounds in the middle of the T half, and afterwards we just had a lot of bad luck on City side because the two players that are most aggressive in our team are me and David G, and our movements wasn't in their shape. I mean, we were pushing different zones, we were not talking, so we were like choking. The expectations that we had are the same that they show. I mean, the teams from Asia are usually super structured teams that is kind of easy to read, but the main thing is that they have a lot of power. I mean, inside the game, they are incredible just shooting, so it's difficult. Even if you know where they are going, they just smash your head and you are done. I'm feeling super confident in the next games. We are going to face Falcons or Mouz, depends the team that's gonna win the next match, and to be honest, I feel confident. I'm super comfortable playing the stage. Everything is really good. So I'm waiting for tomorrow.
Welcome on stage, Mouz.
So yeah, we played versus Falcons, and we expected kind of an easy game, an easier game. So yeah, we were just confident and we beat them. That's what we expected, 2-0. And yeah, I am proud how we played today. And yeah, I think if we keep this up, if we play like this tomorrow, then we can make it to the final. And I would say I am kind of proud of myself because of my today performance. Like, I think I did a really good work with the nades, and I helped out my teammates most of the time in every situation. And yeah, I feel prepared individually and also team-wise. So yeah, I just can't wait for tomorrow's game. I think in this competition is everyone really good, especially NIP. They are top 4 or 5 in the world, so they are the favorites. But hope we can meet them in the final and we can show up there. And yeah, everyone is really good here. Yeah, so we play Movistar Riders, and I think in the last 2 months or in the last 1 month we played 3 or 4 times already versus each other online, and we always beat them. So I expect that we win, and it can get close, maybe 2-1, but it would be nice if we can beat them 2-0 on land.
Well, there we have it. Our teams have taken to the stage. They're getting themselves ready for this epic matchup. It is a semi-final game. It's a single elimination matchup. And we touched a bit before we went into the stage about Movistar. So let's talk a little bit more about Mouz now, because Mouz, for me, they are a team that have so much potential. We've got a lot of these young players in here. But remember, realistically, the only experienced ones, right, is like Dexter, who hasn't really been on a huge international level, qualifying, coming in from the Australian and New Zealand events, you know, and qualifying over, obviously then getting wrecked many times over and over again. Now he's trying to use all that experience to lead with the help of Cyclone, obviously a heavily praised coach, in order to put the pieces together. But like you said, Pimp, right, it's surely only a matter of time before we can see these have success, because BMAS, we know what he can do. JDC, he showed us even when he was on the Academy League teams, right, that he can hit hard. He's got a great positive attitude no matter what's going on. Torzi, he showed up yesterday. and frozen. Like now, Rops isn't there. He should have the room, right, to deal some damage.
They definitely have potential, no doubt about it. We just need to see it now. Like it's been a lot of talking from Mouz, especially what Dexter said as well. I believe in the interview coming into the tournament that whenever they practice, they feel like they are top 5 team, right? They feel like they can be up there with the best of the best. But we need to see it in official games, and I think we're seeing glimpses of it, right? We see the team from time to time play a really good map or have a close game against a good team, but they haven't really been able to strike it together in a streak or anything like that. And we are talking about players who in Bimas and in Frozen and in Dexter for that matter as well, who have quite a lot of experience when it comes to top Counter-Strike. So it has been disappointing to see the stagnation, I'd say. They're currently number 16 in the world, which is not really too good for Mouz. But as I said, I believe this could be the tournament for them where they turn it around. They looked good yesterday with a clear win again today against Movistar Riders. Then we are all of a sudden talking about a team that can once again, find some confidence in the way they play.
Well, already on this veto, guys, have a look at this, because Movistar last time they picked Mirage, this time they've gone for Vertigo.
Yeah, this is a very interesting, and we see the Ancient pick come out of Mouz as well. I mean, they should be confident on the map, seeing that they have a 8-map win streak on it, and all those 8 wins the last 3 months. So they absolutely are solid on Ancient. But Pimp, this Vertigo pick, what do you think of that from Movistar?
I like it a lot from Movistar. It's a comfort pick for them. It's one of the few maps where I've seen Movistar Riders play at an incredible high level, even against some of the best teams in the world. I especially remember the major qualifier for Stockholm, the major, not the one we had now, but the one before. They did well on Vertigo. So I know Mouz are good on Vertigo, but it's one of those, comfort picks where, okay, you're good on the map, we're good on the map, we're going to trust in ourselves, we're going to trust in our own abilities in order to go up against Mouz. On the other side, though, if you're Mouz, you're super happy for it as well, because you feel like you're the favorite. You feel like you're being gifted a comfortable map to go up against them. And then, as you said, Ancient, 100% win rate. Not only have they not lost in the past 3 months, but as a matter of fact, they haven't lost in 4.5 months, which is more than 127 days since Mouz last lost a game of Ancient. So to believe that all of a sudden Movistar Riders is going to come in and win a map of Ancient against Mouz Sports is going to be tough. So, I said it could be a close game, but with this video, I'm looking and leaning even more towards Mouz.
That is definitively an impressive feat on Ancient. So it's going to be very interesting once we get into that map, if Mopos and Alex can keep going the way they did yesterday against Tyloo.
Well, let's see how it will go down, because that Vertigo, like you mentioned, Pip, it's for me, it's like, okay, you've got to be playing better than we've seen you play before. You've also got to be able to deliver in a very spectacular way. We've got a 75% win ratio right now for Mouz. They've beaten some pretty good teams on it as well, right? Big one in overtime. Okay, you take that as like okay, that's fair enough. They've also lost off to them recently. They beat Nip in the past as well. Against lesser teams, they're winning it better. But then against the tougher teams, it's in there. I don't know. I don't really remember, Pimp, too much of like Movistar Riders, Vertigo being that great.
I do, but it's 6 months ago. So that's my.
There we go.
That's the thing, right? We may have forgotten it a little bit. As I said, during the Stockholm qualifier, they were playing so well. They were actually a solid team on Vertigo. I believe they took down G2 in a game on Vertigo as well. Albeit G2 and Vertigo was not the best combination back then, but still they had the level to take down better teams than themselves on Vertigo. But you're right, James. We haven't seen it in the past couple of months, and it is a bit of a gamble. But I like it. As I said, Movistar Riders, they're coming in as an underdog. They want to try to change up the veto a little bit and see if they can pressure Mouz elsewhere than they weren't able to at IM Dallas.
Nicely done.
Precisely.
Well, we got to make sure we do thank good old CS Money at the same time as well, right? Because we got to know that they make your CSGO great again with CS Money. You can bring the emotions with new skins and be the game changer for everything when it comes to the lovely skins that make you play better for sure. The team's getting hyped though. The teams are getting ready. We want to do some predictions, guys. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Pimp, because I think I know which way you're going to go with this. You should be the obvious one.
Listen, I'm going to lean towards Mouz for sure, and I'm leaning towards a 2-0 based on the veto, but I will say that if people think Movistar Riders is not able to make this game competitive, they'll be wrong. Movistar Riders is a good team, a solid team. I think a team that has established themselves within, top 20, top 25 in the world, and occasionally they can beat a team like Mouz. I don't think it's going to be today, but I think we're going to get 2 competitive maps where both of the times Mouz will take it home.
Ooh, Hedger, what about you?
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way as Pimp is doing, to be fair. I mean, we saw some great stuff coming out of Movistar Riders yesterday, but then again, you know, that is against Tyloo, that's against an opponent that they should be able to take down any day, despite it being a very, very strong Tyloo. I believe that the way the Mouz was playing yesterday, they were just playing with their enemies, just toying with them, being so aggressive on their CT side. So this is going to be a very tough game for Movistar Riders. But I think that we have the potential of a 2-1 here today in favor of Mouz, then, of course.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I actually said it would be 2-1 before I saw the veto, but I don't know. We're going to have to see an incredible vertigo come out from Movistar here, you know. That's the real difference maker in it. And maybe they can show up, maybe they can make this work. But for me, Movistar, when you look at the best of ones, we see a lot of success from the best of threes. We're still seeing them try and grind their way up. And maybe it will just rely on seeing what Sampayas could do, like you mentioned yourself, Hedgie. You know, maybe he needs to be the one that can take it to Torzy in that sense.
Yeah, he definitively needs to show up from the get-go today. If he is not there, or if he's not doing his job, basically, that's kind of what I felt was missing from the last 2 maps yesterday. Great that they won those maps, but, you know, he was just invisible. He really needs to step up today, and we know what this guy is capable of as well. So definitively want to see a lot more from him today.
Well, let's see what happens going into this game. We're starting on Vertigo. It's Movistar Riders pick, and it's time to go and see the beautiful faces of our commentators. It's Blair and Vendetta.
And I kind of tend to agree with the desk as well. I like the fact that there is a bit of a change up in the veto. Movistar have been, or have had a past of being very good on Vertigo, and especially Sampayas, who needs to be today together with Movistar.
He is burning alive. He's got to be finished off. It's good. That is good to at least get a kill, but still player advantage here for the side of Movistar Riders. Bomb will be planted now, and Dexter, he's just waiting for his teammates to arrive. Torzy and Frozen right alongside him. Knows the aggression from Sampayas. He took the stage, and he's delivering here, Vendetta. Taking on Dexter now down to the 2v3. Torzy needing to find something here.
No diffuse kit readily available either, so time's not working in their favor.
With a shot, though, they're landing. Torzy with the 2 kills. They have a smoke, though, and that could at least enable them to go for the stick, but they're going to be going for the double swing. Maybe Death just biding his time. Yes, shots from Torzy, able to find their mark, and the defuse, it is going to be very close. I don't think they got the time. They don't, and Movistar Riders, sure, they lose their players, but they will win the round. And that's the sort of start they're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely so. And yeah, admirable effort from Torzy there to make it a close one. But just not enough. Just not having that diffuse kit proves to be a bit of a problem. We've seen that with Mousesports on the previous maps yesterday as well, right? They'll go with 5 Kevlars. That's easy done. They want to fight, really. They try to kind of stop you before you even get to the point of having a settled afterplant situation. It doesn't work out this time around, and I think that's good news, obviously, for Movistar.
They do have Torzy with the P250 upgrade. He's got a Kevlar from the previous round.
Yeah.
So
he's allowed to upgrade after getting 3 kills.
Absolutely, and we've gone for a bit of a cheeky stack here, but this should be the SMGs that are rifles shredding into this hole for Mouz. He's got a little bit of contact play. It is indeed going to be Mouz, and it's just farming the frags. Very quick round indeed. The SMG's picking up a 3 the kill. There's going to be a little bit of extra money in the bank there. Don't expect to see the op coming out this early on though. Mouz doesn't have enough money. If he could have gone for the glass cannon, maybe dropped it towards Sampayas. But this early in the game, might as well just play the economy game.
Yeah.
For Mouz though, this is the buy coming in.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. And I think we've seen a bit of a trend for a lot of teams to try to pick up that op in second round and basically just shatter your economy. A little bit unnecessarily so as well, and pay the price for it. So I'm liking the fact that they're just using this as a bit of a bonus round, even though they probably are fully aware of the fact that Mouz are going to invest.
Look at this pace being set here. The dink actually takes place onto Dexter from the Mag-10. So they're going to be very happy with that particular trade. Mouz continuing to deliver, finding Torzy behind the sandbags and able to find Frozen as well. as well. And Mouz, he was the difference maker for Movistars yesterday against Tai Lu, and it's looking like he's continuing on that trend.
Yeah, he's just a very underrated player, and he's so good at playing aggressively as well. So that's something that Mouz need to be able to deal with. They need to shore up their defense towards A, especially just try to deny that quick pace up the ramp. It's going to be good for 1, so at least a semblance of hope here for Mouz. Still finding themselves under 2v3, but Mouz down to 9 HP. Still no. Some utility left to be worked around with here for Movistar Riders.
Sunpies, though, is going to potentially try. He's the guy with the bomb, mind you. So Mouz is going to be the one-man fake being sold here towards the B bomb. So the question is, are Mouz going to fall for this? JDC and Bemis, they have no smoke. They have 1 smoke, but no kits, remember. So this Molotov is actually going to draw the rotation. Mouz is doing a fantastic job, and he's not pushing any further, right? He's not just sacrificing himself just for the sake of the fake. He's done his job, and now it's going to be a free bomb site as the numbers will be punched in on the C4.
It's well done as well from Movistar, not being too slow about it as they're scaling up towards A as well. Sometimes you see teams being a little bit too passive, and then they kind of lose the advantage that Mouz there would have created for themselves.
All right, maybe not the time for a replay here, as it's going to be, okay, not sure what's going on. It's not a 2v4, it's 2v3, there we go. Normal services have resumed as Bemis trying to go for this retake. They have the smoke.
They don't have a kit.
Yeah, that's going to be almost impossible. Yeah, that's will take on JDC. He was the one trying to stick the bomb. And that's going to be another round going to Movistars. And considering this was a bonus round, as you pointed out there, Vendetta, this is a fantastic start coming out from them, considering it is their map pick.
Yeah, no, they're loving it. No doubt about that. And so can you at home. You can make your CSGO great again with CS.money. Bring emotions with new skins and be the game changer.
Indeed, everyone loves skins. I like a few as well, but right now Movistar Riders, they're just off to a fantastic start. The fact that it was still the Galils in play, there was a Mag-10, and now they only have to contend with the pistols in the hands of Mouz. So this is a sort of start they were looking for, because our desk were kind of in agreement that this should be, at least on paper, a 2-0 for Mouz, looking at the map vetoes coming in. And, you know, Vertigo, you said it yourself as well, Ben. This is a bit of a question mark of a map for Movistar Riders.
Yeah, again, though, they have had good history, and again, looking at win rates when it comes to Tier 2 teams, and on Vertigo especially, I think there's more better Vertigo teams in Tier 2 than there is in Tier 1. Simple as. They play it a whole lot more, and I think that's why you're seeing a little bit of wonky results. Mouz have made their way over towards the A bomb site, but not going to be able to do anything at all. As you said, only pistols in hand. It's a pretty easy mop-up for the Spaniards, and Dexter is going to see if he can do some economic damage.
He was a problem for his opposition with the Deagle yesterday. This is a 1v5. This should be unwinnable, but at least able to get a couple of consolation kills. But still, for Movistars, considering the sort of money, the sort of bank balance they've built up in the past few rounds, they're not going to be too perturbed by those 2 kills. But now we'll see the second buy coming in once more for the side of Mouz. Yeah, still no rounds yet.
It won't wait. I mean, for some pies, he's like, oh, great, I died. Now I can buy an op. You know, that's a bit of a, little bit of a luck. A little bit of luck in his end. He doesn't have to justify, you know, throwing away an AK or anything like that.
Well, let's see what they do with the buy here. They have the op out in the hands of Torji. If you were to put, if I asked you to just like, you know, toe-to-toe, just to say like Sunpire is going toe-to-toe against Torji when it comes to just pure opping prowess, which way would you go? Because Sunpire has been around the scene for a while. Torji is just kind of like the new kid on the block, right?
Yeah, I would lean in, well, I would lean in favor of Torji, but that doesn't mean to say that Sunpire is the kind of operator who will have games where he outright wins you a game. So he can easily have those monstrous performances where he's just shutting down sites by himself, always finding the correct picks and so on, but I don't think he provides the same kind of consistency or like a consistent high level as Torji does. And as Torji will be able to do as well. As you said, pretty new leaf in the grand scheme of things.
But what a debut he's had alongside JDC as well, right? It's kind of crazy for any Mouz fans coming back to watching CS after maybe a few months. They're like, wait, what's going on? Who are these 2 new kids, right? But they have shown they can hang with some of the best out there.
Academy team fans knows.
Academy team fans knows, absolutely. But here we go. It's going to be the sandbags Molotov as Movistar riders slowly creeping on up. They have Mouz making sure there's no flank taking place from JDC. But slowly and surely, they're making headway towards this A bomb site. The problem here for me, then, the time. They're running out of time here.
Yeah, they're going to get down the standard smoke wall here. See what they can do with that. But off angle from Dexter. Could be difficult to clear out. That's a great flash. Well, I say that still doesn't actually win out the duel for him.
Okay, Sunpius, a shot missed with the AWP, but a P250 more than enough to take down Dexter. There's still someone inside a short that is of course going to be Frozen, who's going to strike. After 5 seconds, there's no time remaining, and Mouz and Sunpius, especially with AWP in hand, he's still looking for some exits. Any kills he can find here will still be of high impact, considering the money for Mouz hasn't really been built up, but still, that will be the first round on board for the side of Dexter and his merry men. For Movistars, though, a bye is going to be definitely very, very comfortable.
Yeah. I do like the fact that Mouz Sports, again, they're starting out a lot of the rounds with 2 players towards edge, which is something that can be abused quite a bit. But the fact that once they feel like they have the good read on it, once they feel like they know what Movistar are doing, they're committing 3 players over towards A, and they're doubling up towards yellow. That makes it so hard to actually clear out that avenue for T's. It's not the most common spot where you actually allocate resources for. And it's constantly going to be a thorn in your side if you don't have that control at all.
Okay, Frozen. Flirting with danger, and Davy reminding him. Yeah, it just smokes aren't walls. I mean, it's kind of obvious, but sometimes tend to forget that.
Sometimes they wish they were. Yeah. I want to see Movistar riders kind of take their time to spread out where the pressure points on the map. Again, you see far too many C sides on Vertigo fall for the trap of only going towards A and getting a little bit stuck in their ways. And obviously, you know, any CT side worth their weight, they're going to be obviously adjusting to that.
This is a good read from Sunpius, right? They know that smoke is to tell that Frozen's going to be playing up close, and Frozen is playing a very, very dangerous game. He actually gets a dig Davy down to 1 HP, but he will still come out on top. And it could all be a ruse, because you can see 2 players at the bottom of the B stairs, and JDC, there's no one nearby here. If he falls, the B bomb site is going to be bereft of any presence. The off angle, timing is everything. He's gonna find one, not able to connect the spray on the Davy, who will still stay alive on 1 HP, but a jig is up. With 30 seconds, they know it's gonna be a B hit.
Yeah, Molotov's flying in as well. Bemis needs to find some safe space here. Flash is hard to dodge in the open.
Bemis, though, still somehow able to get the kill on the Sunpius, and now Davy 1 HP with the AWP, and Dets is slowly lurking in from mid, but with a bomb drop in 10 seconds, there's really not a chance for him. There's going to be Torishi waiting for the flank to take place, and yet another pretty convincing round coming out from Mouz, 2 back-to-back.
Yeah.
And it's still going to be 4-2 the lead for Movistars.
A little bit too much of a lurk, late lurk. They had that same problem in the last round as well with Mouz. For you guys at home, if you're tired of boring skins, go to hellca.se/getdubai and get a bonus for opening modern cases.
Modern
Hell case.
I did get a Bravo case dropped a couple of weeks back.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I know.
Haven't decided to open it?
Hell no.
Hell no. Holding on to it.
Holding on to it.
The longer you hold on to it, the better, you know, the stuff inside is going to be. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah,
it's just like fine wine.
It's like fine wine. It's it's NFT as well. Like, this is something which predates NFTs. The real NFT.
Yeah, that's actually true.
There we go. Well, 4-2 the scoreline, though, as we will have Movistars now down to a bit of a rough bye here. They will still be able to eke out a few rifles. That could maybe have dropped an AW, but they realized, you know what, instead just work with the Galils and the AKs. And I like the fact that they're still keeping a bit of money in the bank, right? They can still eke out a buy come round number 8 as well. For Mouz, though, double op setup here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm loving that, especially because, okay, absolutely having an op towards B is not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but if you're playing as dedicated towards mid as Bemis often does on this map, JDC is reliant on hitting everything. Otherwise, he's very quickly going to be pushed out of the site. We'll see how it goes. Because you can see, Movistar, they've set up to do basically a pop flash exec towards the B bomb site. So he's going to get to test his mettle right here.
There is still back with the form Bemis right alongside him. And you can see Dexter slowly peeling towards mid. The flash is to tell, and he's not able to land his shot. He's getting harassed here. Second flash as well. 1 HP. JDC will finally fall. Some great entries coming out here for Movistars, and Dexter having to do all the work, able to find 2. And as he goes for the reload, at least able to bring things to equilibrium. The nade, and Dexter going in for the ace. He spotted Alex as well. all alone in a 1v3 bomb, at least planted, and he catches a timing on Dexter, but Frozen is there to shut him down. Again, an expensive round for Mouz. They won 3 in a row, they hemorrhaged too many players, and this round was all Dexter saving them. Yeah, no, that's 100% Captain leading by example there, and that could have gone so badly. Again, you couldn't really fault Dexter if he only gets 2 frags there, as Movistar establishes themselves on the site. But if he only gets 2, still very high likelihood of Movistar being able to win out that round. Well, definitely impressive, and definitely needed for Mouz as well. And like you said, if you're taking losses, if you're losing enough players through each and every round, you're not going to build up an economy on the CT side, and it disappears in an instant. So yeah, and you're just going to be teetering on the precipice, right? And then one round which to break you. And Movistar riders are very well aware of this. That previous round, like, not only did they take away 3 weapons, three players, also get the bomb down, they also had a little bit of like a semblance of some money remaining in the wall. So a full-fledged buy coming out here for the Spaniard side. Sunpius with the off as well, and once more to creep up Mopos. In the meantime, taking out JDC towards B. That's going to draw out the... Oh, he's been pestering JDC all game long. Oh, absolutely. He's been coming on top so many times, but it's all a ruse. Because the hit is coming in towards A and Frozen. He had a quiet game yesterday, then, and he needs to deliver here. He needs to come up big. This time, though, they are split. No man's land. Frozen's going to get the opportunity at least to find one. Not able to double up. That's going to be Alex instead to clear the site from Movistar. That's an easy bomb plant and probably an easy save call for Mouse Sports as well. That is, that just fell apart, right? Like just the opening kill onto JDC, drawing out the rotation of Dexter and Bemis. Bemis is kind of like he's a rotator. Rather, he's the guy playing towards mid, towards the drop area, and Dexter is a rotator. He falls back, and honestly, from that position, if at least Frozen and Torchi were able to get. At least Torchi was able to get 1 kill, and Frozen, from that position, he should have been able to get a multi-kill there, but still getting taken down. A rough hold, and Movistar Riders, not only do they win the round, but they're going to force Mouse to go for a pretty rough buy come the next round. Yeah, I think they realize, again, they could allow themselves to potentially sacrifice 1 player if they get a 1-for-1 trade or something that's going to be so much more worth for Movistar Riders than it's going to be for Mouse. So absolutely worthwhile seeing it. I like seeing that more teams are taking that chance. Sure, you're absolutely meant to have the confidence to be like, okay, if both of us have money, both of us have full buys, we're the better team, that kind of a mantra. But sometimes it's just nice to make the job easier for yourself by not letting the other team have money. Yeah, for sure. And even the way JDC died, we saw in the replay as well. I mean, I'm not one to question things too much, but at the same time, if you're going to be playing, you know, on top of the stairs, playing that off angle, usually 9 times out of 10, you either have deployed a smoke there to keep the T's at bay, to push on in deeper, or you have a teammate alongside you to go for the immediate trade. He was all alone there. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you want to establish yourself in an you know, aggressive angle or something like that, down by the stairs or something to that effect, that's perfectly fine. But at least bring BMOS with you for the first, you know, 10-15 seconds, so you've established it. In case there's an early push from Movistar Riders, you're going to be 2 people who can play off of each other, all that kind of stuff, instead of just taking the chance and basically banking on things working out for you, because that's not going to be the case. Movistar aren't going to give you anything for free. And Bemis trying to be aggressive and self-flash in, but not quite able to get anything, and that's a problem, because that is one of the rifles getting dropped. Mouse went for the attack timeout just so that they had to make a decision. Do they go for the force, or do they just stick around with the rifles? And Dexter able to at least get 2, but Alex, once we're opening it up, the USB almost gets the kill, but Sunpie is spinning around, able to find 1. But JDC picking up an AK, and with Kevlar purchased, and he knows how low Alex is. This is winnable. This is doable. Absolutely is. I kind of like to see that Sunpie has dropped over the op. Makes sense given the circumstances. JDC doesn't have a kit, obviously, considering what they invested into this round. There's a bit of a timer. There's a kit drop there. Oh, he sees the head. He sees the head. There's a kit drop right there next to Dexter, and he knows he goes to the wild spray. He can pick up the kit. Oh, no. Panic. He has to have seen it now, yeah. Yeah, now he knows. He picks up the kid, but he's bought so much time for Sunpius. He needs to land a headshot. He's just going to stick it, is he? Yes, he is. Sunpius going to appear around the corner. Perfectly timed, perfectly played. And despite it being an expensive round, doesn't matter. They stave off what would have been a rough loss, considering it was just a 2 save rifles. Absolutely so. So well done. Damage being done. Dexter, again, being very impactful. But, yeah. Are you into NFTs? I guess I am, but I don't know much about them. Oh, you don't? Well, then check out the new animation series, Take My Muffin. And it's fun, and you can buy a digital image or an action figure, so make sure to check that out. TMM, there we go. There you go. Well, 6-3 though. Movistar Riders, they're making this pick really look good for them right now. And for Mouz, yeah, they've been shook a bit. A number of nades being lobbed in the direction of Frozen. But Torji with a switch up, right? Playing towards mid. They know it's been like a double-pronged kind of prodding towards the B stairs from Mopaz and from one of the players towards mid. So taking down one member is going to at least enable Mouz to be more liberal with their allocation of defenses, especially towards this A bomb side, where, let's be real, they've been struggling quite a bit.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't like the fact that they're giving up this much real estate towards A-ramp early on in the round. Most of the time you'll see teams do well, they'll find an opening pick and then they'll be like, oh yeah, we can chill back inside. So Vertigo doesn't really lend itself as much to that. And very often you see teams start struggling when they fall back. Torji is going to be holding an angle towards yellow side alls, which is absolutely good one. I like to see the fact that he's going into the off angle. Sure, this got flashed off in the previous one. Gonna have the same effect as well, but there you go. Operators know how to dodge flashes.
Mopaz and JDC, this has been a duel which has been going on for the beginning of the game. And Mopaz being very patient. And Torzi, he's playing a very dangerous game of his own as well, looking to go and combat all. As Mopaz is clear out of B bomb site, coming on the top once more, but still it's a 4v3 player advantage for Mouz. But they have lost the B bomb site, and they're going to bide their time. They're going to wait for the bomb to make its way into the site, and indeed it will. But now Torji finding Alex makes his retake much more easier. Dexter, maybe a little too over-eager, gets taken up by Sun Pius, and now the 2v3 for Movistars.
Yeah, they've gotten into solid positions. Even though they don't have utility, they should still be able to fight back here.
Flashbang, not really getting anything done. A shot rings out from Sun Pius' off. They know where one of them is, but Mopaz, he is just biding his time, looking to take the head off Torji, but Torji's missing nothing. 4 kills for him, and that is the ace for Torji with the AWP. Mr. Impact. He was kind of quiet this game, but finally him waking up.
That's exactly what Mouz needed. Absolutely,
it was. Yeah, and this is again right. JDC struggling on the B bomb side. Mopaz just seems to have his number every single time.
Mopaz is a menace to deal with, especially because he does a lot of these lurks. If you look at Overpass, for instance, you know, a couple of months back, he would have been the monster guy who finds the awkward timings. Now he's the guy who's doing more like a Roy type of esque style over towards A, but he always seems to find a gap of space that's going to make it really difficult for you. And that allows, obviously, for these mass rotations that we're seeing, that allows Movistar up on the site, even though they maybe had the original intent of going towards A.
Well, more of that from Torji could definitely make the city side a little bit easier, but still early days though, still until 10 rounds. Just elapsed in Beamus being very aggressive. The flash is good, but he's somehow able to find a couple, and Torji is there. He's starting to really wake up here, that ace firing him up. And Movistar Riders, this is just the pistol upgrade, and they're at least able to get 1 kill on the Beamus, but that's about it. Should be round number 5 here for the side of Mouz, as they're looking to clamber back into this map.
Yeah, good thing that they made it, you know, in a pretty clean fashion as well. Obviously, Senpai still has an opportunity to find a frag or two, but Mouz really needed that. They're hurting badly with money. Curious as if they're going to be able to do this consistently again. Not that big of a fan of Mouz having 2 people pretty dedicated towards mid at the opening of a lot of these rounds. Again, as you mentioned, Torzi is a rotator, but he'll start out a lot of the rounds towards mid. Beamus has been very, very deep in that area, but outside of one lurker in deaths, who's not necessarily that aggressive, Movistar aren't using it. So there's no real need for you to actually be that, you know, worried about it until they actually start utilizing the area. You're much better off making sure that you've either stabilized B or the A ramp, and just leave it at that. You know, make the teams adapt. Don't assume that they're just going to fall into your trap time and time again.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just a very state default being a very reactive default as well, right, from Mouz, which is something that we saw quite a few rounds won by Movistar Riders just by abusing the default. Oh, that is a great shot. Catching JDC, not quite able to confirm the kill though. The jump actually saving JDC's life.
Oh, do they have the Molotov for the staircase though?
They do. They have a lot of mollies. They have 3 Molotovs in fact, and they could try to use that to flush him out.
Do they have the lineup, I guess, is the bigger question.
Well, that little window they had has quickly been shut down, but JDC will fall back to safety. Great work from Sunpius, you know, just trying to make that spawn work for him, rather. And now he's going to be going all the way back towards the A bomb side, where Torji might not be expecting him, and that could be a kill. But a shot will ring out, and now they know Sunpius is at the bottom of the round.
One cool thing that I've seen ZywOo start to do is that you never actually go for the frag on people crossing, you know, back to the sandbags. Oftentimes you'll see players basically
jump spawning.
Yeah, jump spawning.
Yeah.
He'll only go for the basically like the innate timing of when you jump back.
Yeah.
Because you'll see the head pass by at first, and then it'll jump back, and he just only fires off of the timing of when they're meant to fall back again. Seems to be working out pretty well, and it's a much easier shot than obviously trying to find that millimeter gap.
The problem right now for Mouz is they have zero control of anything, right? No
Yeah,
eyes at B stairs, nothing at mid, and even an A playing so very passively. So I guess they're just going to allow Movistar to execute onto this A bomb site. Luckily for Mouz, they have one smoke and a number of kits.
They do, but again, if Movistar gets established here in after the plant positions, it's still going to be so tough for CTs to actually do anything about it.
One nade in the hands of Dexter. He hasn't deployed it yet. The bomb will be planted. Nade will finally fall, but because it's Alex, the one who had help to work with, he won't be taken down. 5v5 retake. Torji taking quite a bit of damage, but still able to find Vopaz, who is a danger man. And Sunpice, he's a player with the health. He's a player with the high HP. The backlines, but Torji continuing his reign of terror. And they still have time to work with here. Remember, 4 kits in play for the CTs. Alex tucked in on the bomb site though. The flash is good. He's able to find one damage. He's chipping in with a frag of his own as well. And Dets will deliver that all around. The 1v1, and Davy G tucked into the corner denies the retake from taking place. And that's going to be 7-5 for Movistar Riders.
Yeah, excellently done. And again, Mouz, yeah, having a hard time. Again, playing retakes, not the easiest thing in the world. Not giving themselves an opportunity to make life harder for Movistar before they're actually on top of the site. What's not hard, though, is entering the giveaway that Hellcase has prepared specifically for you guys watching. Follow the link in the description for a chance to win a fair few skins, including a couple of knives there.
Tag time on getting called by Mouz, and they're aware that, you know, this isn't quite panning out. It's requiring heroics from we saw from Dexter getting the 3K on the B bomb side, saving Mouz there.
Torzi
we have Torzi with the ace, and even here it was Torzi popping off with the AWP, finding 3 kills on the retake, which even made it close. So these rounds are being won by the individuals right now from Mouz, and I have to say, Movistar Riders, they look like the better team at the moment on Vertigo.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. Again, I think there's just something off with how Mouz are opting to play their CT side. Again, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, we're going to get some aggression, though, but it's through mid, and again, that hasn't necessarily been where Movistar have bothered to be. Oh, Deaths, you're living dangerously now.
The Galil. Oh. But the B-bomb set, fast play coming in.
Is already up.
Oh, JDC, his day should be numbered, and indeed it will. Flash was good, but Mopar just tucked away. Torzi dropping in towards T-spawn, and they are just getting absolutely manhandled by Movistar Riders. A couple of players kind of low, though. If they can at least find one, the retake could be within the realms of possibility. But 3 of the rifles lost right there. Beamus with a Deagle, no kit in hand. Frozen with the FAMAS. You get the hell out of Dodge. And Movistar Riders, 8. And we still have a couple more remaining in this half.
And yeah, and this was a force buy, right? This is a force buy from Mousesports. They're not going to have anything to play off of going into the next round either. So, yeah, Movistar looking to add, at the very least, 9 rounds off of their T side.
And even the upgrades coming in for Movistar. We had Mopaz with the MAC-10. He's like, I'm just going to run on in like a lunatic. Not only did he stay alive, now he has an M4A1 to work with.
I think Deaths was looking around for an AK as well. Or maybe that was the M4 that Torzi had that got blown out of the map. Who knows? But regardless, Mopaz and co win the round. And I don't know, like, Mopaz seems to just have JDC's number to the point where he's taking his liberty. He's up on the B bomb site long before anyone else on his team is even near. Just having his way.
And Movistar Riders are absolutely having their way right now, just bullying Mouz's defense. And considering it's a full eco, you said it was a full buy, force buy coming in from Mouz, meaning just a second round loss bonus here in play. For Mouz though, Davy just been taken out a couple of times, but look at how deep Deaths is inside of mid. There's no one holding him. He's getting so much information, and now he knows B-bomb side's clear. He's cleared everything out all by his lonesome, and he only has to contend with the USPs. bit of a belabored battle here, but finally he will fall. And he's done just a great job getting all the real estate for his teammates, even farming with a couple of easy kills.
Yeah. Still deciding to take duels even on low HP. That's going to net Torzy at least 1 kill. But yeah, Plant's going to go down with too much interruption over towards B side, and Mouz, they don't really have too much to play off of. I guess they do have the opportunity to see if they can find a weapon that I think they got off of Mopos, off of the boost that gave Frozen the first kill.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to try and retrieve, which they're still paranoid there's someone looking around. But it's just this consistent presence coming in from Mopos and Dets. And look, for Mopos, he's been the one who's had JDC's numbers time and time again.
Yeah.
But even Dets' presence towards mid, it forces Mouz to at least allocate one player over there, right? And the one time it's on an eco, they go for the fast rotation, and he's just there, just literally ensuring his team avoids any danger whatsoever. So just brilliant stuff. Not even brilliant stuff, just simple, solid defaulting, and just a great game plan coming out from Movistar Riders. 9-5.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, this is going to play into the heads of Mousesports as well. The first time they leave mid completely open, that's the one time Death has actually pushed far forward.
Yeah.
So obviously that's going to be a bit of a ghost in the closet for, or skeleton in the closet for Mousesports. But at this point, there's only 1 round left of the half. They need to really, get things sorted. They need to pick up 6, I think, if they want to have a bit of a cushion going into the T side. Not to say that Mousesports T side isn't strong on this map either, but it's the thing. Back to what you said, right? Like the rounds they've picked up have either been kind of gimmicky or just off of individual performances. It hasn't been the team Mousesports that have picked up 5 rounds.
Absolutely. The one thing they have going for them is that they do have a lot of incredible individuals as well. So that's something going for them. And Dexter, especially yesterday, was absolutely brilliant, especially with the Desert Eagle. JDC, once again, being hunted by Mopos. In the meantime, a bit of more aggressive posturing here. Torzy hasn't been playing towards the sandbags the past few rounds, so that could potentially catch someone off guard, and indeed it will. The preemptive smoke for the Molotov, and he's got his teammate Frozen, an unfavorable angle, and he will fall, but Torzy still able to trade. And that's going to be the player advantage here for the side of Mouz, but not for long.
Yeah. Mouz want to get aggressive through mid. That's still playing where he's been all game. Look at that, Mopos finding Torzy as well. 3v2, favor Movistar Riders. This has made the rotation over. He's going to have to move a little bit here. Yes, the utility comes flying in.
Great utility usage as well, the Molotov, and just in case someone was pushed up in front of the flames, there was a nade for him, and Bemis able to take on Dets. Now the 2v2. Remember, they don't have a kit, as Mopos continuing to tear through Mousesports and leaving just Bemis. They know exactly where he was, because he did get that kill on the Dets, and the bomb finally will be planted. The smoke at least might seed some doubt for the Mousesports, for the Movistar side. But they will get the hell out of dodge, and now it's all in Bemis. He's got a kit. He just might have to stick this. He's just going to stick this. They're not going to clear it, but doesn't matter. Mopos swinging out wide. Another huge round coming out from him, and that is going to be Movistar Riders with a fantastic T-side. 10 rounds.
Yeah, 10-5. And again, they've looked like the far better team. This isn't like, oh, wow, so many close rounds, and oh, this is just really on the edge. Could have gone anybody's way. No, this is Movistar Riders being way better than Mouz throughout the entire first half. And a lot of it comes down to that man. Like, again, I was expecting some pies maybe to kind of showcase what he's good for. He hasn't had, the need to do so. Again, still got an entire CT side to play around with, but Mopos has been absolutely fantastic.
For sure. And I know it's still early days, and I know everyone, I guess everyone, the desk at the very least agrees that Mouz are the favorites in this particular, in this tournament, actually.
Yeah, to get over the net, probably, yeah.
But honestly, I feel like the way it started, the way this map has started, Tai Lu looked even more convincing than Mouz did yesterday. Tai Lu actually made things very, very heated. It could have easily gone the way of Tai Lu as well. But right now, Movistar Riders are dominating Mouz. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, absolutely so. And we'll see, obviously, how that's going to continue going into the second half. But, assumingly, this was the easier way of getting started for Mousesports, having the CT side to play off of. But Movistar just picked them apart. It was really well done. And you can see kind of the two polar opposites, JDC sitting at 3 and 14 with Mopos at 12 and 10. Sure, Mopos dies a lot, but he also finds, those 12 kills are probably, 9 to 10 opening frags in that sense. Like towards the side, he's just been having his way.
Well, for Mouz now, would be when they'll be looking to grind this one back. Movistar Riders got 3 players waiting for this ramp position, and Mouz, they're going to be facing quite a bit of stiff resistance, and it's going to be Alex able to find just the one as Frozen will trade. Mopaz is going to stick around towards the sandbags. Now, Daviji and Mopaz are separated from each other. Nade's going to sail in, and Mopaz still staying alive. Are they still considering he could be there? There is a player still holding the angle, but then why not check this? Indeed, they will. And so low he was, as Dexter will find him. The 4v2 now. That's Sunpies have already rotated over towards the side. Sunpies tapping away on top of the smoke, looking to find something. But right now, for Mouz, as long as they don't give any free, easy duels, this should be the round confirmed.
Yeah, again, no death kit. Senpais doesn't even have armor. It's a bit of a rough spot to be in, no doubt about that. Surely they don't save here. Really taking their time.
Oh, they might just have to go for the Sunpies. Gush down to 6 HP, and Death on 61. Just going to hold on to the Kevlar, not feed any more kills to Mouz.
I think this actually works against now Mouz is going to get the additional money from getting the bomb going up instead of just having eliminations.
Yeah.
Senpais doesn't have Kevlar to save, so I don't really see the value in it again. But oh well. I guess the feeling of staying alive is worth it in their eyes. But Mouz with a convincing pistol round and a much needed one as well. They need to get back on track pretty immediately.
That's the first step in quite a few. They have to traverse in order to bring this one back. But you can see Dexter with the MAC-10, always taking one for the team, and they've gone for the Force. All right. So Riders, I mean, might as well, right? You still have a decent lead to work with, and maybe you could try and shock and awe Mouz early on. And if they're able to somehow convert this, right, this could be a very speedy map number 1 going the way of the Spaniards. But Dexter going to be leading the charge here. Got a MAC-10 Daviji boosted up on top. From that angle, that MP9 could shred through. Dexter's going to be boosted up as well. This is all about the time. He's going to spot both of them, but he will find none. And JDC aware that this could be rough for him. His buy is lonesome. But while the distraction is taking place towards mid, the B bomb site is open for business. Bemis looking to play aggressive with the AK. I'm not too sure about this. I'm not too sure about this at all. I'm not sure why he wanted to go for that particular duel. Up close and personal, he will fall. The AK retrieved is going to make this retake very, very viable for the CTs. Frozen having to hold the line. JDC and Frozen with the Galils. Frozen able to find one. Now, you got to remember, there is no kit, but there is still a smoke for the CT. Smoke's going to obscure the vision. No one's tapped the bomb yet, though. They're going to group up together. Mopaz and Sunpies up close and personal with the SMGs. And Mopaz will strike all on JDC now in a 1 versus 3. He's going to make them all line up for him. Almost gets a turn, and he finds all 3. JDC to save the day for Mouz. But oh boy, they had no business making it that close.
Yeah, no, honestly, that looked like such a foregone conclusion that Movistar were actually going to be able to break Mouz immediately. JDC with some heroics right there towards the end of it. Absolutely insane, because yeah, it felt like just so many steps of the way. Strange decision making from Mouz Sports really to end up in that spot. Like you said, not a big fan of Bemis pushing aggressively in like he did there, and it almost cost them the round.
WGB doesn't check. The flash was so very good though, but not quite able to take advantage of it. All right, 10 and 7. Mouz, his comeback is definitely on, but it was so expensive, right? Like, this could have been a round with almost all of them staying alive, maybe one casualty. They had a little bit of extra cash in the bank. But fortunately for them, Movistar Riders pretty much a full eco, just a CZ in the hands of Sunpies to contend with.
I'll see. Mouz, at the very least, grouping up. Don't want to fall to the potential trap of drifting off alone and getting picked off towards the, well, hard clear the corner, but still is able to adjust to find Alex. So no harm, no foul. Sunpies a little bit alone for the time being. Death will rotate over as well. Still going to be tough, though, to get anything done here. Might be able to get a kill or 2. That's about all we can expect at this point.
Smoke to separate the other CTs, but Sunpies, CC in hand, maybe he could have pounced on some of the members, but JDC, that's a clean shot. I know it was against just the pistols, but it's good for Mouz that the individuals
positivity. Yeah, exactly.
Signs of positivity. We look at positive things here, Vendetta.
Absolutely, absolutely. And especially for JDC, obviously had a rough time in the first half, so being able to clutch out the previous round and then getting a couple of feel-good frags as you move forward, that's always going to be something that you bring with you. as we get into the first proper buy round. Again, Mouz following the same kind of mantra as Movistar Riders in this one, using it as a bit of a bonus round. And given how much of a loss they took in that round too, they kind of need to as well.
Yeah, they need to. They really can't go for the blind upgrade. The spray from Global, it is so wild. But Frozen will fall. Timing is everything. He needs to be careful. And Dexter able to somehow trade. And it's going to drop back down just to pick up the Galil from Frozen's body. But all 4 members grouped up here. There is no going back. They have no control of these stairs. They have no control for mid. So Mouz have to go for this commit. The one thing they have working for them, a lot of utility.
They do. The same can't be said really on the other side. Chiba loose behind the bomb box. Didn't work out. Actually, that's the bottom that's being taken out through the smoke. JDC having an inkling that something might be awry.
They had a nade there, but a little delayed.
Yeah. And now, 1 smoke, 1 flash. Not loving that for a retake 3v4, but we'll see if Movistar decides to go for it as well. They do have the op on Senpais. Maybe he's going to be able to find someone getting a little bit eager, trying to peek for information. Might be .eg as well.
He should get the kills here.
Yeah, he does so as well.
That is big, that is big. This retake, it looked like it was not really going to transpire, but this one's going to go for the spray coming in from Torch. He's got to go for the reload. They're still sticking it, he's still sticking it, but no. There's no time remaining. Torji to save the day. And that is going to be Senpai saving the AWP, and now it's getting to round number 9. Just 1 remaining from tying things up here.
Now they're battling back. Slowly but surely. And again, going to be curious to see if Movistar makes the adaptation that we never really saw come out of Mouz Sports, which is how you basically deal with the A ramp. Because now we're seeing both teams not really getting a whole lot from playing passively on the side. They are getting taken out, are getting pressured back into positions where they're not able to recover from. So they need to sort that out in a big way if they're going to find success.
This will have the op though, right? Senpai's, he really hasn't had to do much actually in the first half, right? It was basically Mo pause and everyone else doing all the heavy lifting. But now with an op in his hands, if he can somehow deal... Look, at this point it's not about just taking away guns, because the money is pretty solid for Mouz, at least under 3 of the players. So they're in no immediate danger of having to go for an eco. But holding towards mid, this is something which Mouz did multiple times to no avail. They weren't really able to get too much success out of this, but right now, Mouz making a lot of noise, creeping and crawling up, and Movistar's getting a lot of respect here.
Yeah, again, I'm a little bit curious as to how long they're going to stay in this formation towards mid, because when pretty much all you have to ride on is that op, you want to get them in a position where you can actually find an opening and ease the pressure a little bit on your teammates. Haven't been able to do that yet. Already a minute passed into the round as well. Frozen tasked with the job of playing distraction over towards A.
It's working.
And it's working indeed. Quick execute coming out from Mouz Sports over towards B. Molotovs raining in everywhere.
Yeah, that's left alone. And even though his teammates are arriving here, they have so much real estate being arrested by JDC, pushed up towards the E-box. And for Senpai, yeah, he's not even going to attempt to go for this. Yeah. But the rest of his teammates, maybe stealing away a couple of guns, could be nice. But Mouz are playing this one much more passively.
Yeah, just going safe and sound about it. Again, as you mentioned, money's looking great on 3 players, but why not get to a point where all 5 feeling pretty damn comfortable about their position. Frozen has been spotted out. That doesn't really help. Dexter comes in to help as well.
That's the op.
Ooh, yeah, that is. Op down. And I don't like Davy's chances to survive here.
Oh, able to find at least the 1 kill. But that is such a huge find from the side of Mouz, right? I'm not too sure what the money situation is. They can go for the op buy. Senpais can buy for himself, but he's not going to have any Kevlar. It's going to be a glass cannon.
Well, it could get Keller at the sacrifice, obviously, of or a sacrifice of utility. But again, it's draining your entire bank, right? You want your opera to constantly have that potential pressure. That that could be the thing that kind of triggers you into going for a half investment where you have a couple of weapons, but you do have that op to play off of, which we've seen with so many teams. Once if you have it, efficient enough opera, that can win you out rounds. That can get you back on a winning track. So
there we go. Motivational speech from Blade.
Yeah, doing his thing.
He's been around for so very long.
Yeah, it's actually surprising. Like a lot of the Iberian players or players from the Iberian region have stuck around for quite a while now where the average age is, I'd say 25 plus.
I was doing the ESL Impact event, and the Iberian female team, the coach is Musambani. I'm sure you remember.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, here we go. Enough of a history lesson there, as scores have been equalized by Mouz. The Seaside has been much more impactful from Dexter and his men, especially with the fact that JDC seems to have woken up, and now he's looking to harass Movistar Riders, because he was having a rough time against Mopaz earlier in the CD side.
Yeah, both him and Frozen, and Frozen's already gotten into the swing of things as well. And that's pretty much all you want if you're Mouz. Everybody turned on properly. Towards the far forward here, gets flashed off. Looking to stay alive though. Nothing really comes of it. Both teams with 5 players alive for the time being. But again, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Like on a radar, you can tell that you do have Mopos stationed up towards ramp, peering down. So you're going to get early information at the very least if you're Movistar in this scenario.
I think that's actually dropped the off for Sunpias, because he had over $6,000. But anyway, we'll get back to it later on. The flash is so very good. Great work here, and they're just getting stuck. But they will now peel on back. A fadeaway nade, able to chip a little bit of damage on towards Beamus and Dexter, but JDC leading the charge. He's been so very great thus far. The nade might enable him to get a kill. What a shot onto Alex, immediately decapitating him. And now Momus is isolated. He is by his low time, able to find 2, but the spacing is great from Mouz. The transfer doesn't take place. Nade will be lobbed in. It sure deals quite a bit of damage to the Beamus, but it won't confirm the kill. And Daviji having to do everything by his lonesome. The 1, the 2, somehow sneaking his way in, and it's all in Beamus. He's the low player. He's the one who planted the bomb. The swing is going to be coming in. They're buying a lot of time for their teammates to charge on in, but Beamus able to find 2. He knows where the third's coming in as well. AK ready, looking to land a headshot, and Beamus with the 1v3. What a round from him.
Oh, hell yeah, he had no business of doing that. And Movistar Riders are even doing it, the right way. You could see some pies. He's like, I'm low HP. I'm just going to jump out, sacrifice myself. You guys get the trade. Still not able to convert. That's fantastic from Beamus, straight up.
Oh, there's just the final shot as well.
Yeah.
So great. And this is Daviji somehow sneaking in up the rafters. I have no idea how he was allowed to do that. There was a little bit of maybe Mouz just got a little too sure. The fact that retake wasn't taking place, that should have been the round. The 2 kills he got there, that should have sealed the round for Movistar. But what a clutch from Beamus. The individuals, man, we said it. They have individuals. They're all waking up, and that is a terrifying prospect for the side of Movistar.
It absolutely is. And again, Movistar, they're kind of being pushed to their heels the entire time. They're playing off their back foot. And even when, Daviji makes an exceptional play to bring it back for them, not enough to actually carry it through to a round wins. This is, flawless T-side so far from Mouz Sports, 6 in a row. Movistar, they haven't necessarily been all that close. Again, closest they've been probably. Obviously, this bar from this round would have been the second round force buy.
Yeah, and I think Mouz getting the lead for the very first time since the beginning of the game. So if we speak about the cliche that is momentum, it has definitely shifted the way of Mouz right now. It's going to be the light investment from Movistar Riders, though. A couple of MP9s in the hands of Mopaz and Daviji, Deagles as well. Speaking of Daviji, he has backup in the form of Dets with the Deagle behind him, but a Molotov's going to flush him out.
Obviously wants to play as close as possible with that MP9 to maximize its efficiency. We'll get back into the corner as well, so we'll see if Mouz Sports still clears it. Beamus has an idea at the very least.
All right.
Works out great for him, and Daviji had also invested into Light Kevlar, didn't save him in that situation whatsoever.
That's his, okay, that is a clean shot into Dexter, but it's all he's going to find. The trades are good, the flash as well. Molotov not so great, but it's all right. They have the bomb site. Frozen making sure no one is going to be sneaking in from behind, but they will be. Mopaz will be clothesline. Frozen aware of the possibility of a second player as well, and it's going to be a very, very convincing round coming out here from Mouz. This time around, they won't falter in front of the pistols or the SMGs, Ben, and it's going to be round number 12. Mouz, it's been Movistar Riders with the lead since the very first round, and now Mouz are just seemingly running away with this. I mean, the money is looking fantastic as well. It's not crazy, but still very, very solid. And the problem is, for Movistar, the couple of rounds which did come down to the wire where Mouz making a couple of mistakes. But as a team, the CD side hasn't really shown much. It's kind of like reverse now, but both the team CD sides, it hasn't been special at all.
It has been pretty lackluster, and again, they're doing it, you know, in the same fashion as well. Zero pressing over towards A ramp, giving it up on the first sight of contact, not willing to actually fight properly for it unless they're on an eco or something like that, where you're already at a bit of a disadvantage. So, need to see a bit of a change up from that. Good thing is, Movistar Riders notorious for taking timeouts, so I'm expecting them to obviously have plenty of opportunities to do so at the very least, but it needs to happen rather quickly. Mousesports already up on 12, yet to lose a round on their T side. Brimming with confidence.
Absolutely. And coming up next is going to be Ancient, the map pick from Mouz, where they have, our Death said it as well, they have been just indomitable on that map for the past 3 or 4 months, so that's almost a guaranteed Mouz win. So if you want to see a map 3 here, or if Movistar wants to see a map 3, where Inferno's a pretty solid map if you ask me for Mouz, and it's for Movistar, and also a pretty, you know, middle of the pack map for the side of Mouz. It could really be a 50-50 game on Inferno, but to get there, they first need to confirm this win. At least they do get the opening kill here. Torji will be taken down.
And that's about the best start that we've seen out of Movistar in a long, long time, because I think when Mopus found the opening frag onto Frozen, on A ramp, that was part of, you know, an aggressive push. So Mouz still were able to establish map control. This time, not as much. Bemis has made it up into the cubby over towards B, but not as easy to play off of that.
Looking to regain a little bit of real estate here on the CTs towards B bomb side. The rotation's so far away though.
Yeah, but I think Deaths has already been up to some shenanigans in mid.
The flash is so very good, but Bemis, the spray, the shaky spray, not quite able to confirm the kill. Sunpies was blinded for days, and that's going to allow them to make their way in. You pointed out Davy G as well. He's going to sneak in from behind, catches Dexter, Frozen left alone now in a 1 versus 5, able to just get the 2, and finally, Movistar Riders, they find a semblance of success, but it just feels... I'm still not convinced yet, right?
Yeah,
Just one round.
It's not replicable. Yeah, it's not something you could do time and time again. I will give credit to Davi. He's found 2 now situations where he's been able to kind of get that gap in mid, go down the ladder, and basically make life really, really difficult for Mousesports. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of signs from Movistar Riders that they're going to be able to consistently put up a good fight on the CT side yet.
And for Mouz, we spoke about money as well, so no problem whatsoever going for a buy. They still have some cash remaining. Mopon, dangerous game. Mopon still able to get the kill blinded. Just the random little flick of his crosshair and the spray able to catch the head of Dexter, but he will at least be traded by his teammates. So early bit of aggression from Mouz towards a ramp position. Nice flashbang to force back Torji to a more passive hold towards the entrance of ramp, and now JDC. It's all about the timing here.
Is he going to have the same kind of luck with his pressure over towards mid as Death's had in the first half? Might be the case.
Re-aggression by the CTs. I don't think Torji's going to be expecting this. Are you going to go for the boost now?
I like that.
That is ballsy. Doesn't see anyone though. Torji, the moment Alex pops, oh, he's so lucky. He's so lucky. And this could actually be misinformation. Alex is going to look on down. He spots the bomb as well. The jig is up now. Bemis getting taken down. They know the boost was there. They're aware of 2 CTs here. And Frozen's got to go big.
Question is if they've forgotten about the potential of a JDC flank. That's the big one.
And time is of the essence as well. 30 seconds. JDC, he needs to make something work here. Alex holds the line. This time he won't fall to Frozen. And Frozen will be picked off. And JDC, 24 seconds. He's sneaking on in. Even though Death is there, he's going to find the kill, but the dink will take place. And with 80 seconds, they have to bail. There's not much time to work with, but if JDC can hold on to this B bomb site, they can still get the bomb down, but Sunpies finds him. 10 seconds, Torji realizes that little window they had has been slammed shut in their faces. And Movistar Riders, that pulse is starting to get a bit stronger now. They tie things up once more.
They do so, and this time again, yeah, they get aggressive. Again, I would love to see Alex, putting down a deep smoke or something like that that allows him to potentially fight with Mopus, because they are relying a lot on Mopus being able to find a frag and then get back while being flashed, etc.
Well, let's see if they can continue this. Well, it's not even a streak, though. It's only 2 rounds back-to-back.
2-round streak.
2-round streak, let's go. As Mouz will call attack time on Cyclone. Talking things through.
Yeah. I don't think Mouz are necessarily doing all that much wrong. they definitely have, their opportunities in the rounds that they've lost as well. I mean, consider how the last round started. Mouz finds one frag, sure, but it's traded almost immediately, right? So you have the 4v4, you have tons more space to play around with. I think the only thing you want to alter is potentially, the quickness of JGC's flank, if you're going to utilize it, and how you want to go about that. But
I guess they weren't expecting the re-aggression from the CTs as well, right? And it also came down to the 50-50 duel back-to-back tag timeouts. All right, that's cool. Movistar Riders are going to use their final tactical timeout. Remember, when Mouz calls their attack, Movistars can talk to each other as well. They're calling the final tactical timeout. There's no more coach input now possible for them until the end of this game, which could be a problem. I think it also came down to that duel between
Frozen and Alex.
Because Frozen actually come on top a couple of times in the past, but this time Alex winning the duel, making things a little rough. Yeah, Torji against Sunpies. It is clearly a Torji who's been way more impactful with the big green.
Yeah, but one thing that I will say that I liked from Sunpies is the fact that he joined over towards A. He tried to take a shot from Crane, tries to get involved a little bit more. That can be a bit of a deciding factor for them. I want to see more of that, not just hanging out passively towards mid. Well, and I like this.
This is something they haven't really tried. Facebook, you asked for it, and Mopa's going to try to take advantage with the flashback. It's good. He comes charging on. Ow! Almost finds Frozen. But he had two targets.
Yeah.
There was Torji and Frozen, and unfortunately his target selection. Yeah, he went for the
I thought he saw Frozen first. I could have sworn he saw Frozen and would have just full committed to it and then hide behind the box, that kind of a thing.
At that point, you go for the play with the rifle, right? You don't chase the AWP down, but that could have easily been 2 kills being netted, but unfortunately, they get away with none. At least they have the information that Frozen is very, very low indeed, as the AWP will be traded. Bogdan Slaw coming into play, and Bemis is going to find a second kill from that very same wallbang. Davigi to fall, and now Det's having to deliver. He's going to find at least the one. And the second as well. That's great stuff. And a missed shot from Sunpies. He needs to land these right now. It's a 3v2. JDC's trapped behind the Tetris possession, and it's going to go for the wide swing. Sunpies will fall. It's all on Alex. 1v3. Torji and Frozen internally hemorrhaging, but JDC very healthy rather, and Storgy will get the bomb done. If that was a nade, he could have prevented the bomb from getting planted.
Yeah.
But a 1v3, unconfirmed damage, at least on Torji, and then JDC is still very healthy. He's going to bail out of the bomb site. Money is still not in a great place in Movistar, and Mouz, they bring it back immediately.
They do, but man, oh man, again, I love the move from Movistar Riders. I think that has so much promise, really. And I think if you give them one more chance of doing, a similar kind of move, Mouz is, at the very least, going to find one frag, and I think that stabilizes a lot for you early on.
And even Dets as well, right? He gets 2 kills from that position. Yep. Just if Mouz was maybe able to take down either Torishi or Frozen, and then, even if he gets traded, it's a 4v4, Dets gets his 2 kills, suddenly it's player advantage for the Iberian side. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. It's unfortunate.
Just I think Davi's going to stay away from that spot now. He's been punished twice by Bemis.
Oh, I can see the frustration as well. And look, I don't like pointing fingers, but Sunpies, you can't afford to miss shots like that.
No, it's completely fair. Again, that's what the desk said earlier as well before the match started. It felt like he wasn't quite fulfilling his, his job to a certain extent in the first series yesterday. And they need him. Again, we know how good he can be, so a Movistar Riders with the Sunpies on form is a whole different beast as well. Considering how close it is already, you could have been the difference maker to put them over the top. Still rounds, obviously, for him to do that in.
But right now it's going to come down to the hero A1 in the hands of Alex. The thing is, Davigi and Sunpies also have Kevlar, so if that M4, even if it falls, if it can be retrieved, it can still be something to work with.
Absolutely. I know mousesports understand the gravity of the situation. They've taken their due time. So Dexter, late retake of B stairs.
Just one defender there, and that is only Sunpies with a deagle.
Yeah.
They're just going to go for the. This is interesting that they're now going to go for the re-aggress, at least gathering information so they can pivot back to B if needs be. But they haven't gone for the full clear. They haven't fully checked. And as they fall on back, if Alex falls, this could be it, but they got to go for the boost. Oh, it's still sticking around. They made a lot of noise, though. And Molotov is going to be that giveaway. That hit coming in. The flames licking away at the feet of Alex. And here comes the push. Dexter leading the charge once more. The smoke at least might delay them for a couple of seconds. Alex sneaking in from behind. He could completely ruin them here as he finds Torji. He's looking for more, but Bemis is there. The contingency plan for his team as Sunfire tries his best to prevent the bomb from getting planted. Davy running around the corner, but Dexter, the bodyguard, finds the kill. And Sunpius able to find just the one, but this should be round number 14.
It should be. I thought Movistar Riders had that thing unlocked because you can see Sunpius, he was basically loading up a flash. Alex close in side halls. Just one pop flash in towards yellow there. That could have been an easy opener for them that they could have played off of, but instead timing just isn't there quite for them.
Great work from Dexter.
Yeah, just haven't.
Great work from Dexter as well, right? Like he gets the opening kill. He does his due diligence of clearing out that angle towards short, which is something you sometimes tend to forget.
Yeah, it's like half-hearted.
Yeah, and then he plays the bodyguard as well for his team in planting the bomb. So the Cap leading by example is Mouz. They extend the lead by 2 more, 14 and 12. And for Movistar, the buy is going to be coming in. Mopos flash gonna pop. Is he going to be cleared? No, he's not. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Frozen finds the kill. And once more, Mopos not really getting much done in the ramp position.
Yeah, but again, I'm surprised by the fact that I like the fact that they are going aggressive, but I don't understand why they're doing it in solo missions. Like, why isn't Alex, playing around crane or sandbags,
spamming away, maybe?
Exactly, right? So you do have the opportunity to get a return frag, play together in that sense, not having everything rely on one person. It might cost them as well. Mouz, 1 round away from map point. This time, gonna venture into mid. We haven't seen much of this from either side, really.
Contact plate, no. Smoke gonna bloom, but that's no! The Molotov, it bounces off. It bounces off, and now it's all in Davy trapped, getting pincered from both the sides. JDC holding W, they know how low he is. A random straight bullet will find him. JDC to finish him off, but they have taken a bit of damage, however. Torji and JDC kind of low, and JDC found a tiny little gap, and just before the smoke blooms, Sunpius able to reply back, but Torji, he has been a beast. Now it's going to come down to him to defend the C4.
Smoke already down for the cross. This time not as a significant gap as we saw in the force buy round.
Missed shot there from Torji. They have a Molotov as well to work with the Ts, which he'll deploy, but there's a smoke for the CTs, and Torji finally will fall, but Bemis and Frozen still alive. Player crosses it over. Bemis able to reply back. Sunpius don't miss a shot this time around. Tapping away. Frozen finds a kill. There's no time remaining. He's going to go for the save, and that is going to be round number 15. Map point coming in for Mouz. This T side has not just been well brought, well stitched together as a team, but even the individuals, everyone seems to have woken up here and they're joining Torji. They're like, listen, Torji, it doesn't have to be you all alone.
Yeah. Absolutely. So Frozen, JDC had very, very rough first halves and just turned completely on its head. They've both had many, many significant involvements in this second half as well, and not to forget Bemis as well. Obviously, that 1v3 clutch probably set the tone for Mouz's second half.
That's for a 1 in hand, but a double swing comes in. The trades are just so good from Mouz. They're doing literally what you've been begging Movistars to do. Play together at least.
Yeah. Oh, you saw it. You saw it, Mopos.
Oh, no, doesn't get the kill. It still deals a bit of damage here, but now he's trapped. Nade's gonna sail in, but he's gonna get the hell out of dodge. 80 HP, he's gonna be pretty happy with that escape.
This is where they needed the second player. This is where they needed Alex to be a part of what Mopos is doing. That 100% results into a kill. Instead, Mopos solo mission dies, and again, advantage Mouz.
And Sunpius, like, it's a hard call to make, right, for Sunpius. Do you want to play aggressive with the AWP where you just have one shot, an opportunity to hit, and if you miss it, especially with some of the headshot angles here, it's never easy, even for the best operators in the world.
Absolutely.
Alex, he's going to be tucked on.
Oh, is he going to get around in time?
No way. No way.
Oh, this could be so massive.
They surely check.
You got a banks on nobody coming through yellow, though.
Finds one, the second, not a follow-up. Dexter, though, 2v2. Frozen comes charging out, and the jig is up. Now Dexter knows where the final 2 players are, and it is going to be Davy G to shut it down. That was such a cheeky play from Alex, a one-and-done spot, but at least able to play distraction. Yeah. So he gets a 1 kill, he's a distraction, and then, of course, Davy G strikes.
Yeah, I thought for a second that he was going to wait until they actually committed up towards the site, and then basically try to deny bomb plant, get a second kill, that kind of a thing. But with Davy posted up where he was, I guess he kind of had to jump into action. in order to not sell Davi short.
That was a nice shot from Sunpius though. Just spotting a shoulder, decapitating Torji, but still 15-13. But the money for Mouz is in a rough spot. They're gonna go for just the slight little upgrade, a Galil for Frozen. Rest them with Tech 9s and P250s, but JDC is still able to find Mopos.
At least there you have the follow-up though. There you have two players playing close enough to each other to where you get the trade. Still a Movistar man advantage. Torzi's been able to get out by the sandbags in mid. WG finds P-Moz. WG has been the most impactful player on the CT side, honestly, for Movistar.
Absolutely, and for Mouz, the Mai is going to be coming in now, but they have one round to close this out. If not, it's going to be OT. And once it's OT, it's obviously anyone's game.
Yeah, anything goes. Obviously, both of these teams, especially on their CT side, have ran into economic issues, right? You have to deal with force buys or double saves or just general wonkiness, right? That's going to go away in an OT scenario.
Let's find out here, though. Phoebus, good to find the opening. Trade's not possible, but Nate could potentially get the kill. No, it won't. 30 HP. That's still going to stick around. He's still going to stick on around. He's nowhere nearby. If he falls, B bomb set is deemed forfeit. Bemis, though, he's going to clear, but this time he's not going to clear with his teammates. So the trade gonna take place. That's looking for more. He's looking to do everything single-handedly, and he's dealing so much of damage, but not quite able to confirm the kill. Dexter and Torji bleeding, but still alive.
If he had the choice, he would trade all that. He would let Torzi be at 100 HP if he could just gotten the kill on Dexter or vice versa. And that is so rough. Man advantage in favor of Mouz Sports. But as you said, Dexter and Torzi barely alive.
And it's confirmed damage as well, right? Like
yeah.
He's like, listen, two of them are so very low. And considering it was Torji who got the kill onto him, he's like, yeah, Torji for a fact is very low. JDC, though, so very patient. Mopos goes peering around the corner, looking to at least ensure one part of the map is safe, but no, he will be found out. And the problem here for the CTs, there's no nade. One well-placed nade could take down two of the Ts. So a 4v2. This is so rough. Sunpius going to go for the hero. Oh, missed shot. There was an opportunity. But Dexter will find him. And it's a 1v4 for Alex to take us to OT.
Oh, if only he had, you know, damage utility, that would have made such a difference maker potentially here.
Almost unwinnable here, if you ask me, for Alex. It's going to require a miracle, but a player is already crossed on through. A bit of a whiff, but doesn't matter. The trade is good. Mouz, they were made to sweat, but they close it out in the end. A 16-14 win on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they get the job done, even though their CT side, that's definitely a point of worry, but you can't really say too much wrong about their T side there. They came together, and as you mentioned, all the individuals started waking up to the point where they won out the duels they were meant to, and yeah, everybody had their moment. Bemis' 1v3 clutch, probably the real trendsetter of that second half for them, and they just didn't look back from that point on. Obviously, tough situation for Movistar Riders. It felt like they'd done enough in the first half to set themselves up for what should have been, you know, a pretty comfortable spot to be in.
I mean, 10-5 on the T side of Vertigo, your map pick, that you feel like you've done your job, right? But then the individuals waking up, like you said, in the first half it was primarily Torji, who was kind of like the difference maker. He got that off ace as well. Yeah. But then JDC, he kind of slayed his demons by really stepping up in the second half. We also had like the individuals Frozen as well, Bemis, Dexter as well, everyone chipping in individually and looking just like a much more well-rounded unit over there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So excited to see what we can get for that second one. We're going to take a bit of a break, get a little bit of a caffeine refill from Tim Hortons.
Straight to my veins.
Yeah, exactly. So once again, going to a break. We're going to the desk a little bit. I think we're going to a break, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes, but be right back.
Yeah! I did it!
What the hell is this? Join the case battle on hellcase.com. Buy a case and compete with other players. If your skin is more expensive, take it all to yourself.
That was very simple.
Hellcase. Fill up your inventory with cool loot.
My old phone used to freeze with the apps that used a lot of power. They keep loading in the background. Then almost definitely there's going to be a lag. With iPhone, I haven't experienced that. My name is Amandeep, and I switched to iPhone.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I'm good so far. Thanks for asking.
How was your trip?
It was a pretty long flight, but yeah, it's been great so far.
How did you find Dubai so far?
Well, I don't like the weather. It's way too hot for me, but I like every other thing.
It's not summer yet, man.
Yes, that's the worst part.
Let's hope you enjoy the other stuff here.
Yeah, hopefully.
We're gonna be playing a game. The game's name is This Is Not a Drill. And
Okay.
I'm gonna be asking you questions. Your objective is to answer as many as possible in 60 seconds. And we're shooting up behind us. I hope this is fine by our standards. Are you ready for that?
I am ready. Let's go.
Are we ready for that? We're ready. And go. When was the revolver released?
2018.
2015.
Oh.
What is the code to plant the bomb?
Oh my God, no way. 7340005.
It's 5-5, but close enough, half a point. Which case is the most expensive in the game?
I think Bravo.
Bravo case, correct. What is the exact amount of the ammo in one magazine of Tech 9?
22.
24, close enough, half a point. How many units per second can you walk with a USPS equipped?
How many units? Like 150 or more?
240. Next question. Which player's nickname is the Smoke Criminal?
Stewie.
That's correct. Which is more powerful, incendiary grenade in CT or Molotov in T?
Incendiary.
It's the same. We're talking about damage here. Which
okay.
pro team won the first ever global championship?
First global championship?
Yep.
No
You can
idea.
pass, you can pass.
No.
What team made the best implementation of the six-man roster?
Astralis?
Vitality. Who won the ASL 1 Rio 2020 major?
2020?
Yeah.
Well, I'm stupid.
No one. That's a quick question.
No one?
It was a long
Yeah, yeah, of course there wasn't even a major in Rio. I'm like...
Well, you did really good. Actually, no one reached that far into that question.
I didn't answer like 5 of them at least, so...
But you had
I got to the end.
4 points, yeah.
I got to the end, that's good.
That was awesome. Good luck, man, in the tournament.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you in the next one.
An incredibly even opening game. Vertigo may have been the pick of Movistar riders, but Mouz did just about manage to beat them out. A 10-5 first half though for Movistar, Pim, and we're thinking, okay, surely you've got this in the bag. You know, T-side, Vertigo, but man, did they let that slip away.
They let that one slip away quite severely right here. I agree. You know, Movistar Riders coming out like hot fire. You know, they knew that they picked Vertigo into Mouz. They knew they were going to start on the T side, and I think I want to credit them for having a solid game plan. Mouz never felt comfortable on that CT side. You know, some part of that is obviously Mousesports not playing the best brand of Counter-Strike, but I want to give Movistar Riders the credit for that. They really toyed with Mouz in a way where I thought, you know, okay, 10 rounds on a T side on Vertigo, that should be enough to get the W. But as you said, James, switching sides, Mouz did it as well, and they did it even better, right? Got off to a severe good start, I think 6 rounds in a row, and equaled the game. And at that point, it felt like Movistar Riders was forcing the issues too much, constantly giving away first picks, constantly being too aggressive on the server, and Mouz were just sitting back, you know, slowly but surely punishing it every single time. And at the end of the day, I guess they show us they are the better team. But if you're Movistar Riders right now, you felt like you let that one slip away.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was such an impressive start as well. 10-5. Who would have expected that on the T side of Vertigo as well? I was super impressed. But switching sides, Mouz just showed up on a whole nother pace, and just really, especially I think towards the end, and have to mention Frozen as well. Like his success at the opening duels and finding entries, it was really devastating for Movistar.
Oh, it really was. And one thing, right, the reason I said it was such an even game, in terms of opening kills, they were both trading very well on one. It was like 15-15, clutches 1, 2 for 2. Like, this game really was Movistar's riders to lose. When you have that big a lead and you let it slip away. But I'm glad you mentioned Hedgie, that Torzy did so well in that, because our thing was looking at it, right, when we looked in the pre-match, could he still do it when you go up against a tougher level of opposition? But right now, for this event, he's looking to try and be the highest rated player, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic and phenomenal performance by him. Not only on the T side, but on the CT side as well. But what is standing out to me is that the rest of the team, the rest of the Mouz team, every single one has shown up on this map. And like Torzy, of course, phenomenal, exceptional performance by him. But we saw so many good stuff from Dexter, Ingame Leader, JDC had his moments, Bymas, especially like in afterplan situation, absolutely nutty. I think that 1 versus 3 clutch afterplan from JDC was just, I was so impressed that he managed to pull that one off. And I think if that had gone in the favor of Movistar Riders, this could have been a win for them. But if there's one player, like we said it in the opening segment here, we called him out, and Pius, absolutely invisible in this match, I would say. You're at the bottom of the scoreboard for your team, while Torzy on Mouz is leading the charge. This is a little worrying for me. I think there was a round where there were 3 versus 2 in the retake situation, and one of the Movistar Riders guys is on the bomb, and then he's like stuck behind this weird smoke. He's not doing anything to help his teammate stick the defuse. And when you have this important role in your team, you're the AWPer, you're supposed to be doing more, and you're just having this bad day at work, I guess. I don't know, but I'm a little bit disappointed in his performance today.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, right, Pimp, we look at some bars, and it's not just to harp on him, right, because it's a team game anyway. But when we first saw Movistar Riders, they started to make their rise. He was the player we were looking at. He was the one guy we were getting most excited about. Like, come on, man, your team needs you.
Yeah, he didn't have a great game and hasn't really had the greatest period, I'd say, as of lately. He's still the highest rated player. He's still the guy you look towards when you want, I guess, that extra level of Counter-Strike coming out of Movistar Riders. So I think it's fair enough that you're pointing it out here, and I think it's a fair assessment to make as well, that we can allow ourselves to be a little bit disappointed in Pius, especially considering his Vertigo. Because I remember one of the first, highlight games I saw from this guy when he first broke out with Movistar Riders was on this very map, Vertigo, where he both T-side and CT-side found a lot lot of impact with the AWP, which to me back then was quite interesting because that's something a lot of the primary AWPers right now on some of the top teams are struggling with. Vertigo is this, I guess, smoke hell, where you're constantly getting shot through a smoke from the M4 silencer, and with an AWP, unless your team is setting you up in a clutch, then you can't really do much on the T side. But Sunpires was one of the few players back then who actually found impact consistently on the T side. So I think it's fair to say that he was disappointing. And as I said, when you're leading 10-5 on a T side Vertigo and you still end up losing, well, you gotta be disappointed.
Very disappointed indeed.
Now, we're going to remember to thank good old CS Money in this, and for all of you guys, if you're in the arena or if you're at home, you guys might be able to win some valuable skins with CS Money. All you have to do is go over and follow StarLadder CSGO on Twitter and go and participate in the multiple giveaways that's going on. You can also predict who you think is going to win some games and have some fun with that. And then also, on top of that, we get to have a look at Al Khamia. So if you want to visit Ras Al Khamia, the nature emirate of the UAE, you can head over to visitrasalkhamia.com. So go and have a look at that if you want to go exploring the beautiful UAE.
You sold me, James. I want to go at some point.
We keep seeing the pictures, the players are there. We don't get to see it. We're just like chilling at home.
I would like to visit the temples and the beautiful parks that they have over there. Really, really nice place. I scouted it out on the interwebs last night.
There we go. See, we're being convinced to come over to it. But for now, we're not going to be going over there. We're going to be going to Ancient because it's the second map. And Pimp, I'm going to say, right, looking at this, looking at the win streak that Mouz is on, this is their game to lose right now. Because for me, if we were going to see 3 maps, Movistar had to win Vertigo.
I agree. I believe Mouz haven't lost a game of Ancient in 127 days or something like that. Wow. And that is despite being in a period where they're not playing their best brand of Counter-Strike. So if we were to believe that Mouz is getting gradually better, if they're stepping up in this tournament, and if I were to believe that they are still my favorites to win the entire thing, then losing Ancient is just not on the cards for them, to be completely honest. If they can play this map to a high level when they're even struggling, on some of the more standard maps, then nothing suggests right now that they shouldn't be able to beat Movistar Riders on it. That being said, though, and that's where I want to give a little bit of credit to Movistar as well. Their Ancient record as of late is looking not so great, but again, like 4, 5, 6 months ago, they were together with Copenhagen Flames, one of the most interesting teams to follow on Ancient and Vertigo for that matter as well, where they had some interesting ways of approaching the rounds, where they had some interesting results, but we just haven't seen it in the past 3 months. It feels like if Mouz has stagnated, then Movistar Riders have done the exact same thing, maybe even worse. So it's not looking good for them, to be completely honest. But as said, there's a little hope in the sense that they 2-3 months ago actually was quite a decent Ancient team.
Yeah, I think they've done their preparations coming into this matchup as well. I believe that they were expecting to meet Mouz, and with that Vertigo pick coming out in the first map, you saw how they were able to shut them down on their T side. But then when it like push came to shove and they switched side and they there's like some things that you just cannot prepare for, right? And that's how hard some of these lads in Mousesports is hitting their shots. And I think from what we saw from them yesterday on Ancient against Tai Lu, that was a 16-3 scoreline. So it was and that was basically Mopos and Alex running the show on that defense that they had going over on the B side, but we didn't really see like much spicy stuff on their T side. So if this is going to be a very, very rough one for Movistars when Mousesport has been so dominant on Ancient past 123 days.
Yeah, something like that.
And the other thing we've got to look at, right, is that when we're looking at like Mousesports as a team, we talk about the youngness in it, right? We talk about Cyclone and how he coaches. This is a team that would love a new map like Ancient, right, and fully geek out on it, Pimp. Like, you expect them to be comfortable here.
I do, and we've seen that. We talked about some of the players as well within Mouz, finding their footing. Torsi being one of them, coming up from the academy team into the main roster as well, and he's a beast on Ancient. In the past 3 months, he's done a rating of 1.38. His opening kill attempt success rate is 77%, which means that 77% of the time that he goes for an opening kill on Ancient, he's winning out that duel, which is absolutely absurd to see. So for a player that has been struggling a little bit integrating himself into the highest level, I think when it comes to Ancient, at the very least, Torsi is a known quantity, and so is Frozen. I believe the duo of those two are going to be way too hot to handle for Movistar Riders.
Yeah, the ability that these two guys have to find the entries and open up the map for their team, I'm super impressed. And if Mouz is going to continue this feat, we might be looking at Torsi that's going to take over as one of the top 5 performers overall. This kid has a very bright future ahead, and what we are seeing from the Mousesport lineup so far in the tournament, I am a fan. Let's put it like that. I have become a big fan.
Thing is, when we look back to the Ancient matchup they played in Dallas as well, right? The one thing that's really concerning is you're generally happy if you get 4-5 T rounds on Ancient, yeah? Then you go, cool, okay, I can still do well on that. Mouz got 7 last time. You know, like, I'm really struggling for Movistar here because I don't think their individuals are feeling that hot just now. We come back to that Tyloo game, and yes, it was a better looking Tyloo, but you still hope they would have won it out a bit better. Like, I don't know, Pimp. Unless we get Sunpius, Mopoz, and Alex activated all at the same time, then Mousesports should be just running away with this. And I actually think this could be an even more convincing scoreline, you know, because probably Movistar right now felt like they should have won Vertigo and they let it slip away. So that mental reset's going to have to come in a big way.
I agree. There's not a lot of points right now that points in the direction of Movistar riders. One thing is calling out the players, saying we need to see Alex, we need to see some players, Mopos for that matter as well, playing well. I agree. We need to see everyone basically lit up if they want to match the, I guess, individual output that is coming out of Mouz. I'm looking towards Torsi, I'm looking towards Frozen, and I'm thinking to myself, who from Movistar riders can match those two? Sun Payers on a good day, sure, he can match Torsi, but we haven't seen that in this tournament so far. We haven't seen that today. And then Alex or Mopus for that matter as well. Sure, they have their occasionally good games. Like we saw Mopus yesterday, you know, having a fantastic barn burner of a game, but it's not really consistently happening from map to map. So in order for me to predict them to make an upset here, or in order for me to believe that Movistar Riders is going to get 12, 13, 14, maybe even 15 rounds and go into overtime, I need to see something I haven't seen yet in the tournament. And that's what makes it very tough for me to back them up right here.
Yeah, it definitely does. And if we are touching a little bit on that performance that Alex and Mopos had against Tyloo, I also felt that it was a little bit of Tyloo kind of gifting a lot of frags over towards them. If you were watching that game, Movistar's A site that was so much potential there for Tyloo to exploit. Because there was like rounds where they could just leave it completely undefended and just go gamble four men over on the B side, because Tyloo wasn't taking advantage of the fact that the A side was weak. There was one round where Bentet managed to take the timing and go out and get it all on his own. And I think if you're Mouz and you've been watching that game, you know where the weak spot of Movistar is, and you are definitively gonna send Torsi and Frozen in that direction and open things up. So I don't think this is going to be an easy one for Alex and Mopos. And if Sampayas cannot come alive on the server, this is a very, very convincing win here for Mouz.
I just want to pick up on something you said yesterday, James, during the Tyloo game. I believe the fact that you didn't really believe Mopos could continue to do the same high performance from map to map, right? It kind of did happen yesterday, but generally speaking, you were spot on. You know, looking at Ancient in the past 3 months for Mopos and specifically, right? Yesterday against Tyloo, I believe his rating was 1.88. He had a fantastic game and did a great job. Absolutely insane, I agree. But if you look past the last 3 months and you exclude that one game, his average rating on the map is 0.94. He's not even posting a 1 rating. Yesterday he performed not only twice as good as normally, but almost 3 times the normal production that he has on the map. So to believe that Mopos is going to be able to deliver such a performance again, given that it's never happened before on a map like Ancient, it's hard for me to put stock into. So maybe yesterday, James, you weren't exactly right, but generally speaking, right, you were spot on saying that Mopos is kind of I would go as far as saying he's very inconsistent. When he hits his highs, he also has a lot of moves.
He was the anomaly yesterday, right? So he popped off and he helped save the day. And had that not happened, maybe he wouldn't have been able to. And obviously, it's against an opponent that we would equalize a little bit lesser. But the game's finally ready. The teams have got their act together, and it's time for us to roll into it. So Vendetta, Blair, it's time for you to see if you can maybe give Movistar some luck and at least give us a 3-mapper. But it's probably going to be Mouz.
Yeah, thank you, James. And the guys at the desk, yeah, we will see if there's any more firepower left in Movistar Riders. Obviously, a heartbreaking loss. Given how they started on Vertigo, felt like they probably should have been able to close that out, but it seems like the Mouz machinery was able to get into full force once we swapped over to the T side. And maybe that continues as well. Mouz, obviously, they do pick Ancient. That means that they get the notoriously difficult side of T.
Yeah, but which is something they seem to be very comfortable with, right?
Yeah.
We have a lot of utility being purchased here and going to be dropped in the direction of Satorji and Dexter. Here comes the smokes with Sunfires up close. First look, 2 leaves in hand. 2 guns, but just the 1 kill. Mouz, though, replying back with a P2K. Alex chipping in with one of his own as well. And now, all on Bemis. This is a great hold coming out here from the side of Movistar Riders, just holding their ground, playing in front of the smokes, and absolutely slaughtering the take from the side of Mouz.
Yeah, that's a much-needed start as well. Movistar, I think, is the team in the entire tournament that has the worst pistol win round stats, or pistol round win stats out of anyone, to the point where it's like ridiculously low. A lot of the times you'll see teams hover around the 50% mark. I think Movistar on certain maps, on Vertigo, they were down to like 8%, and on Ancient, it's something like 26. It's been rough. For them to pick up a pistol, especially given how good of a track record Mouz has on the T side versus Movistar, it's exactly what you need. Let's see, actually just a clean round from Mouz Sports here. Not bothering to invest anything at all. They're clearly setting their eyes on round 3. Let's see though how much damage they can be able to put on the Movistar Riders team.
One thing that Des brought up as well was how it was Mouz who, let's see if there's any damage being dealt here. Frozen able to see if we look at 1, but should be taken down. I like how he just lobbed the M4 on top of the donut there, but I think they might still be able to retrieve it. Anyway, just speaking about like Mouz, he has historically struggled in Ancient, but yesterday he had 38 kills in 29 rounds against Tyloo. But again, like Pimp said, is it sustainable?
Yeah, well, that is going to be a big question, especially because we saw him doing it in not that many varieties of ways. A lot of it came through just being aggressive, right? So if you're constantly just going to run out through a smoke or what have you, in Lab Room by Jaguar, then okay, yeah, sure, that might work a couple of times, but I think Mouz is going to get wiser to that, eventually, and they're going to definitely have seen that in demos as well.
Here comes a buy, though. And as you said, the aggressive hole coming in from daviG, pushed up pretty aggressively, top of the lane position. Dexter, though, Molotov just to clear out the close angles of Jaguar, and he's going to have a very easy time. There's no one really looking to contest this Mouz going ahead with their defaults.
Smoke comes down as well. I'm going to buy Movistar a little bit of time, but again, one of the issues that they didn't necessarily feel all that much versus Tyloo is that they do have a tendency to play blind, and then they load up towards the B bomb site, which makes sense considering Tyloo's had the tendency of never actually visiting A. But we'll see if that's something that they get punished for here versus Mouz.
No utility though. They're just going to hold the line here. It's going to be Dexter the first fall. Great hold from Alex and Mouz. No one getting taken down. And all of the execute takes place. They have no control of the Jaguar position. And Mouz still looking to take the duel. It finally will be found. Now the thing is for Mouz, they have time to work, but it's going to run on across towards the A bomb site. But they have been spotted by the player that is daviG, and they also have another one inside a temple. The crossfire here could be brutal. That's boosted up. No one's going to check him. No one's going to clear him, and it's going to exercise some very good trigger discipline. Able to find one, but now the jig is up, and it's all on JDC. Left in the 1 versus 2. 15 seconds to work with on 22 HP. He might just get the bomb down though, and for at least for the time being, a potential 1v1 against daviG. A couple of warning shots, and I think he saw the second player as well, waiting, daring for them to peek around the corner. Is now his position known, his position compromised, the reposition comes on in. I don't think they're going to be expecting him to push to inside a temple. He could maybe isolate a fight here. And for the CTs, they have a kit with no utility. The tap comes in, and JDC isn't going to fall for it. Catches the timing on DaVG, the 1v1. He thought he was still sticking the defuse, but Sun Pius will get the clutch, and that's going to be round number 3 for Movistar Riders.
Yeah, big round to win, but probably could have been a little bit cleaner as well. It seemed like there was a bit of a mishap in terms of communication between them. Obviously, we saw Deaths hidden up on the perch. Alex still goes down. What doesn't have to go down is your value of your inventory. Make your CSGO great again with CS.money. Bring emotions with new skins and be the game changer.
Upgrade, update, enjoy.
There you go.
Everyone.
As we all say.
Yeah, as we all say. Yeah, that's exactly how I wake up and I play the game. You know, I install whenever I load up Counter-Strike, there's a new update. I'm like, update, upgrade, enjoy. Well, maybe not enjoy because I usually get absolutely destroyed in matchmaking. But here we go. Play going to be coming in from Mouz. It's going to be a bit of a light fight, but because he got the bomb down, able to eke out the few AKs and a decent bit of utility. Smoke for red. Time nade from DaVG. Unfortunately, not able to inflict too much of damage. It's going to be a slow walkout split towards that A-bomb side, which the desk spoke quite a bit about.
Yeah, and again, if you watch Movistar Riders, you've seen their tendency to lean away from the A-bomb side, leave Deaths with a lot of responsibility by himself, or on occasion some Pius. This makes sense from Mouz to kind of test the field and also show that they are capable of moving elsewhere than just catwalk and banana. This is going to be one of the more fortified A-holds, or A-rounds that we've seen out of Movistar. JDC already tagged low. Torsi losing out his duel as well.
Oh, that's though delivering death from the temple, and it's all on JDC to try and wrest control because Frozen is so far away. What a hold from Deaths from that position. He lost DaVG early on and a 3-kill just with the one magazine. Great work from him.
Yeah, he was big on Vertigo as well. Seems like he's continued his good form going into Ancient as well, and that's going to be needed. Especially if Movistar wants to continue to play the way they do, again, being a little bit more favorite of the B-bomb side on their CT side, having a player that's consistently getting multi-frags is obviously going to increase your comfort levels. 4-0, good start. Movistar have previously peaked out on 8 CT side rounds versus Mouz Sports on their 2 previous meetings, so looking to improve on that and gotten pretty close already.
Always a worrying thing on the CT side of Ancient is, despite the fact you might have a really good start, if you lose even like 3 or 4 rounds, suddenly you're like, oh no, this is kind of rough for us, right? So
it's happening. But in a sad way.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen teams get off to a great start, stumble a bit, and then you're pretty much guaranteed to lose the game.
Yeah.
That being said, Mouz still haven't found a round yet, so it's still a long ways to go.
It's a promising start, that's for sure. And it's somewhat unlikely that they're going to be able to find too much with this buy either. No Molotovs, 1 smoke, 2 flashes. Yes, and Pius already getting to work with Mopos.
Yeah, walking out ahead of before the smoke blooms as well, allowing the free kill. Frozen at least able to find one. JDC as well.
All right.
Taking on Alex suddenly. This thing's starting to look a little expensive. DaVG going out wide, able to find the 1, but JDC doubling up his tally with 2. It's a 2v2 right now. A lot of damage getting dealt, but Deaths is going to line up the final 2 members. It's an expensive round considering the investment from Mouz, but it will still be a flawless CD side thus far for the Iberian side.
Yeah, they managed to pick up the op as well on some Pius at least, so managed to hold on to the most expensive gun. That is something, but that looked like it was more down to Mouz or Movistar Riders not necessarily connecting their shots in that great of a fashion, more so than Mouz forced them into a difficult spot. So
again, that also came down to Deaths having a good spray there, right? Because they peaked him together, everything. Considering it was 3v5 for Mouz, the fact that it came down to what could have potentially be a 1v1 with the bomb down, it's massive. Tag timeout getting called here by the coach of Mouz as they discuss how they want to approach this buy. It's going to be a very solid one. We might even have the op out for Mr. Torsi.
Yeah. Considering how they lean obviously heavy towards the A site on their first buy, might do something similar in that sense, or in their second buy. They might actually just decide to play a bit of a default style, especially if they get the op in the hands of Torsi, which they have. It could be playing a little bit to get the feel for what Movistar are doing in these instances.
Here we go. By coming in, Torzy looking for any aggression to come out from the CTs. It's just going to be utility getting deployed. A little early, not going to catch anyone. And Alex looking to be aggressive. This is what I want to see. This is where rather Movistar is going to be really tested, right?
Yeah.
They were able to survive the initial buy coming out from Mouz, but a majority of rounds that they've won have been against the pistols, the half buys, you know, the pistol round comes to mind. But now the full might of this Mouz buy, they haven't really had a chance to defend against. A lot of damage being dealt early on to Dexter though, as Mouz using a few flashbangs, trying to take control of mid. JDC leading the charge.
Yeah, that's going to make it difficult for Movis to help out. Davi not going to have the luck on his side as JDC finds him through the flash. That's an easy pick though, and an easy equalizer for Sampaius. Much needed as well. Hasn't had the greatest of series so far. If he can get hot, there's definitely a chance for the Spanish team.
Alex playing in front of the smoke, however, and that's delayed CJ smoke. They're able to spot him right before it blooms, but Alex still going to be able to find one, the repositioning as well, and he's finding every single kill. Down to 36 HP, but that's okay. Now his teammates have arrived as well to help him out. And Alex, he doesn't need any help. He's single-handedly doing everything by his lonesome. And the 1v4 here for Torzy, able to at least find deaths, but looking at the time, there's not much of a hope for him here. Alex, a great hold, especially with a perfectly timed smoke being lobbed in by his teammate.
Yeah. The fact that he dares to stay put as well in an aggressive and forward position, nets him the second kill, and somehow managed to escape rather unharmed as well before he finds his third. Very, very well done. And, well, Global Esports, you've done well versus Movistar earlier. You're undefeated on Ancient for the last 3 months, but if this continues, that might be changing.
Well, what could also change could be your skins. Just use the code right there, promo code get to buy. Go ahead over to Hellcase and try and upgrade your inventory. It's got a little bit of a heart-shaped chocolate box as well.
There you go.
I don't know if you get that with the case.
Full of love.
Full of love. It's all full of love. 6-0 right now for Movistar Riders, as they're not showing any love to Mouz. Mouz yet to get off the mark.
Davi with a one-way smoke on top of the stairs. Get flashed out though. Yeah, and again, you're kind of living on borrowed time when you're using one of those smokes, and Mouse Sports have been pretty patient about their approach into mid. Get a re-smoke off the mid room as well. Actually, they miss it. I'm not sure if that's on purpose or not, but okay, Davi's still going to be able to find information.
Brave from Davi G, the flames right behind him, so he will have to just stick on around the corner, but that's fine. No one able to trade. That's holding a very forward position. Bemis potentially aware of this, and despite dealing a little bit of damage, he will be found out. A missed shot from Sampaius, though, might allow an opportunity for Mouz to make their way inside of Donut. He is getting harassed by the utility. Trapped for the time being, and there's no teammate nearby to protect him. But a nice flash to try and peer around the corner. There is a player watching him. He spots the barrel.
Tip, yeah.
He sees it. He sees the tip of the AK. Sees the hand as well. But missed shot once more, though. Finally, he will claim his victim. But JDC's there to trade. Now a 4 versus 2. The bomb has been spotted inside the donut as well. And JDC retrieving the AWP, looking to find an opening. But Movistar Riders, they're showing nothing.
Yeah, Death is a super strong position as well. He can kind of allow and afford himself to sacrifice Davi here. As Frozen and JDC tries to make their way out. If they decide to do so, they might actually be in a position where they think like, okay, we just need to hold on to our weapons.
Yeah,
we're not going to make it onto the bomb site in 10 seconds.
Yeah, lovely work coming out from Davi G and Detster, finding the 2 early opening kills. Detster being very brave towards the red room, walking out in front of the Molotov, able to tap away and take down Torzy. That was the AWP. And then, despite Sampaius kind of struggling a little bit, he still got a kill. And because he delayed them for so very long, his teammates were already on that A bomb site. And at that point in time, with 25 seconds remaining, I think Mouz didn't have any information as to where any of the CTs were.
Yeah, playing blind, never ideal, especially not on Ancient as well. And another tactical pause being called by Mouse Sports. They haven't really gotten that close, if I'm honest, in their actual buy rounds. Seems like Movistar has had a pretty decent amount of control so far into the game, but we know there's a history between the two teams. We know that Mouse Sports have been successful on this very map in their previous meetings, so can't write them off just yet. But I think it's fair to say that this is the best start that Movistar Riders have had all things considered.
I mean, considering how Vertigo was also them looking, you know, I think it was 5-0 if I'm not mistaken at one point.
Yeah.
It's going to be just kind of haunting them, right? They're like, listen, guys, we also had a great start in Vertigo. 10-5 on the T side, it still spiraled out of control. But still, here, this is a thing when you go for the ancient pick, right? You always it can be such a cruel mistress where you start on the T side and you just get nothing going your way.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's why I dislike teams picking ancient. I think it's a, on average, bad choice. Leaving it as third, perfectly fine. Picking into it, you're making your job a whole lot harder. And I highly doubt that there is a team that is so much better on ancient than, let's say, a nuke or whatever it may be, that it's worthwhile doing time and time again. But Torzy finds the opening onto this. Finally, a bit of a promising start for the Mouz team here.
Great
flash. So white. Yep. Had no idea what was right in front of him.
They're going to try and fight fire with fire dive EG. The flash is good, but not able to quite capitalize on it. Same kind of smoke. They are aware of this, and it's going to almost try and line them up. But Torzy, he's starting to wake up right now with the AWP. Alex spamming away blindly through the smoke. And look at Torzy just combat opping, running up, getting in the faces of the CTs with the scoped weapon. There is a flank taking place, however. Now they know where Alex is, and Dexter just goes for the swing. Dexter, you need to hit those, but Torzy will make up for it. 3 kills for him. Sunpia trying to play distraction for as long as possible. Buying time for Mouz. Come in, but what a shot from JDC. Spins around like a turret and decapitates him, and Sunpia, there's nothing he can do. What a shot from JDC, and this is as a follow-up after Torzy was just absolutely dominating with the saved AWP.
And that's exactly what Mouz needed. Obviously, there is a bit of a fright to this all. The fact that, okay, the one way you were able to get your first turn on the board was off of Torzy just being an absolute hero. And then, even with that situation, you know, you're in a 2v3, that could have still gone horribly wrong if JGC doesn't hit an absolutely insane deagle shot. So it's labored. It's difficult for Mouz from start to finish.
I need a replay of that.
Yeah, again. So flick the wrist in half.
It's kind of crazy how, like, we saw, like, just the sequence of kills they get, right? Torzy gets the opening, second kill, fantastic, and then Dexter absolutely whiffs a free kill, and then Torzy continues to hit another crazy shot, and then JDC with the shot of the game. I'll just say that. That is such an insane reaction shot from him.
See Young Guns leading the way in this one. That was excellent.
All right, here we go. Okay, the first one, great opening. You know, standard stuff from Mr. Torzy.
Yeah, fast off. He has to lead the charge as well. Like, he's first in most of these, and there you go.
It looks so much more impressive from Mopoz's POV, but I could literally
that
feel
makes it so much better. And everybody's been Mopoz at one point, like, having that reaction to a sick shot.
It was so quick there, then, like, it wasn't even a reaction shot, right? He had time to just flick around, slightly readjust his crosshair, and land a headshot. Like, just...
wildly impressive.
These kids, man.
Getting real quick. I have a bit of a lull.
And the money, because some of the rounds they won, it did come down to the clutches. It did come down to the 2v2s, the 1v2s. And so I'm just trying to take a look here. I don't think the money is in a healthy place at all for Movistars, despite the fact they are 7-1 up.
It might not be fantastic, but again, they did hold on to an up from Sunpia, so maybe that's going to be enough just to have them reinvest. Sunpia is going to be able to drop off something at the very least as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, I'm sure they'll be able to eke out a pretty decent buy overall.
Yeah,
but my worry is if Mouz win another.
Oh yeah.
It's a big if, but if they do manage to do that,
that could be how we end up on 8-7 again.
That's what happens. We've seen it happen so many times, especially against teams like for example, we see that with Astralis, right? Like, a lot of people call them the best team on Ancient right now, and for fair reason. And it's like, you'll have their opponents get like 8-0 or like 9-1, and suddenly just one close round, and then they break them in a second, and then boom, 9-6, and pretty much a guaranteed win.
That is pretty wild.
That being said, this is around one off just the individuals from the side of Mouz. We still haven't seen any of their game plans really result in any, in a convincing win yet, or even a close round. Because of that.
And this was the problem with their CT side as well in Vertigo, right? They got 5 rounds, but that was 5 rounds off of the back of either Dexter having a fantastic round, Torzy acing, or something to that effect. And they can't really allow themselves to have that on Ancient. again, you can only rely on that for for so long. It's great to have as a bit of a back pocket thing that you have the individuals to potentially give you a round or two, but yeah, you definitely need to get better. We see frag leaders for both sides. Senpai is definitely showing more of himself early on Ancient compared to what we've seen out of him on Vertigo. JDC as well had a bit of a rough start in the first map, but started off hot here and also having an extremely impactful deagle frag there in the last round.
Little rough for Mr. Bemis though.
Yeah.
0 kills, 7 deaths, 0 assists. The classic 007.
Secret agent.
Secret agent, and Dexter in 1 and 8. But T side of Ancient, it's rough,
tough,
man. It's tough. Even if you're a favorite, even if it's a map that you're comfortable on, it's always going to be tough. The frag leaders are JDC. 180 AR, considering that they've only won 1 round, is very impressive.
He's doing his damnedest. And you can tell that he's probably quite a bit above in terms of ADR compared to his rest of his teammates as well. Towards at 57. Only just kind of gotten into the groove of things by having an op in his hands.
Oh yeah, massage. Yeah.
There we go.
Cyclone. Look at
Frozen's really enjoying that.
Oh, no, he seems a little put up now.
He realized what happened.
He's like, ow.
Cyclone's a big man. Like, he can probably do some damage to your shoulder blades if you wanted to.
But he does look like he knows what he's doing, or maybe he's like, he just goes with a smile. We obviously don't know what he's saying, right? He just goes there and he's like, listen, if you don't get 1 more kill, I'm just gonna break your shoulders.
It's like, Frozen thinks it's like a friendly massage, but then it's like, no, it's actually a threat.
No, we think it's a friendly massage.
Yeah.
And Frozen's like, I will now get an ace.
Yeah. If it actually comes, if we come out of this tech pause and Frozen aces, we're just going to stick with that as the official story.
That is the running hypothesis.
It's the truth at that point.
Absolutely. We have the headsets off, though. That's always a little worrying.
Yeah.
Sign here for the side of Movistar. Are just quietly chilling. Is that a little table fan for the hand?
Oh, yeah, it is. It's brilliant.
Sweaty palms.
No, but it's fantastic. For people who have notoriously cold hands, which I'm one of, I would love one of those things. Plug it in, USB cable, good to go.
I actually have like really sweaty palms. So sometimes like when I flake, my mouse gets flaky.
It's a bit of a rough one. It looks like one of the admins were handing the phone over to, I think it would have been either Davi or Senpaius to be able to get their Steam code.
Yep.
That means we should be getting near at the very least.
Considering how early it is here today in Dubai, and we have a little bit of
Senpai's playing to the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely, that you love to see it. There's a small crowd here. It's still very early, right in the day over here in Dubai. It's the beginning of the weekend. Obviously, over here in the GCC, it's the Friday, Saturday is a weekend. Yep. Pretty cool little exhibition convention going on outside as well, right? We went for a little bit of a walk. We saw the
you
FIFA
danced
area.
on stage with Just Dance.
Yeah, I danced on stage, with some of the cosplayers.
No footage though, sadly.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I kicked ass. I was like fantastic at it,
especially after you put on the cat ears.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what a cat
got into your own element.
Screw it, man. I'm just gonna. You know what? I'm just gonna. Maybe the next game or the grand finals tomorrow, I'll just come and cosplay. Just like.
There you go.
I've never done cosplay though.
I mean, with the jacket, you kind of got a Top Gun vibe going on.
Yeah. Plus, it's topical, right?
Yeah. There you go.
Just put on my shades. I don't have aviators, so I have the
Wayfarers.
The Wayfarers. So I can still make
Close
it work.
enough. It's still Ray-Ban.
Yeah. There we go. Shout out Ray-Ban.
Still sunglasses.
Shout out Top Gun.
Yeah. There you go.
Shout out Tom Cruise. I still need to
shout
see
out 80s movies. We've had lengthy discussions in the green room.
80s movies. In the 80s were the best time for movies, and I will fight anyone who says anything otherwise. Best thriller movie, Predator right there, Best action movie, Commando. Best historical movie, Conan the Barbarian.
100%.
100%. That
based on a
happened.
true story.
Absolutely based on a true story.
Do love a good based on a true story movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Every movie, like Terminator is literally a documentary.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's about that one time when I think Hyundai invented a self-aware machine.
Oh boy, yeah, the 80s were crazy times for sure.
Yeah, I just love how everything was so over the top, just so over the top. And then you had And then the 90s happened and things became a little bit more sober, and nowadays you have like, you know, all these with the Marvel movies and everything, which is fun, I won't lie, right? Like it has its charm. I won't lie, I do sometimes watch them, but then I go back to like, I don't know, man, like Batman and Robin, it's much maligned, that movie, you know, with George Clooney, and it's kind of critically panned, but honestly, you go back and watch that movie, Arnie's there, and he's like, you know, it's time for the freeze.
It's solid for sure. Well, my guilty pleasure from, I guess that would be early 90s, Demolition Man.
Oh, classic. Wesley Snipes.
Yeah. That is something that you wouldn't see today, but definitely worthwhile a watch.
It's kind of hilarious how in Demolition Man they're like, all right, so we have this guy, we're going to freeze him, like, you know, because he's too dangerous, and like, let's freeze the good guy as well. He's like, congratulations, you caught Wesley Snipes, and now you're going to be frozen as well. Like, what
I mean, you can't really fault the logic, can you?
And I don't think anyone really figured out how to work with the 3 seashells. I don't know how people are going to get the reference, but the 3 seashells, I've thought about it. I have certain ideas. I'm not going to say it out loud.
That's for off-camera stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely get to that later on. We're still waiting on the game. There we go. Enough 80s movie trivia.
More
Shout out to Arnie and Stallone, the greatest action movie stars of all time. And who's going to be the action star here for Mouz is the question. You can see the FAMAS already coming out to play here, showing that for Movistar riders, the money is not exactly in a very healthy place.
Yeah.
And the opt-out on this so risky from Alex, trying to time the peak with the flashbang, but Torzy so very quick on the trigger.
Extremely quick, and Mopo's a little bit more further forward than what we've seen him in previous rounds. That's more of the area he spent majority of his time versus Tai Lu. Torzy though, haven't moved, and there you go. It is a wallbang fiesta over towards that area. I think we've seen players like Rain, for instance, during the major, really perfecting that and making a science out of it. So it's going to make life a whole lot worse for a lot of T-sides. JDC has been able to make it into the mid-window room, but has been spotted doing so as well. So this shouldn't be a surprise for Deaths. And even though he does expect it, still goes in the favor of JDC.
4v3, and if I'm Movistar, I'm starting to consider the save here right now. The money's in such a grim position. Torzy though, he's been spotted. Oh no, Senpai's 23 HP trapped in the corner. His team is going to try and save him. Oh my lord, Bibis, that was ugly. That was so ugly, but JDC is there to save the day and take away the AWP as well. It's all on Mopos. Now this is still winnable. It's a 1v3. Bomb has just been planted. He's got a kit, a nade, and a smoke. But the moment he gets killed on the JDC, the jig is up. Now they know where he's going to be coming in from. And Torzy, he doesn't really miss any shots.
You can tell he's thinking about it. Am I going to save the AWP for some pies, or am I going to go for it? Yeah, decides to go for the safer option in this one. Well, that's a round that, you know, constantly hangs on, you know, in the balance for both sides, honestly. Again, JDC, if he doesn't win out the first duel there, once he arrives into the mid-room, could very easily become a favorite round for Movistar. And then you have obviously the situation with Davian and Bimas. The shaking spray doesn't really work out as expected.
I love how the Kirby spray lives on in Beavis, and
yeah,
it's still so questionable at times. Like, what a spray!
Oh, for sure.
What is not questionable is, of course, if you ever want to learn anything about NFTs, you can check out Take My Muffin. It's an animated show purely about NFTs.
Yeah. It's got robots, explosions, and unicorns.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. It reminded me of a cartoon out from straight from the 80s, like He-Man and the Master of the Universe.
There you go.
Remember that one?
Absolutely.
Wild
Hard
times.
to forget He-Man.
Hard to forget He-Man. What a name, like He-Man. I don't know how he...
Doubling down, it was like, it's a dude.
80s were a wild time, man. Like, imagine a guy just sitting in the executive office. It's like, hey guys, let's make a superhero or like a character. What's he called? Here it is, guys. He-Man. And the one guy's like, that is amazing. All right, 7-2 though. The AWP still in play in the hands of Senpais. Unfortunately, he's far, far away from where the action is going to take place. It is going to be towards the A-bomb side where it's just the pistols in place. And Mouz, they're making no mistake. Utility going to be deployed. They're going to see the player stuck inside a corner. That's actually going to stick there. So there is a
He's not burning.
No, he's fine. He's fine. And Bemis is going to clear the angle. He should be He should just the angle, but somehow Death with an incredibly quick double tap onto his head. Beavis is having a horrible day, but still Mouz will still get the bomb down. And it should be round number 3. And this is the thing, right, Ben? We spoke about 7 in a row, you're looking great. Yeah. And then suddenly, Mouz are on 3. And if for many teams, 3 rounds on the T side of Ancient, they're like, this could pretty much be good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and obviously, it's such a typical manner that it happens as well, right? Movistar Riders going up against 2 saved weapons, and that's it. It's pistols on the 3 others, and still not enough to really hold them off. Towards just going absolutely wild. And that's the catalyst. Again, well, to be fair, we saw it to a certain extent as well. Like Torzy with the ace in the first half of Vertigo, that set them off to get a couple of rounds at the very least. And then in the second half, it was Bimas 1v3 clutch to do the same. And Senpai's just gonna fall before time runs out. That's painful if you're the CT side. And Mouz, obviously, equally ecstatic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, firstly, they're able to only like suffer one casualty, and more importantly, taking away that AWP is massive, right? Yeah. So obviously they have to repurchase it for Senpai's. And yeah, there we go. No AWP. They have to stick with the A1s, and it's not like, you know, the offense had too much of an impact thus far here. Even in the streak of rounds Movistar Riders had. So great flashbang in the double swing coming in. Mouz able to take down Torzy, and they have wrested control of the lane outside of double doors here for the CT side. Now, Frozen's listening to all this commotion, mind you, and in the meantime, how adventurous is Dexter feeling? That's the question. He's snuck on in, and if he can catch the timing, he could just ruin this defense from the CTs. But no, Davigi very well aware.
Yeah, I think given the smokes that Mouz used in mid, like with one of them being lower, with the specific surface or purpose of covering off Donut, that kind of is a bit of a giveaway that you're going to have to be ready for it if you're on the CT side. And the question is just how long are you going to give that any sort of attention? I think Dexter's just going to wait it out for as long as humanly possible and try to find people that are committed to a rotation. And as we see, the 3 others on his team move slowly towards A-Halls, setting up for smokes, for Donut. So Pi is playing pretty far back. Then again, like Movistar Riders are kind of set up in a position where they can choose to either fight or play for a retake. And there we go, Dexter finds the timing. Senpai is not quite as much, does find Bimas, but is immediately traded.
Spam through the edge of the smoke. Oh, this is brilliant from Dexter. What a round from the IGL. Like, we spoke about how brave he's going to be, and even though Davigi's waiting for him, he's still able to get the kill. And just so much of faith in his teammates to take that A bomb site, sticking in the corner, and great trigger discipline as well at the end to pick up the 3K. Yeah. Round number 4 for Mouz. Like, listen, if you're a T-side of Ancient, that's mission accomplished.
Yeah, you've done what you set out to do, really. You can tell that the frustration is spreading on the side of Movistar Riders. And it's a shame for them as well, obviously, because you felt that you were so close, then you lose a little bit of an unnecessary round, and that's what spurs Mousesports into a winning ways.
Half bite. Bemis, this time, straight shot fail. Frozen able to catch Mouz looking through the tiny little crack. And it's all on Deaths on that A bomb site. His teammate is arriving, that is Senpai's, but it's just a deagle. Senpai's dealing a bit of damage. And that's going to be Deaths to strike. Okay. 2 clean headshots, even a bit of overkill onto Bemis. And that's going to funnel the remaining members of Mouz towards the B bomb side, where 2 players once more line with Senpai's Molotov might force him out of position, but Frozen will smack him down. But Alex in the cubby. Is he going to be checked? They should check him. They need to check him. They don't, but somehow he doesn't quite land his shots. A flashbang from JDC actually saving a couple of his teammates. And for Deaths, just save the AK. Great shots coming out from him. Good call from Senpai to rotate back towards B as well. But the clinical take on the B bomb side from Mouz.
Yeah, again, they were always going to be at a disadvantage with the pistols only. Deaths did his damnedest to give them a fighting chance, but I think being able to carry over an AK in this type of scenario is about as good as you could hope for. Well, the problem is Mouz getting slowly closer and closer to that typical halftime result that we've seen time and time again between these 2 teams. Going to be up on 5 when this is all said and done, and at that point I feel like Movistar, in order to have kind of just the feeling that they're still in this, or that they're still within a shot of doing good things, they're going to have to win out the 3 remaining rounds.
Oh yeah, they absolutely have to. And how you guys could win a few skins is go to Hellcase right there. There's a giveaway for the get to buy. You can pick up a Gamma Doppler, the Glock. You can pick up that M4A4, that AWP.
Yeah, Contaminated Breach. That's one of your favorites.
Yeah, I don't even have any skins, Vendetta. I'm poor as hell.
Yeah, and to do so, just
someone just send me a trade offer. You'll
accept it.
I'll accept it. Just go to my Twitter and just do it. Here we go. First, is that a first tag timeout from Movistar? That's wild. I thought they would at least have called a couple thus far, but it looks like it's the first tactical timeout getting called by Movistar Riders. And considering Mouz have gone in a 5-round streak, it could be a little too late here. 5 rounds T-side, that's already mission accomplished for Mouz, and any round they get from here on, it's just going to be a bonus for them.
Yeah.
But still, 10-5 for Movistar Riders. If they can make it 10-5, win the pistol round, convert the anti-ecos, then they can still make one close. But Dexter jumping out from the smoke. Lunacy from the Australian, but he will find Davy G.
Dexter's been really turning up the heat for the last 3 rounds, now finding the opening as well. Gonna set Mouz off in a brilliant fashion, and it looks like they want to poke a little bit more towards that A site, judging off of the rotation. And to be fair, that's been paying off pretty decently for them. Bias does find the long arm of the Australian, so it equalizes things. And okay, this is going to be heard. This is going to be heard. That's hearing the steps in A halls. The rotation's coming in. And Movistar needs to actually defend, and that's not the way you want to start it. JDC finds deaths immediately.
Alex, position compromised after getting that first kill out of JDC, but JDC has done his job now, right? It's 3v3. Mopos with the flank. Frozen is going to be aware of this timing. They're going to walk on path of Frozen. Still going to do due diligence. He's so aware. So aware. Finds Mopos. Torzi. Combat opping. Up close and personal. It's going to be taken down. Beam is to fall as well. It's all on Frozen. 1v2. And Frozen, ice in his veins, clutches it out from Mouz. They're going to get to the 6th in a row.
They are. And it's all about Mouz right now. Turned on the switches like they did in the second half on Vertigo. And no seeming answer to be found for Movistar Riders either. And it's been this A site predominantly. The Dust talked about it going into the match versus Tyloo. The A site kind of became neglected for a large period of time. Mouz seemingly found a way to take advantage of that in a big, big way. Still a bye at the hands of Movistar, but need to see rounds coming in now. Well, that's a bit of a new approach from Mouz as well. Look at JDC.
Dexter again leading the charge. Alex just buys Lonesome. There's nothing he can do. He needed at least one. Frozen's going to catch Sun Pies as well. Mopos inside a Jaguar, though he could maybe prevent a bomb from getting planted. Lines it up, but no, they're planting it behind the pillar. There's nothing you can do. They had full control of short, so they had the freedom to go for the plant, being protected, and it's going to come down to the retake, but it's just getting absolutely dumpstered.
That's such a cheeky move from Mouz as well. Again, they put so much pressure over towards A. They're still winning out fights when they go delay mid, etc. JDC just casual Sunday stroll up to the B bomb site without any sort of inkling that it might be happening from the set of Movistar. So fantastic, and you can throw in those kind of gimmicky rounds every now and again when you've started to get a couple of rounds on the board. Puts the fear into the CTs. They don't really know how to react to it, and look at that. We were at 7-0 thinking that this might be the time where Movistar gets away from that 8-7 scoreline, but doesn't seem to be the way. And it might actually get worse here because usually they're the ones with the 8 at the end of the half.
Listen, if you get an 8 on the T side of Ancient,
it's hard to really see.
It's just overkill at that point, right?
Yeah.
And Mouse might very well get it. Dexter, 11 kills, a lot of them. It's such impact, and Alex able to deal a lot of damage out of JDC, and 1 HP still coming out on top, and Dexter,
man.
He's just so sharp, and it's great to see, right? If you go back to, look, there is a caveat that you're playing against Movistar Riders where, Mouz are obviously the favorite, like easily, but still, the one complaint that Dexter had for the very long time in this team was like he was just a liability in a fragment department. But even yesterday, today as well, and even the recent past, he has really kind of come into his own once more. This is the Dexter I used to watch when he was playing for Greyhound Gaming down under, where he was not just the IGL, but also the best player.
100%. And that's the Dexter we want to see, and he's going to continue on in good form, closes out the half. And Mouz Sports, they are the ones to improve by 1 once it's all said and done. Definitely not what I expected, seeing that 7-0 start from Movistar.
It's so unfortunate for Alex. He dealt so much damage, but yeah.
FAMAS, man.
It's a FAMAS. We always play the FAMAS.
Oh, 100%.
It's the gun.
It's a limit to how much even pro players can do with that weapon. But definitely not ideal for Movistar riders. You can see fist bumps going around, still trying to keep morale high, and obviously they need to do so. Still have a fair few rounds to play here before it's all said and done, but they haven't had the best of history when it comes to the T side of Ancient by any means. They got pushed to the very brink by Tai Lu earlier, and in the last meetings versus Mouz, I think the maximum amount of T rounds they've been able to scrape together has been 3.
7, yes. And that's the thing. That's the damning fact against Tai Lu, as you pointed out. It was Talu's mapping for sure, right?
Yeah.
But the fact it was 16-13, and now this is just grim. Fast play coming in towards B, though. 2 CTs lying wait. Flashbang. Ooh, a bit of a team flash there. And Frozen will be found by Mopaz. Are they going to continue to push? It looks like the answer is yes. Torzi, aware that Mopaz could be still checking him as to slow things down a bit. Will be found. Great work from Mopaz, finding 2 kills. And the bomb site, bereft of any CT presence, the smoke is keeping them at bay. Saying that though, and Dexter might prevented the plan from taking place. But a second too late, bomb will be planted, and Mopaz continuing his reign of terror. Remember, he was the difference maker for Movistar Riders yesterday against Tide with 38 kills in a 29-round game. And if he can start to come into his own here in the T side, maybe
there's a chance.
Maybe there's a chance. I want to be a believer. 4K from Mopaz. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, and they're going to need him as well. Again, Des pointed out that yesterday's performance was a bit of an anomaly compared to how he's fared on Ancient in the past. Maybe this is going to be the awakening, really, of Mopaz. Up to 11 frags. Now off of the 4 and the pistol round, and Movistar get that much-needed start at the very least to the second half. We'll see if they can actually convert on it as well. Not the easiest thing in the world to win round 2 and 3. Especially when you're going up against precise deagles in the hands of Mouz.
That's the thing here for Movistar. Like, they won both the pistols.
Yeah.
Right? And they had a streak of rounds initially as well. It just, even when they do, we can't be convinced it's going to be enough. The force coming in from Mouz are like, and this is what they need to somehow avoid. They need to avoid getting ecoed here by the deagles. 4 deagles, Frozen with the 5-7 is going to be playing all the way inside of A Hall. So aggressive posturing on one side of the map. That can allocate a few more extra players here towards the B-bomb side. The question is, the players push inside A Halls, how long are they going to stick on around there?
Yeah, and the question is if they fall back or if they actually move forward to try to start an early flank. But yeah, Movistar are definitely taking their time. A couple of nades being lumped out initially. Just waiting it out. Good thing is, no more smokes to be found on the Mouz Sports side, so Movistar are not necessarily going to run into a wall of some sort.
40
and that's probably the goal, really, as well. You can see smokes being lined up, and this might be go time for the Spaniards.
Dexter's position, though. Someone looking to take the fight with the play down ramp. Molotov going to be raining on in, but this is aggressive posturing. Frozen, aware of the potential of a flank. Dexter, the deagle from him has been absolutely deadly, but it's going to be the late flank taking place. The late rotation towards the A-bombs, and JDC is going to lie and win. 18 seconds. He's going to take the fight here. He spots 2 players. He needs to hold the line. He needs to stay alive, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Trying to set up a crossfire with his teammates, but a smoke towards CT is going to prevent help from arriving, and that smoke could have maybe just might have saved Movistar Riders here. That got so hectic.
Yeah, it really did. And I was thinking to myself, like, how on earth did it get the bomb plant down? But as he said, the smoke saves them in that situation, allows them a little bit of freedom, something to wiggle with. And yeah, trades going back and forth, but unlikely that Torzi and Bimas are going to be able to do anything to win the actual round at this stage. So Movistar Riders, they escaped the nightmare, at least for now.
Some wild party music playing in the exhibition area.
Yeah. Katy Perry rocking.
Is that Katy Perry? I don't even know.
Obviously it is.
Obviously.
And you do that. I've seen your Spotify playlist. You just pretend to be an Iron Maiden fan.
I would have no idea. You know, I listen to jazz.
Yeah, sophisticated man.
Sophisticated man, classical music, death metal. Anyway, coming back to the game, we have Movistar. They stave off
the initial pressure.
Yeah, it was scary, but still, they have to contend with the upgraded pistols. Now, at least there's only 2 players with Kevlar. They have to deal with this. It's going to be Torzi and Bemis. The rest of them, it's going to be naked. Once more, JDC and Torzi going for the aggressive stance towards A Hall. They dealt damage though. Dead looking to take the fight. That was
questionable.
Very questionable. And Bro hits the shot. That could be disastrous for Movistar, but Sun Pies will stay alive. But they have no map control.
They really don't. So I think best idea is here is to stay as grouped as possible. Problem, as you said, yeah, with no map control, Mopa's just going to have to be worried about the elbow here. Just a little bit surprised that they've left Sun Pies by his lonesome over towards Donut. They're really taking their time to clear things out. Yeah, what is just spring cleaning as well, making sure nobody gets an additional weapon on the side of Mouz. But judging from the radar, this is the correct call, even as blind as it may have been. They had a choice to make.
Yeah, they have the flashbang. I like this from Dexter, right? He lobs the flashbang in the direction of Torzi. He's like, flash me in, I'm just going to clear it out, but it's going to be a little too late. Because a hit is coming in towards the A bomb site, the smoke's going to bloom. Should be around number 10 here for Movistar Riders, at least able to get a double digits before Mouz do. And for Mouz, it's all about trying to deal as much economic damage as they can. Maybe even steal away a couple of AK-47s.
Would be ideal. Bomb's gonna go down. Pies already aggressively placed. Just like Dexter has an inkling at the very least, but still gonna fall as he walks through the smoke. And yeah, this becomes just cleanup time really for Movistar Riders. We'll see how patient Mouz are with waiting for the time to strike. And Torzi, okay.
Cleanup, you say? Well, Torzi, he's gonna clean up Sun Pius. Davi G, he just turns away the worst time. He could get another kill. Good frozen Bemis though, around the corner. Great shot. Even his, like, one taps is shaky, but it works out though. It's an AK save, taking away 3 guns. That's fair enough. Fine, frozen dice, it's okay.
You take that. Again, you didn't invest in Kevlar or anything like that. It was just the upgraded pistols. You can absolutely be fine with it. And yeah, Bemis seems like he plays like he's the most stressed man on earth.
It does.
Because it always like gripes.
It stresses me out just watching this spray.
It is kind of funny. We've had, like, for the last, I want to say, 10 plus years, we've had a player who has had that kind of a way of shooting. You had Pex from Dynamic, then you had Kirby, obviously.
And speaking of Kirby, he's back as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Absolutely. Retired at a very, very young age, so obviously still has plenty of years ahead of him.
I always will have a soft spot for that North team, because I did a lot of the DreamHack Opens, and they were always there. You know, MSL, QB, AZ. Okay, Bemis, Dexter. I'm not too sure what Movistar Riders were doing. They're just walking out in the smoke, no flashes, nothing. Dexter, he hears the tags through the smoke, and Sunfire's left, and he's getting whittled down well. The spam dealing so much damage. And this should be a flawless round for Mouz. They get the rifles in their hands, and they make it look so easy. But that being said, it was Movistar trying to be a little bit more quicker on the B bomb site. But once the smoke came in their faces, they didn't seem to know what to do.
Yeah, and to be fair, it was a pretty similar first buy round to what we saw from Mouz as well, right? Just trying to have a bit of a gimmicky round where you go on contact, maybe surprise the players over on the B bomb side. If there's a solo player there, if they're playing 2 towards Jaguar, then that can prove to be enough, right? That you get the deep space that you want towards B long, you can control the rotations and that kind of stuff. Would have been enough. So I feel like it's a fair gamble to take this early on into the half. You don't, obviously, you're not fighting against map point or anything like that. But definitely didn't pan out. That's for sure. And they obviously would have loved to do a little bit more economical damage. You know, sure, you might lose the round, but if you down 2 to 3 players at least on the Mouz side, then you're going to be able to maintain that pressure. And that's what we saw kind of broke Movistar as well in the first half, right? They were up 7-0, but they had been sustaining losses through that period of time. So there wasn't that massive of a bank, right? All it took was 2 rounds from Mouz Sports, and all of a sudden you have a Spanish team that's completely out of money. So that's what you're aiming for, really, for Movistar. Continuous damage, and then eventually you'll snap the back of the Mouz Sports defense, but not to be the case just yet. Looking healthy as can be for the international squad, and they're going to be looking to add on to that as well. Not the biggest of investments from Movistar in this one. A couple of deagles.
All off the back of the the few kills that Beavis got with the deagles, right? Just money getting absolutely snatched away. And now for Movistar, they've won the first 7 rounds in the first half, and now they've won the first 3 rounds. But the question is, can they win any of the other rounds?
Remains to be seen. Maybe they're just hot starters. That could be. They're gonna walk it out in towards mid. A little bit of a delayed timing. You can see Mousesports pretty much taking life easy. Pretty safe positions for 9 to Eco. They know that they're up against something that's not necessarily going to be too scary as long as you keep your distance. I think Frozen spotted one as well. Not really sure. Yeah, Movistar maybe just hanging back, hoping for utility to be used from Mousesports. That's one way of draining the economy of the CTs at the very least.
The thing is, like, Mouse's protocols on these CD sides are so very solid. There was a window. There was a tiny little gap which could have been threaded by Sun Pius. But now Dexter's going to be holding the angle. Sun Pius, I don't think he's even going to be expecting that. There we go. Dexter's going to find the kill. Remaining members slowly going to be creeping up. They could actually get the bomb down here. They at least had a little bit of utility. A hop and a skip from Mo. Pause. A miss shot from Torzi. Nate's going to sail in, but no, they're actually going to get the bomb down. That's a win.
Yeah, that's a massive win.
Massive win for the side of Movistar. I don't even know how they get the bomb done. So crazy. Not even getting a kill.
That round had nothing to it from Movistar, and somehow they do end up with a bomb plant.
We take those.
Absolutely. So 10 to 10, all equal. As we venture in further into the second half. This is kind of where the real challenge begins for Movistar. Yeah, you got the bomb plant. That means you're going to have a solid buy going into this one, but we need to see you do something different, something more than what we've seen in the previous matches on Ancient.
10-10 though, all tied up now. And of course, thanks to that eco, rather than the light buy and the bomb plant, they will have everything here to work with. They have the full arsenal at their disposal. Do Movistar Riders, they have the ob as well in the hands of Sun Pius. And Sun Pius, like, look, I don't want to look at one individual, but if you go back to, okay, never mind, Torzi gets absolutely wrecked by Davig, not even having time to flick on over in his direction. And that's the sort of start you want.
Absolutely. So, Racing Torzi has been definitely an impactful player in the series so far. Could go a long way. You see the pressure coming in towards the A side as well. So, Movistar spreading themselves to stand, and it seems like Dexter had an inkling. Davig yet again is going to be able to return. So Pius as well won out his duel in mid, just searching by his lonesome.
That's big.
Yeah, all of a sudden, from equal trades to a 4v2 in favor of Movistar Riders.
And that means the individual just have to really step up here, right? And Bemis, he's by his lonesome. But that being said, you can see JDC starting to poke and prod towards mid, and he knows that it is going to be a B hit coming in. So if he can arrive here in time.
Oh, if he does, that could be 2 easy kills.
They're taking so long.
They're
taking so long. Smoke's going to be used up. The player holds the angle though, but JDC taking a lot of damage, but the jig is up. He's going to have to take the fight. Flashbang's out, and Sun Pius will find him. It's all in Bemis, but they're being so very methodical. He's going to have to go for the contact play. Finds one, but that's all he's going to get. Very, very solid round coming out from Movistar, and that's the sort of rounds they need.
Absolutely. Question is, how easy is it going to be to replicate? That's the big one. Obviously, Davi doing a fantastic job finding the opening onto Torzi, and you can see not the easiest of shots to make. And obviously getting the trade on Dexter as well once he's in. He had gone aggressive. Highly doubt that we're going to see Mouse give up entries in that quick of a fashion going forward as well, but they've decided to take a tech pause. Cyclone wants to talk through a thing or two. Only have one remaining as well. It's kind of weird to see Mouse being the one
using one tag time.
Yeah, exactly, because Movistar have been going through them like chocolates.
They're being very reserved with the way they were using the timeout. Still 2 remaining for the Iberian side. And the previous round, though, I kind of like what Dexter did there, right? They lose Torzi, and then he pushes in towards a ramp, kind of by his lonesome.
Yeah.
He gets the first kill. Then there's always a danger of, like, when you're fading back, You want to like rattle off a few shots before you fall back, but he was using AK-47. There's always the risk of the tracers getting it away for you, and that's how he gets taken down. Sunpire single-handedly able to get a kill towards mid as well. So a lot of favorable duels going the way of Movistar Riders. Bemis to just shoulder peek around and try and find something. And Mouz, even though they've deployed this deep smoke towards ramp, they're not really taking advantage of it, but they're still slowing down Movistar Riders. But I like how Movistar Riders is still going to be, just walking on out because they have lane control over here, allowing Mouz to use up a lot of the utility early on, but still not able to buy too much of time. Nice attempt from Sunrise.
I think it's dangerously close there. And with the slow-paced style that Movistar Riders are utilizing right now, it means that when Mouz wants to basically put 2 players up in mid, sure, they're going to be able to rotate back in place, but it also means that they have to give up whatever control they have of mid, and we've seen Mouzsport do it as well, do delayed mid takes that allow you to swing between the 2 sites. So with the way Movistar Riders are playing, they're leaving a lot of options open as well.
Rokos in a very, very comfortable position deep inside a Jag.
He's actually so far removed from his team as well, yeah.
Yeah, but he's not really showing himself, and Mouz aren't really re-aggressing. They're just holding on to these crossfires to have on both the bomb sites.
Yeah, and that's the final smoke being put down in top banana towards the B bomb site as well, so Movistar might be comfortable waiting that out.
Big gap,
big
gap in the smoke over there. Well, it will re-smoke it, however, 25 seconds remaining, and Bemis getting whittled away. He's getting absolutely harassed by the T's, but Frozen and Dexter, they will strike. Utility getting deployed once more, but 8 seconds. The bomb, if it gets dropped,
open flat as well.
Out in the open, Alex able to get the bomb down, and Dexter, great readjustment, but he will fall eventually. Now the 3 versus 2, bomb ticking away, and all the 3 CTs coming in from CD spawn. You have Torzi, JDC and Frozen, no utility. The spray comes in, it's a 1v1 now. Torzi versus Sunpius, the off versus off, and Torzi somehow found Sunpius, and there was a left eye peek as well.
Yeah, how? I have no idea how he actually spots him. Because we saw it from Sunpius' point of view. He barely saw, the sliver of his shoulder.
He should be dead to rights, and he just
100%.
Okay, I need to see it from his POV.
Oh, yeah, that's a large elbow.
That's what you get when you work out your forearms that much, but my word, Torzi.
That's so big for them as well, because we talked about how everything fell apart for Movistar over on that first half. Same could have, stood a risk to happen again with Mousesports here. It's not like their economy was solidified by any means. Losing that would have spelled disaster. Instead, it's Movistar Riders back on pistols.
Yeah, if that round had gone their way, then if that clutch had gone the way of Movistar, it could be them taking the lead and again forcing Mouz to just sweat it back. Nice spray transfer of Bemis. The shaky spray, man. Sometimes it taketh, and sometimes it giveth.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, Alex.
Speaking of giveth, that's a deagle bullet to the face of JDC.
Oh, Torzi. Oh, Torzi. Okay. All right, gets taken down. I think he used up all his aim points in the previous game.
Yeah, it's very possible he was going to be able to close it out. So Mouz, they do stay alive. They keep head above water, at the very least. I could have gotten a little bit dicey. It could have been a lot for Movistar to find just out of nothing, really. Again, take out Torzi. If they're able to get the bomb plant down, all of a sudden, feel a little bit more worried for Mousesport's sake. Again, after buying not a whole lot of money to go around, Dexter is sitting at 4K, and that's about it.
All right. This is the pivotal, the very pivotal round for the side of Movistar if you want to still stand a chance here. 12 and 11, still very close scoreline-wise, and everything to work with. For Mouz, losing a couple of plays in the previous round, really not helping their economy either. If you're Mouz, as a favorite, you're looking to just shut this one down and close the series, 16-12, 16-11 maybe.
Yeah.
But Movistar Riders, they are tenacious. You can never count them out. How many times have we counted them out against top-tier opposition, and how many times have they surprised us, right? But it is still going to be a Herculean effort, because Pim said it. 127 days, Mouz haven't lost on this map.
Yeah. They want to extend that streak for all that it's worth. see what Mopus and Co can do about it. So far, a very, very timid start to the round. I mean, 1 minute passed and barely made it forward into mid at this stage. I guess in fairness, they did show a comfort level. Oh yeah, with planning late into rounds, but in those rounds, you don't go down 3v5. Frozen doing a fantastic job and getting 2 very isolated duels as well. Not much to it from the Movistar side.
And they didn't even use any of the utility, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's such a waste. Mopaz and Sunpies, both of them falling, and these are the 2 players you're looking at to deliver in the server. So the hands forced, they have to go for this B execute. And for Mouz, like, they can try and pepper away at them, maybe lob in a nade, make life feel uncomfortable, but it's going to be a retake play, and Bemus, the timing was almost there, but they're going to go for the open plant.
I like that.
5v3.
Pretty much the best opportunity you're going to give yourself to actually win out the round if you're Movistar. So cool to see. Dropping a couple of flashes over for Davi as well. So he's going to be able to help out Alex here.
2 flashes back to back, and that's going to allow Alex to peek. But look at how slow Mouz are being. They're being very, very slow, methodical, but the peaks are together. Bemus finds Alex, Torzi finds Dave, Davi, it's all in depth. 1 versus 5, well 4 rather, but he made that look, sorry, Mouz made that retake look so damn clean. 13 to 11, and yeah, they get the bomb down, they have some bonus, but what do? Do you really go for the force here, or do you just go for a half buy?
It's difficult to say. I think you could go for a half buy if you can afford putting the utility in as well, right? Again, you could set it for a proper B or A execute and basically hope that the run again Tech-9s are going to do the work for you. If you can't afford the utility, then yeah, just let that round pass and leave it be with that. But they are getting to the point, obviously, where Mouz are getting closer and closer to not only map point, but series point, which would mean the end of the road for Movistar Riders in this tournament. So time not necessarily on their side.
And even looking at the investment they had a previous round, and I know what they're trying to do, like Sunpies had the AWP, he was trying to find the opening inside a red room, right? But the moment he clears out the initial angle, or maybe, I don't know, I feel like that 1 smoke out of the 4 or 5 they had for red room, and you know, Frozen doesn't get those 2 kills, right? It's easy, on hindsight everything's obviously easy, but still, it's such a rough round because the investment they had, and they go for the half buy, and Alex just gets blown to smithereens. And I just want, again, shout out to Valve for the Ragdoll physics update. I just love watching the model just fly away.
Definitely an improvement. We'll see if Movistar have anything extra, though, to throw at it. They still have the utility to set up for a BX here, but they're going to have to rely on those Tech-9s just being really precise. Good thing for them, though, Mouz actually only 2 players over towards that A-bomb site. They're pretty deep committed towards mid as of right now.
Don't you like it, right? They do have a read on the money, right, of Movistar Riders. So they're like, why do we want to play up close and personal? We just play very, very passively. And okay, Torzi, he's getting hungry. Eventually, he will fall. But Davi G in a rough spot, and he is getting hunted down. There is no escape. There is only death. There are only bullets waiting for them. And Mouz now 14 and 11, 2 away from qualifying for the grand finals.
Yeah, and this is the big one for Movistar. You can tell their money not exactly where it wants to be. Sunpi's not going to have an op. But I guess it could be beneficial to have an AK a little bit more mobile, a little bit more able to get up and into the heat of the battle when it matters. Not be left on the outside, but we'll see what the plan of attack is going to be. They haven't had much success going through mid, so going to forgo that in this one. That's a quick boost. Oh, okay. Acrobatics from Davi keeping him alive.
Okay, he's still going for it, the lunatic. Finally, he will fall. He will be punished.
That's a 10 on the scorecard. Easy.
I love it. That's, yeah, absolutely. That's some, what's the name, the Russian gymnast? Never mind, I'll get back to it later.
I'm thinking about Cirque du Soleil, man. Like, he was moving and grooving.
Komanesi?
Could very well be.
I could be wrong. The first Russian gymnast ever to get like a 10 on 10. Anyway, nice acrobatics. Not quite able to get any gold medals in the shooting category, however, unfortunately. But still, Mopal's down to 15 points of health. And again, Dexter loves doing it. The moment he loses, oh, that is so... Okay, Dexter, that is so unreasonable. Sunpius and Mopals to fall. That's a bomb spotted as well. And they had a man advantage for like, what, 10 seconds? And Dexter just goes, yeah, no.
Had enough. Dexter wants to book his ticket to the finals, that's for sure. And again, the late lurk, Alex, not going to have any success versus Frozen. And what was looking like a promising start to the round is falling quickly apart. 2v4, Davi and Deaths, with no real utility either. The one smoke that are going to be able to put down towards B long, that's about it. Again, open plant, which again has been working out. Mouse can continue to expect a bit more of a default plant spot. Oh, and the smoke lurk is going to work out for Davi. That's Bemis out of the picture.
Still doable here. Deaths now, they're going to group up together, looking to trade Dexter. He has been a thorn in this side. Shadow's giveaway. He spots both of them though, and now it's all on Deaths. 10 HP in the 1v2. Bomb plant in the open, as he said, so they have to face him, and JDC just runs out wide. The swing and the shots will hit. And it's going to be map and match point here for Mouz. They have 4 opportunities to close this one out, and it was all, again, Dexter, right? Like, yeah. They lose a player, and he's all alone. He's all by his lonesome, gets 2 kills.
Takes it upon himself to really get some balance into the sheets, and does so fantastically as well. And as long as Movistar riders are not going to be aware of it, Dexter's going to be doing it.
4 opportunities here for Mouz to close it out, and for Movistar riders, they need to win 4 in a row to potentially take us to OT. And look, if they manage to do so, I'm just going to be very, very impressed.
Yeah, it's just impressed, shocked, in awe. A lot of things, but right now it seems like Mouz found their way. Again, look at this, the forward setup over towards A-Halls here. This is something that Movistar riders haven't ran into yet either.
Timing though, is anyone watching with Trojan's question? The flick shot from Lama. JDC with the prolonged and labored spray. Able to find one before it gets taken down. A leg shot onto Death. Sun Pies pushes, but the smoke's going to keep them at bay. So sure, equal trades. And Bemis now going to be pressured. He's by his lonesome, and Mopos has got a lot of real estate for his team here, pushing deep inside a Jaguar. Molotov for the cubby position, and Bemis calling for backup. And backup is arriving in the form of Frozen.
Yeah, Bemis going to get smoked out. Still, though, bomb needs to make it way itself over towards the bomb site. Finally just going to arrive. Oh, that's on solo HP. 5
move.
damage taken.
He can't move. He cannot move from that angle.
Ugh.
1 incendiary. That's all they need, and they have it. Dexter, is he going to lob it in? He should be. And that's the moment it lands. He's done for. Oh, he actually escaped. That's so crazy. That's 7 HP, the immortal. Flashbang as well, but Torzi is going to strike, and simultaneously Frozen get the second kill. 3v2 now. Mopos and Sunrise having to deliver. Mopos finds one. The second kill as well. It's all in Frozen, who's going to spot Mopos in the corner, but Sunrise is there to help his teammate out, and Movistar's scrappy round, but they get it done, and they will cling on for at least 1 more round.
There's so many things that could have gone horribly wrong for them right there. Obviously, the double setup towards A-Halls from Mouz seems to be perfect for what Mouz Sports or for what Movistar are doing, right? Torzi definitely has an opportunity to actually get a kill with that to kind of supplement what JDC was able to do. That probably would have been enough to simmer them down, not necessarily fall that far back from sites and so on. And then obviously, that's surviving with 7 HP for such a long time.
Yeah, and even though he doesn't get much done, the fact that he just stays alive is an extra target for Mouz, right?
Yeah, and he gets a bomb plant as well, right?
I was actually surprised Dexter didn't lob the Molotov on the left-hand side of the pillar, right-hand side, but okay, never mind. Bemis just runs out mid, runs out towards the Jaguar position, finding 2 kills. Daviji at least able to bring this one back. This is a duel they need to win, but Torzi, he doesn't even need an AWP. And Bemis staying alive inside of Jaguar is creating so many problems for Movistar riders. Again, it's going to come down to the clutch ability of this team. It's all in Deaths though, in a 1 versus 4. Finds one, but he will be put down into the ground. Mouz Sports, they take the series 2-0.
They do. So the favorites live on, and they do handle their business on both maps. Looked a little bit labored on Vertigo, but they got the job done. And even though they were facing a pretty, well, a potentially monumentous task here on Ancient, from down 7-0, bring it back all the way to a pretty comfortable win.
Yeah, especially the CD side, they looked so very convincing and comfortable, right? And even though in the first set, so you said it best, 7-0 for Movistar, and they still end the half with Mouz leading, by one round, which is kind of ludicrous if you think about it.
Absolutely insane.
And they lost with the pistols.
Yeah. Pretty much everything was I guess kind of scripted, set up for Movistar to have a bit of an upset victory on Ancient, but Mouz wouldn't have any of it. It all started with Torzi's 3K, JDC's crazy deagle round in that, if you want to call it like half buy saved weapon round type of a deal, and they just didn't look back from that point on.
Also, Dexter having a hell of a series, right? He was the second highest fragger on the first map with 23 kills, and then he had 25 kills at top fragging. And not just top fragging, but a lot of impact kills coming out for the Australian for his side, so leading by example. Also, some pretty cool protocols coming out on Ancient. And Vertigo, I got to give credit where it's due. It looked like it was Movistar kind of running away with that game, 10-5 the first half, but still able to bring it back. Great stuff from Mouz.
Absolutely. So we got to see, I guess, a Mouz growing into themselves and kind of showing up when needed. Their T side on Vertigo, obviously nothing really you can complain about there. So happy to see that. That puts them up obviously where they expected to be going into this tournament, which is the grand finals.
Absolutely. Right now, though, I think it's time for us to grab a little bit of a Tim Hortons. I get it for free. But if you don't have
it,
you, yeah, no. But if you don't have it, what are you doing in life? I don't actually have it back home.
You run over to the stand. That's what you do.
That's what you do. I don't have it back home, so I'm just like guzzling this. And at this point, right now, I'm pretty much 70% caffeine, to the detriment of your mental sanity.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think Bemis might have had some Tim Hortons as well.
Yeah, he does shake like he's had like 5 cups of Tim Hortons or something mental. I do believe we also have an interview lined up with one of the players from Mouz. I actually want to listen to them, right? Because one thing I think the desk alluded to was how Mouz were talking about when it comes to practice with this new team. They have been getting a lot of good results, scrim-wise, practice-wise.
Feeling like a top 5 team.
Yeah, which is...
That's their words, but...
It's a bit optimistic, but at the same time, they are a team who struggle a little bit, right? They removed NBK, this new roster came together. Some struggles here and there, but heading into this tournament, we all spoke about the fact that they are right now the firm favorites because of the standard situation for a lot of the other teams, especially for NIP.
Yeah, and I guess they've kind of been able to live up to the expectations to this point by obviously securing a grand final spot, but there has been a few tricky moments here and there, particularly in this semifinal versus Movistar. So going to be interested to see, what they think about it, if it's like more down to them or if Movistar actually just, played them or made them bad in that sense, or made life difficult for them, which I think would have been completely fair to say, especially for Vertigo, but remains to be seen.
Yeah, I do believe we have an interview ready for you guys for you guys watching right now. So of course we have an interview with Mouz. Check it out.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear one more time for our winners, Mouz. Make some noise! Amazing stuff. Congratulations. So how do you feel?
Feeling good, very good. Looking forward for the final.
Totally. So a few questions if you don't mind. What is up and what's the idea behind the map veto?
Yeah, we were very confused when they didn't ban Dust. They surprised us with the Vertigo pick. And we haven't practiced it for a bit. And yeah, we just decided just to play our game on feeling, and we won. And Ancient is obviously one of the best maps right now, so we're really confident in it.
You guys did amazing, I have to say that. Even viewers around the world. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Make some noise again. Yeah, Dubai, the world, let's do this. Now, speaking of Ancient, when it was like 7-0, how was the communication going on?
I don't think we were down a lot. Like our coach, Dennis, he said just to keep playing, we're doing good stuff. They got lucky a few rounds, and we did, and eventually won some clutches, and we got into the game. Yep.
Amazing. So, you're going to the finals, right? You're going to make it happen. Who do you want to face? OG or NIP?
It doesn't matter for us. We're going to win.
It doesn't matter, guys. The confidence level is over 9,000. What, Pimas? I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in the finals. Congratulations again. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Team Mouz. And now, back to our amazing, phenomenal team.
We are back straight away. They even cut him off. Oh, no, we're gone. We are here. I'm not sure. Maybe we are here. Something's going on, I'm sure.
It is us.
The confusion is somewhere there, but do you know what isn't confusing? Mouz Sports getting the win. They did it in that 2-0 fashion. And then look, you just heard it from BMAS then. They were surprised by that vertigo change-up, right? They were trying to see if they could get an angle to try and take Mouz down, or they at least made it close. But when it comes on to Ancient, yeah, okay, a better scoreline this time for sure, Hedger. They went from, what, 16-9 last time, now it was 16-12. But ultimately, we still knew Mouz was going to win that out. That's just how it looked from the start to finish.
Yeah, it was 100%, and I was very happy. I mean, it was a bit of a scary start there, being down 7-0, but then they did exactly what I wanted them to do, and they switched it up and they started hitting that A site instead of, you know, the normal defaulting towards B. And they sending out Torsi there. There was like a force kind of situation. Torsi and Frozen, they had a couple of, they had the AWP and the rifle. And Torsi, this is the difference maker, right? Yeah. That Torsi got the call on his backside and or towards Donut. Okay, that's he gets the call. Where's the enemy? And he just goes out and he takes that peek. He takes that shot, and then he gets the frag. He gets the entry. And it's the same. You can see that he's always ready to trade out his teammates. It was the second one was like inside of Temple, and he never let Movistar Riders come back and fall back. He just always gets the opening frags, always gets the trades, and phenomenal performance by Torsi once again.
Can't really knock it at all, can we? They did what they were going to do.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree, right? It started off well for Movistar Riders. Thought to myself, okay, after going up, I believe 7-0, you're in a situation where, again, you're supposed to win the map. I know it's a strong CT side, and I know Mouz is also a strong CT side team when it comes to Ancient, but when you have so much momentum, the fashion you lost it in was so easy, right? It was Mouz Sports just taking over the game. You win 8 rounds in a row for your Mouz Sports, and at that point, I think we're all sitting back with a feeling of Mouz just cruising through the victory. Another little fun stat for this game is that the Movistar Riders won both pistol rounds, they converted both pistol rounds, and still ended up losing 16-12. So whenever we got into the nitty-gritty, whenever we got into all the fire rounds, whenever we got into all the rifle rounds, there was no doubt that Mouz were the better team. Also for Movistar Riders, if there's one thing I can pinpoint, especially in the first half, that kind of lost the control, the A bomb side defense was not strong enough, the B bomb side defense was also abysmal, and even more so, when they got the bomb down on the T sides, on the B bomb side, they just couldn't win a clutch for the life of them, right? There was a couple of 3v3s, there was a couple of 4v4s, even a 2v2, and every single time it was swing the way of Mouz Sports. So you look at the scoreline, you think 16-12 could have been closer, but at the end of the day, when you're not winning any of your clutches, there's a reason why you're not winning them, and that's because you're facing a team that is, simply put, just better than you are.
Yeah, exactly. And this point with them with the Movistar Riders getting the bomb site, getting the plant, this is brilliant from Mouz. They, in every single situation we had where Movistar got the site and got the plant, it was because Mouz bet them. They had the man advantage, and they were more than comfortable, just sitting back, relaxing, waiting for the team to group up and retake together. And they were successful every single time. Really, really solid retakes from Mouz.
And the scary thing is, right, when, again, Movistar had so much control for the fact that Mouz were able to bounce back. And look at the man on your screen in the middle there, right, Dexter, the IGL, in charge, 25 kills. It shows that he called a phenomenal T side and really just completely knocked the wind out of Movistar. From that point, you go, damn, like, what are you even supposed to do when he's popping off alongside everyone else?
For sure.
That's super scary.
Dexter is a guy that, you know, when he was being brought into Mouz, a lot of people actually rated him as being a good, solid in-game leader, but also also a good, solid fragger. Like, he's not one of those old-style in-game leaders who would just lead a team by being very, very strict and very systematic in his approach. He was a bit more of a free-flowing guy, especially within the Australian scene, and he was a good fragger as well. He had periods where he was arguably one of the best players on his team, in terms of fragging department. So to see him, have a glimpse of that, showing up right here, having 25 frags, almost 180 eyes is great for Dexter, but that's the Dexter we want to see more of, and that's the kind of performance that if he were to replicate that, on a consistent basis, or at least get closer to what we saw right here on a consistent basis, then Mousesports is not necessarily needed to have, the best system or the best tactics. Then they'll have enough firepower to go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams in the world. But we have lacked a little bit from Dexter lately, so it's a pleasant surprise to see him play well.
Definitely. And looking at Movistar, right? Okay, they're now eliminated from this. They finished 3rd to 4th. Obviously, there was only 8 teams here to start off with. Then you look at Dallas, it was 13th to 16th. In the Pinnacle Cup, they only managed top 4 as well. Like, they are struggling when they're getting like further into these deeper tournaments for now. Do you think maybe they're just like one roster change away, or is there even enough depth in the scene for them? When it comes to Spain, for them to make a roster change, it'll be beneficial to see them come up, because there was that one point, Pimp, where we got really excited about these guys.
Yeah, it's hard to say whether or not they need a roster change or not, because I agree, it feels like something needs to change in order to get over that hurdle. Right now, they're just the gatekeepers of top 20, top 25. I'd still say Movistar Riders is a decent team. It's a solid team. I like watching them play Counter-Strike as well, and they usually win the games they're supposed to win, but they just have to overcome the hurdle of beating a top opposition, and whether or not that requires a roster change or a talent change or a coach change or something else, I don't know, but you're right, it seems to have been stagnating a little bit as of late.
No, I will say, Hedger, and I think you'll agree with this, right? When it comes to Mouz, though, obviously we spoke about them also being in a position where they're at a lot of the big events. They haven't been able to get these wins, but this is now potentially going to be such a huge confidence boost from, okay, a bit of lesser competition than some of these main events, but they've done the job, they've got to the finals. If they can win the whole thing, God, that's going to do a hell of a lot for their confidence.
Yeah, I think that's going to be exactly what they've been needing for some time. This is going to be able to, if they win the finals at this event, that's going to just establish them where they are saying that they are when they're practicing.
Yeah.
They're finally going to be able to show that level also in official and on a LAN tournament.
Oh, for sure. Well, we've got to go to a bit more of an extended break, but when we come back, we'll be gearing up for our second final game of the day to decide who will join Mousesports in those grand finals tomorrow. It's OG going up against Nip, so maybe get yourself some snacks, a drink, or whatever else you need to do, probably a Tim Hortons, and then come back to us for this final game.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
My old phone used to freeze with the apps that used a lot of power. They keep loading in the background. Then almost definitely there's going to be a lag. With iPhone, I haven't experienced that. My name is Amandeep, and I switched to iPhone.
man, how's it going?
Going good. How are you doing?
How was your travels?
Really good. Thought there's going to be more turbulence on the flights, but it was smooth sailing and there was no problems.
Big airplane?
Big airplane. I'm always used to small airplanes, so this was a big one, long journey, but yeah, it was fun.
This is awesome. Today we're going to be playing a game called This Is Not a Drill. Do you have any idea about the rules?
No.
That's a lie, we already tried that before. So the rules here are that I'm gonna ask as many questions as possible and he's gonna try to answer as many as possible under 60 seconds. Are you ready?
Yes.
Which utility can you buy if you subtract the Galee's price from the XM?
Flashbang.
That's correct. Which team earned 4 major championship titles?
Astralis.
That's correct. Name 2 players that earned 2 major MVP awards.
2 major. Device?
That's one.
And another one. No,
that's half
clue,
a point.
No clue.
Let's go, next one. Name the youngest winner of any major.
Bialy? Or Kierby?
Yeah. I'm gonna, okay, it's half a point, another half a point. In what country was the first CSGO major held?
Sweden.
That's correct. Who was the best CSGO player in 2021?
Simple.
Easy. Which team beat the Astralis' the most prize money won in a calendar year record?
Beat Astralis?
Yes, the most prize money won in a calendar year.
More than Astralis?
Yes.
Navi?
Indeed. Who are the current leaders on the HLTV team ranking?
FaZe. FaZe, right?
Yes, it's FaZe. You got 7 out of 12.
Yeah.
You need to be a bit more faster, but that was right.
Okay.
Anyway, man,
fun.
thank you for playing and good luck for the tournament.
Thank you.
I'm just going to say, that was very harsh on Manu. I don't care if there was 12 questions. He got everything except one right. So Manu, you're the winner of that so far, mate. You crushed it. But talking about Manu, we're going into OG, going up against NIP. It's our second semi-final game of the day. Hedger and Pimp are still here rocking it with me. And this should be the game, right, that goes the distance. This is the one which actually, okay, Nips are still always coming as the favourites for sure. But this new OG, new team, new home, new smell, you know, that kind of feeling of all, each other. Probably not a nice smell, though. It's very warm in Dubai. Hopefully
It is.
Put
It is.
deodorant on, you know, we'll go down that angle of it. But overall, this should be a good game. This should be one where we know Nip can certainly be tested because they are playing with a stand-in.
Yeah, you look at OG and you think to yourself, right, there's a lot of tenured player in there, right? You have a guy like Nexa who's been trying a lot in his career, mostly known for his time in G2 and throwing games and not planting bombs, but he's actually a pretty good, you know, a pretty good player and a pretty good in-game leader.
Fired.
No, but people, you know, have this weird picture of Nexa that he's not a good player. I actually think he's more skilled than people give him credit for. Then you have Flamesy, which is a player that by many, at least half a year ago, when he was first brought into OG, people think to themselves, okay, that's a potential new superstar. That's a rifler who really got it all going. Mantu, rock solid AWP player, and then they bring in Neofrag and Fico, both players who have shown us glimpses of brilliance. So right now, yeah, maybe in a re-establishing period, but I have a little bit, you know, for this OG squad. I think it's a good squad. I think there's a lot of potential here, and NIP with a stand-in didn't impress me yesterday, so I agree, James. I think we have a game that is going to go all the way toe-to-toe.
Oh yes, and here we have it, right? One more game for today, and then our grand final starting towards the evening tomorrow is going to be coming your way. It'll be another best of 3 going on. Mouz have already booked their spot. If you're just tuning in now, they were the ones that managed to overcome Movistar Riders to grab the first one. But this side of the bracket is a little bit harder. Now, for NIP, you're expected to win, the pressure's on you, but if you don't, you've got to stand in, so that's the caveat that you have, right? For OG, they would love to get a win. Brand new roster come together. The first time we're seeing these 2 new players outside of, obviously, they played the show match against MRBR, but I'm not really going to account that as a big thing. But this is where we can hopefully see some positive signs come out of this OG lineup. Now, Hedger, when we saw from OG yesterday, right? Okay, they dropped the first map. It's like, okay, you dropped the first map. That's fair enough. You're just getting used to things with this team. But overall, were you impressed with what you saw from these guys?
Yeah, it was super solid from them, and I think Flames, he was on fire yesterday. He was absolutely killing it. And as well, you have Fiku and Neofrag, really impressive showing by them. And then, like you're saying, besides that show match, this is the first time that they're playing on this big stage, right? And to hit it out of the park on like the first go, I think that's super important for them, because they want to prove that they deserve the spots on the team, and they really done that for me. I am convinced that in the future, maybe even at this event, that this OG lineup can really compete at the very highest level.
Now, Pip, when we're looking at the other side of things, though, for NIP, we saw them yesterday. Okay, they dropped on Mirage, but the next 2 games were convincing. They were what we expected, right? They were good score lines. They were winning. There was no real worries of them losing to Naza. But considering we did pitch them as like the favourites coming into this, I know you've kind of swapped over to Mouz now. Do you think that this NIP, the NIP that we saw yesterday, can achieve that same kind of result and get a win against this OG?
I I think they can, yeah. I also do want to give NIP the benefit of the doubt. You know, it's been a long travel coming from Dallas into Dubai and then playing the late game yesterday as well. And as you all know, it was very late yesterday for these players. So I can understand why they weren't, you know, playing their top game. And then you can also spin it into a positive, right? They lose the first map, they're already tired, they're already jet lagged, and then they win the next two very convincingly. So they were able to pick themselves up and get the job done rather convincingly. So let's put it this way: I haven't seen NIP play yet at this tournament. I haven't seen them tested by a quality opponent, and that will be the first time happening today. So before I make any conclusions whether or not I think NIP is a contention for Mouz tomorrow in a final potentially, then I need to see them beat OG tonight.
So what you did there, Pimp, was say a lot of words, not really say anything to give me an answer, and you managed to skate around the whole topic in order to avoid saying anything.
Listen, I would be a great politician. I'd be a great politician.
You really would. You definitely would. But also the problem for NIP right here, Jim. No, it's fine. Like I'd say the problem for NIP is that you still have no idea what OG are really comfortable on playing with this lineup, and you can only look at kind of what the old OG had done. That's going to be an issue.
Yeah, that could definitely be an issue. And what we were mentioning with them having CTR here as a stand-in instead of their in-game leader, solid player Hampus. But then CTR also, he was the one that was popping off and really like taking the rest of the NIP lineup on his shoulders. And I feel like without him, they could have almost, not almost, but it could have been a lot more competitive on Overpass and the final map, Nuke, yesterday. So despite him being the stand-in, I feel maybe he is the one who is the most hungry to come here and prove himself, right? Because he's just a stand-in. Don't you think you want to be fighting to get back in on the lineup? And I think he's played really, really impressively from what we saw yesterday.
Oh, for sure. He did play really well. And this is the thing, actually. When we were looking down that, we were waiting for some of the other stars, the more experienced players of NIP, to have some great success. But you know what we should do? We should see the teams take to the stage, and then we'll delve into it a little bit deeper. Oh, no. Okay, producer just said they're ready. And then he said, no, 30 seconds. So we go a little bit further with it all. I can monologue for 30 seconds on why I actually
give us your best take, James.
My best take is going to be that NIP right now are going to feel like yesterday was a little bit unacceptable, but they're going to feel more awake, more alive. They've had the late game again, but it's time for them to shine now. He's throwing me under the bus. Of course.
I knew that we're gonna win like Vertigo, so yeah, it was good, but I wouldn't say it was like motivating. I just knew we're gonna win the Vertigo. I told the guys I knew the Vertigo style, and I played a lot of Vertigos on the previous like teams, and I knew what is like gonna work against this team. So yeah, it works. I wouldn't say it was like the best, but it was like good performance. I talk a lot. I created a lot of space for the team, and I met a lot of like good openings, so I would like give it like 5 of 10 points. I'm feeling like pretty good, but tomorrow NIP, so I'm looking for that match. I don't even know which maps we're gonna play, but I think it will be like 3 maps.
Welcome on stage, NIP.
I think we played really bad this first map on Mirage. I think everything was just not on point, like communication, I guess individual levels. I mean, they were putting up a fight, but I think we did not play as good as we can. As I said, on our communication, so everything was not on point. I mean, we haven't played CEST for 1 week since I am Dallas, and here it's impossible to practice, So it was really messy to go into first map. I think we could just do everything as we can, but I mean, as a communication, individual level, and it's being on point. We weren't on point on Mirage, and that was easily to see, I think everyone was a little bit frustrated, after the first map, but I mean, we needed to reset, and everyone was pretty calm into the second map. I mean, it was really stressed sometimes, but we did our job, and managed to get the rounds, the important rounds, and I mean, it was not good, but it was okay compared to the first map. How I feel right now after winning the series, I guess Nasser is, they played decent, but we did not play as we can, as we do. But I feel really tired at the moment. I need to go back to sleep. It's been a long day, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, it is certainly tough when you're going through multiple different journeys across the world. They went from Europe to Dallas, then straight to Dubai. The time zones have been changing around them, but you are still a professional team. You still need to be able to deliver those numbers. And well, Pimp, you've done a lot of that traveling yourself, mate. You know how it is.
I do, and I definitely feel with the whole, having not touched the game for a week, I think we can all relate to that. Once you've been away on a vacation, and once you've been, away for school, and you haven't played Counter-Strike, the first couple of games are always going to be inconsistent. You can be good the first game, but then you just know for a fact the game number 2, you'll drop the ball. And I kind of buy into I wouldn't call it an excuse for NIP, but I kind of buy into the explanation for why they looked poor yesterday. And I just hope that they can prove today that, okay, now we had our practice here, now we had our first, experience on stage. So today there's going to be no more excuses. There's going to be no more reasonings as to why they're going to lose the game. Just show us on the server and win.
Yeah, I think so too. And you just got a little bit warmed up on the back of that game yesterday, and we can see the Vitos actually coming in now, and not surprisingly, a Dust2 ban and Nuke ban. And it's going to be interesting. Do you think that they're going to try to go for the same kind of maps that they did in the last time these two teams met, or do you think we're going to get something spicy? I see Overpass.
Yeah.
Picked by NIP, actually. That's a little bit interesting.
Makes sense, NIP has always felt comfortable on Overpass, and CTR in particular as an in-game leader for NIP has always felt comfortable in Overpass. We also did see OG play Overpass yesterday against Complexity. They did end up losing the map, so it makes an awful lot of sense in my ears as to why they pick Overpass. Mirage coming out of OG, makes sense, right? We saw NIP play that yesterday, and that wasn't too well. So two teams right now just picking into each other's weaknesses, and then hopefully, which I think will be the case as well, at least there's a good chance for it, we could get a cool third deciding map. Inferno is still on the cards right here as a potential third map. Ancient as well, a map that OG have incorporated, at least when the old lineup was still around with Valda and the boys, they started to play Ancient and actually did a good job on the map. So I'm curious to see whether or not NIP allows that to be the third deciding one right here, or if we're going to the classic Inferno, which is also a map that NIP plays at a high level. Well,
yeah, Inferno it is, and I think that's a good decision from NIP. Then that kind of, you don't really have to do as many special strategies as you might need to do to pick up tier runs on Ancient. You can rely a little bit more on the individual performances, and I think this is a good veto for NIP.
Yeah, definitely so. The thing is, right, I know what OG's going to do here. They're like, oh, look at the Mirage they saw yesterday, try and make that happen. But I feel like the Ninjas won't play that badly when it comes to Mirage twice in a row. But on the other side, right, when we look at OG, they lost to Complexity yesterday on that Overpass game. NIP love Overpass. God, it's their staple map over and over again, Okay, they don't have Hampus leading it. But this is, again, we said this yesterday. This is the playground for ZTR. This is where he was leading the young ninjas over and over again and finding success on it. And he also frags out on it. You basically, you sat there living on a win. If NIP don't get this, I'll be confused as hell.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You know, it makes an awful lot of sense for NIP to pick into that map. I feel like the entire team just feels comfortable. It's also one of those scenarios where on Overpass, if you're replacing your in-game leader, you want another guy who's comfortable with the map. Because if you have one player on a map like Overpass who's not, you know, necessarily on board as to how you take map control on the T side or how you defend the B bomb side, as an example, it can fall apart pretty quickly. It's a map that requires a lot of synergy. So to have CTR feeling comfortable, to have CTR have, you know, having had already tier 1 caller experience on the map the first time he was joining NIP, and then, as you said, James, continuing in the We Play Academy League for the youngsters, then it just makes too much sense not to go for the pick. And then you add into the factor as well that OG played it against a weak Complexity, still lost 16-11. It's a no-brainer at this point. And I agree, you know, NIP are heavy favorites when it comes to Overpass.
Certainly so. Now, when we do look at this, though, obviously, yes, okay, it's one loss we saw recently for OG, but it is a map that Nexa has had more experience because he's been on OG to get like some better calling understanding with it. Like in the past, okay, they beat MIBR on that show match. Pimp, do you remember, Hedger? Do you remember at all like what some good games from MIBR on Overpass? I feel like that's one they used to play.
From this new MIBR roster or the previous iterations?
I can do a quick check. The beauty of being online is you can quickly check on these things. Let me have a look. It's a good map for them as well. So that's a fair enough one. So maybe the OG one yesterday against Complexity was just one where, you know, first game in, getting used to it all. So I just don't want to see OG get blown out on this Overpass. You know, I want to see him be able to put up some sort of a fight, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because I think the last time they played each other, it was actually OG with the old lineup with Nico and Valde, and they picked Overpass heading in towards NIP, and they actually won it 16-4. But you know, that's a long time ago, and it's a whole another roster that they're wielding right now, and the same with NIP. And I think it's a really good point, Pim, that NIP are going for these maps that are comfortable for the stand-in ZTR, that they are making sure that he has like all the tools available in his toolbox to be able to not only perform, but to also make the correct calls and decisions.
Now, Pimp, when we're looking down at actually what we're going to expect from these guys, though, which kind of players are we looking for as being the ones we need to really look at to do some big damage here? Because I know you touched on Flames as well, right? Neofrag, we know he can be down for some good things. And when I'm looking at the NIP side, for example, I just want to see more from Broland, because obviously when he came in at the beginning, he looked really good. Yesterday could have just been an off day for him, but we really need to see him step up in a game like this.
It would be cool to see Broland be the superstar. You know, it'd be cool to see him, you know, elevate himself. He was sort of like caught in Fnatic, I would say, in Elo Hill for a couple of years, and that can be tough, you know, on a player's motivation and on a player's peak level as well. But I'm sure, you know, given a couple of months and especially after the summer break, once Broland is fully integrated into whatever NIP is going to look like after the summer, he's going to perform better. So it would be great to see him play well now, because I honestly feel that with Broland on a top level, together with Rest playing well, then NIP can get away with maybe not having an AWP player that is especially good in S-Tech right now, or maybe even allowing themselves to play with 5 rifles and actually, you know, facilitating S-Tech to be more comfortable in a hybrid role like that. So there's different directions you can go with NIP, but it all comes down to whether or not Broland is going to be a star, I guess, if there's enough firepower coming out of him. Looking on the other side, you mentioned Neofrag, you mentioned Nexa, Flamesy as well. I want to look towards Manto. He's actually had a rough show yesterday. I think he's the 5th lowest rated player right now in the entire tournament. And as I said, he's usually a rock solid, stable AWP player. And that's to me, it's a positive thing, because I believe Manto's going to play well today. He rarely have 2 bad games in a row or a bad tournament throughout. And yesterday, they were still able to beat Complexity fairly convincingly without Manto even being on the server in a sense. So if he plays well today, then there's even more firepower NIP has to handle.
It is, and I think you're touching on something very important here, that today is a different day. Today is a stronger opponent, and I don't know, I just have such high expectations for Manto, and I was a little bit disappointed in what he was showing us yesterday, but then again, like, was it really needed? They won 2-1, it was kind of comfortable, and I think maybe it's just like, you know, saving his energy coming into these last couple of days of the tournament, and we're gonna see some amazing things from Manto today.
Well, let's hope we do, because he's certainly going to be needed. When it comes to the other side on NIP, though, right, when it comes to the All-Pro of SSTag, obviously at the beginning everyone memed on him. During the RMR, it wasn't terrible, right? He was able to put up a better performance. He's now starting to find his foot as an AWP player. But are we really looking at Mantu just being able to eat him alive in this, or do you think it'll be quite a standoff?
He should be able to eat him alive. You know, a good Mantu is going to beat a good SSTag 9 out of 10 times on the server, to be completely honest.
It's like a good Mantu is going to beat a excellent SSTag.
Yeah,
think about it.
That's
like
what
that.
it feels like. But that's also where I want to see NIP, you know, low-key facilitate SSTag in a different way. You know, on the maps where it's needed to have an AWP player on the server, then sure, go ahead and have SSTag. His overpass performance against Vitality during the major was impressive, but that was like a one-off. Ever since it's been very, very up and down, to be completely honest. But facilitate him in the sense that allow him to play the rifle. You know, on the T sides, you don't necessarily need an AWP player in modern days Counter-Strike at all times. So just give him the rifle and make him feel comfortable at least 50, 60, 70% of the time. And then he's not, you know, he's not a bad AWP player. He's just not a player that is going to make the difference on the server. So in order for NIP to be a good team or win this game for that matter, I wouldn't necessarily bank all my cards on buying him the AWP every single round. So I would like to see NIP use him as more of a hybrid, not only for his own sake, but also for NIP, because I think it will elevate them to a point where they should be able to beat teams.
Well, it's time for us to get into the game. It's time for us to enjoy this second semi-final. OG going up against NIP with Vendetta and Blair.
Thank you so much, the guys at the desk. And yes, we are going to be getting into the second semifinals of the evening. OG Esports versus NIP. And we've got a juicy couple of maps for us here, Sedan.
Yeah, absolutely. And OG obviously going to be starting kind of on the back foot here. Is NIP's map pick here on Overpass. They are a Overpass specialist team. Yep. Next, of course, is going to be Mirage, where NIP actually had a shocker of a loss yesterday against NASA, the local homegrown team. But here we go. Full sets of Kevlar for the side of OG. No utility, no kits being purchased, and no early contact being made. Again, just look at the way OG just grouped up outside short and the connector position. They could actually spring onto NIP, but Rez is going to be making first contact, and they're not quite able to take the shots they want. Oh, here comes a push though. 5 is charging in NIP. Just looking to just group up and take the fight to OG, and Fiku left alone in a 1 versus 5. Just a Glock train. What do you do when you're facing off against 5 sets of Glocks? Yeah. Nothing seems to be the answer from OG here.
That pistol is meant to deal with, you know, multiple people going through underpass. It's not meant to handle 4 people coming running at you from the top of stairs. But NIP find the golden solution for it. And it's a tag. Taking the duel versus Fiku, last man standing, is going to lose it out. But 1v3 bombs already planted, as you said. No defuse kits available for OG, so Fiku's going to try to hold on to his Kevlar at the very least, from the looks of it.
That was a pretty cool stack if it was going to be a B hit, right? Like,
yeah, quick rotations.
Because they had Fiku towards the B bomb side, it would call for backup to arrive, like you said, instant rotation, and NIP wouldn't be expecting 4 CDs charging on from short. But when you're getting pincered, I forgot who the player was. I think it was ZTR at the bottom of cons. She spotted them out, kept them pinned in, and then 4 clocks just come flying from the top.
Yeah, they were not prepared. Did not know what was coming in, and that's a type of pistol that was very, very popular on Overpass for, okay, I think he gets the 3rd one as well as ZTR dies to the bomb. But yeah, that was a type of pistol that was very, very popular in Overpass a year and a half ago. Worked to great success, and I guess we just saw the counter to it in many ways. Not a whole lot they could do, and great, obviously, shots from Brolin as well. The desk wanted to see him more as the shining star of NIP. Obviously, so far, it's been ZTR who's kind of taken the limelight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think anyone on the NIP side would hate the fact that Brolin just has a monster of a game.
Yeah, Bro on LAN was pretty solid yesterday, but yeah, was eclipsed by ZTR. A lot of impact kills, a lot of opening duels being won by the stand-in here for Hampus. And that's the thing, right? Coming in, standing in for Hampus as an IGL, and also having those impact kills. That is like the perfect play, so to speak, coming from ZTR, because he has massive boots to fill. The Roland somehow still goes the hard clear.
Yeah, I could have sworn Fiku would have won that, because again, gets the slight shadow advantage when Brolin's basically going for a slow clear of the corner. It's not enough. Even after, well, Brolin sent, what, to 52 HP after the AG from Montu? Felt like that should have been a done deal, but not to be the case. Free upgrade for ZTR. And potentially the most harmful weapon out of the way on the side of OG as well. Might have to rely on some scout tags and precise deagles. NIP though, can gather up and head towards Monster. And to be fair, that is where OG have kind of stacked up as of right now.
Stack though. Can be cracked open is the question. ZTR once more leading the charge. Flashbang won't blind next up, but he's going to be isolated. Neofrag flies back with a deep shot, rattling away. Flamesy will fall, and now it is a 2v3. Broland taking down the player Neofrag and Mantu with the scout, at least able to find Broland, but then an expensive round for the side of NIP, but they do only, I mean, they're able to still manage to clean it out, and considering it was a force buy coming out from OG, it is going to be just a US piece now. Yeah,
you take that if you're NIP. Most scary round probably that they're going to face for the better part of the half. All the insecurity that comes with an anti-eco and whatnot. We'll see though. Obviously we saw OG play Overpass already once. Was their map pick in their opening game, and that didn't necessarily pan out too well.
They did look very clinical yesterday in the second and third maps, right? Even though they lost to Nasser, which I won't lie, well, it was still a massive shock for result. But the way they convinced them to win the second and third maps, obviously in maps like Overpass and when you're a pug team, it's never going to be easy, and obviously OG are going to be a whole different opponent altogether. ZTR catching flames. It's just the US piece though, so this should be a round where NIP will be looking to maybe farm a little bit of cash there. Stack switching. Picking up the Mag-10 from Rez.
And Rez just running around with dualies.
Love to see it. You'll love to see it. Maybe not you, but I do.
Might get sent in as a bit of a sacrificial lamb going forward. We'll see. Or maybe Ezetag just wants to take charge and see if he can add a couple bucks to his bank account. CTR continuing on the good path. Another towards B. And yeah, Ezetag does jump in first. Not going to find anything for it though. Luckily, ZTR is there to trade. So Neofrag left alone with the Deke. And now, 3 players to find on the side of NIP. ZTR disposed of.
Clean shot coming out from Neofrag. And I do like how NIP is being so very methodical, right? Even though it's mainly against a couple of upgraded pistols, they're taking no chance, using up all the utility as well. You can see the resmoke coming in for the Heaven's position. Not sure from Neofrag though. For NIP, Rez is a kind of low one, but they do lose the dualies and the Mag-10. So despite suffering a couple of casualties, NIP should be reasonably happy with the way this round played out. It should be 3-0 here. For OG though, this is their only the second official, right? Like we were talking about this. The first one, obviously, the show match, which they won against MIBR.
And then the opening match here at this tournament. True. So not a lot of wind under their sails in that sense. They haven't gotten a lot of match practice. And I think NIP should be a pretty formidable opponent in that sense.
Yeah, and right now they have the money, and also you can go to CS.money. You saw what I did there?
I see what you did there. That was
smooth as hell. Be the game changer. Update, upgrade, and enjoy. Get those fancy skins, boys and girls. There's OG now with their upgraded weapons, and of course they have fancy skins as well. But Mantu with the AWP, no head armor, and neither for Nexa and Fiku. Decent bit of utility as well. Early Molotov towards the entrance of T-Ramp, but the smoke to immediately extinguish it.
Yeah. No additional damage being done there just yet. And to be fair, it's fine for OG again if they're assuming that, well, they know that the Mag-10 etc. has been taken out of play, so they know they're going up against a case. Can save a couple of bucks on not investing into that helmet. Let's see though if it pans out for them or not. Just for now, it's pretty slow default coming out of NIP. Standard stuff. Actually surprisingly little presence over towards B. Not even a single soul over towards that area.
Yeah, Mantu, tiny little flash. He can actually stuck on around, just for like 1 more second instead, getting a little paranoid, then goes to the re-peek, and that's going to be punished. As attack with the AWP. That doesn't mention how, on the T side especially, there's no need to force the issue with the AWP. It can still wield the AK-47, be that hybrid player. But getting the opening pick, as NIP, they're going to creep and crawl their way up. The flash is going to pop, but it's not deep enough. And Neofrag able to at least find one, but the trade is immediate.
Yeah, the difference that a millimeter or 2 can make. Still get the trade though, so man advantage remains with the Ninjas. Seems like they just want to walk as far up as possible towards that A site. kind of just doing the nip walk.
25 seconds on the clock here. As Nip going to be making the play towards the A bombs at Nexa.
Oh, missed Solisov.
Yeah, that could provide him the opportunity here to at least maybe get a double kill. But a flash is so very good. Nexa still blind, able to find one. The second, however, won't take place. 7 seconds, they need to get the bomb down. And they will indeed just in the nick of time. That got a little worrying for Nip, but yeah, they get the bomb down. No kits in play, FQ and Flames, and not even any piece of utility either. So round number 4 for Nip, they make it look... it just seems like all business as usual for the Nip side here.
It's very convincing so far, and I think one of the things that you mentioned earlier on, right, doing the anti-eco rounds, etc., the fact that they're doing stuff slowly, methodically, they know the value of each and every tier on a map like Overpass, so they don't want to mess around with it. They don't want to go give OG an in. So just being thorough about what you're doing is going to set an NIP off to a great start. 4-0 is going to be the score line, and it's not going to be that much to really play off of for OG. They can buy behind this, obviously, having 2 weapons dropped from the 2 people saving, but it's still not going to be, you know, a fantastic buy. Yeah. One of the curious thing as well, again, that's touched on Esatag and how he functions as an AWPer, kind of out of necessity more so than by choice. But if we go back to the major cycle, right? Like, it was an Overpass where he had just that monstrous game where he was like 17-3 or something within the first couple of rounds on Overpass, and kind of just made everyone quiet for a little bit. Yeah. So maybe it's something about the map. Obviously, he does have experience upping from his days in Heroic and so on in the past as well. It could be the day where he outshines Montu.
Let's see if today's going to be the day here. Flames, a flashbang. He's going to pop.
Too short as well.
Flames able to still get the kill. And that's a great secondary flash coming in from Nexa. And the Flames able to pick up a double. But Esatag replying back, so still even trades thus far. Whereas in the meantime, just looking around towards Connector, he's taking a sweet time. The thing is, despite his early skirmish, there is still a lot of time here to work with for the Swedes.
Really is. And okay, seems like Brolin's gonna, well, he thought about sitting in the smoke fade. Wants to wait it out a little bit. I think they understand that they do have a bit of an advantage. They've noticed at least one of the pistols in play, so want to roam around a little bit. There's a second found as well, but it's not a happy meeting that Res gets with Neofrag. Falls down, and now a man advantage in favor of OG.
Second re-smoke coming in. Man 2. He's going to play the smoke fade. It's a question, bro.
Oh, he's looking at the AK.
They're going to push him together here. It's going to be S-Attack. The first one, Brolan. The spacing was a little bit off. Man2, he's got an inkling, right? Especially on a 2v3, if you see the first play coming out, you know where Brolan is. And Brolan trying to catch a timing. And he comes in. One goes with a spray. The second kill as well from Brolan. And he's going to get the bomb down here. 17 HP to work with for the young Swede. And Neofrag, the latest addition to this team, making his way in from the short position. Reload's going to take place. And a nice smoke for him to work on around. Reposition comes in, and Brolan with a brilliant 1v3. He's 9-3, the young one.
He had no business winning that. None whatsoever.
It was a double swing as well, but the second play didn't go for the full wide swing commit.
Yeah.
And
I mean, even just the amount of bullets it took, because Brolan was, he was not meant to win that. Simple as that. Nexus should have won out the duel by himself. Then obviously the follow-up again should have been won by Montu. But yeah, obviously, if you're Brolan, you're happy about how that plays out.
It's played so well, and it's quick thinking as well, right? He read the fact that the third player is going to be coming in from short.
Yeah.
The instantaneous smoke as well to work on around. Such quick repositioning coming out from the young Swede.
Was excellent.
That being said, though, it was still OG going for the half buy, right? We had the few deagles and the 2 safe rifles.
Yeah, it wasn't a full commitment, so OG are going to be able to reinvest into this, and they're going to have an op on Montu, etc. So it's not necessarily going to be easy for NIP, obviously, but they've gotten off to a fantastic start. 5-0 T side on Overpass. You're feeling pretty good about that, and obviously if you have Brolan showing up like he did now, that's usually a pretty good sign. I mean, obviously, he had the pistol, picks up a 3K there, and now obviously wins out a 1v3.
Yeah, Brolan having such a hot start at the game it's just a massive bonus here for NIP. And this is considering that ZTR has been fantastic, right? He was great yesterday in the reverse sweep they were able to pull off against NASA. Yeah, the caveat being it was, again, a mixed team consisting of 2 or 3 stand-ins for the side of NASA. But ZTR was looking good. SNAC's looking very solid as well here early on with the Zoom banger as well. And Rez is always that that surprise factor, right? If he also has a good game, suddenly NIP are not just a team you have to be worried about, but they're a team who can make a deep run in a fully stacked tournament as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Rez feels like kind of that, again, it's a cliche to say X factor and whatnot, but Rez really is that person. I don't think there's anybody on that NIP team that has a higher ceiling than him.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's including Broline, which is, again, insane to say, but Rez just hits these kind of periods similar to what Big does as a team, where there's like a 2-3 month period where he looks like he's a top 5 player in the world, and there's not even a question about it.
And a really good thing, the really good signs for Nip heading into 2022 is like he's had his highest rating since 2018, and that's when we saw Rez being that beast, right? Yeah. He had a quiet time during the COVID era, during all the trials and tribulations that this lineup had, but with him coming into form while they pick up Broline at the same time, suddenly this is a Nip team who could start to maybe fly the flag of
Maybe
Swedish
it's
Counter-Strike.
Maybe it's just a pure LAN player. Maybe that's why. We saw it with Rain. Obviously, he had massive dips in terms of rating and performance during the COVID era. And then a lot of players did, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I have to agree with you on that, right? Like the numbers.
What is this?
Check out. All right. Ooh, I like that.
I thought they were going to run boost for some reason because SSI kept looking down. He's like, "Are you ready? Are you ready?" But yeah, just a casual boost behind the pillar to see that there's nobody close to toilets.
This is. Very slow approach, a nice flashbang. I'm not sure if Rez got spotted. I don't think Flames did. Now, he could believe there's no one inside the connector, and it's all about timing here for Neofrag, right? Slowly peeling back. Right now, his buys lonesome towards the bathroom's position. He does have Nexa all the way towards Dumpster. The utility, still quite a bit remaining in the hands of the CETs. Rez, Soul Man Mission. Slowly clearing out towards Cons. 3 players for OG towards the B bomb site. What do NIP do now? They really haven't shown anything yet as Man2 will finally take down Rez on the look. And it is going to be the hit coming in towards A, but a great flash coming in from Nexa for Neofrag to find 1 and the 2nd kill. And with 22 seconds remaining on the clock, Plopsky and ZTR, they're kind of out of options here.
Yeah, no, they don't really have too much working for them. ZTR, okay, wants to peer in towards the A site from long, but gets met with a nade, 10 seconds left, and it seems like they're, well, okay, they're still moving in, which is a little bit surprising. I guess have enough resources to rebuy, but that was very hopeful from the NIP side.
That was very, very slow coming in from Nip there, a little uncharacteristic. And OG, but doing great work there. You know, we had Man2 catching Rez towards Connector, and then we had, you know, that great flashback for Neofrag to get a few kills. And by the way, you know, sponsor over here, Healthcase, if you can use the promo code Get Dubai, GET Dubai, to win a few, to get some of your favorite skins in one place.
Yeah, get a little bit of extra money on your account and a 10% refill bonus.
Refill bonus, there we go, there we go. As a tactical timeout getting called here, Nip are being pretty liberal with their timeouts, considering that they have such a such a lead.
Yeah, they're winning. It's 5-1. They've already used 2 timeouts. I guess in fairness, DJL just wants to make sure that everything's above board, or like everyone's on the same page in that sense.
Shout out to DJL. I feel like one of the biggest critiques a lot of us have given, especially, you know, a bunch of us are usually sitting on the desk and critiquing teams all the time, but like the T-sides were garbage the longest time, right? And ever since DJL came in, the T-sides have been fantastic. Go back to Inferno, for example. It looked brilliant during the majors and whatnot, but here we go. Round number 7 will resume, and to WP, they kept a lot of their players alive as well in the previous round, which is definitely going to start to slowly enable them to build up an economy, and because of the amount of casualties they suffered a couple of the rounds, then 1v3 from Roland comes to mind. They're down to just 3 AKs and a couple of pistols, and Rez will be taking on Neofrag. He's a deathmatch here, 3 kills for him. Bear in mind, this is the 4 spy, and Man2 ensuring that Broland doesn't sneak in around from behind and take him down. And 1 minute and 14 seconds on the clock, Plopsky left alone in a 1 versus 5. Not a single point of damage getting taken, and Neofrag showing why he was called up to this roster.
That's a fantastic round, and yeah, I was a little bit taken aback by how little money there was on this side of NIP, especially because we saw the 2 people on Deagles in this round, ZTR and S-Tag. They were the ones to run in towards the A-bomb site with 10 seconds left. No real hope of actually getting a bomb plant or doing anything of value, right?
Yeah.
So obviously they would have been better off holding onto their weapon. If everybody else around them is going to buy up regardless, then you could have had a full buy in that one. But I guess it wouldn't have mattered all that much maybe if Neofrag is hitting shots like he is right now.
Yeah, and that's a sort of like at least individual confidence boost you're looking for. And you just look at the past couple of rounds, the fashion they won it in, you can see the money. It's starting to blossom for OG, right? They have a mattress to work with. There's no immediate danger of having to scramble for some pistols or FAMASs and whatnot. And right now for Nip, just one solitary deagle, and Neofrag, he is continuing to pop those heads.
This might be a Neofrag match. Experienced some of those up close and personal, where he's literally just an unstoppable machine. That's one of the reasons why he's been called up from Sinners to OG, obviously. And NIP doing their traditional Nip train, the walk up as far as you can over towards that A bomb site, and hoping to basically pop up on the site. Roland gets spotted though. Neofrag back at the A site, looking for some more frags.
He is just so hungry, and indeed he will find Roland, and one by one they're going to just jump into the blender. That is the AK-47 in the hands of Neofrag. Again, this is just him firing a few eco frags, but still.
It's got to feel great for him, obviously.
Yeah, yes, you just pat those stats, son. Pat those stats. 4K from him in the previous one. He's looking for more. No, he knows where both of them are. Hungry for the kills. Prolonged spray, and Nexa steals it away. Come on, Nexa. Come on.
It's poor taste. So, yeah, Neofrag with yet another 4K round to his name. So he's off to a fantastic start, and a much-needed start for OG as well. They need to have their players doing well for themselves, especially if Roland is going to be firing on all cylinders.
Neofrag now has more kills than the rest of his team combined.
There you go. Easy peasy.
And again, like the 3 rounds where they suffered one casualty, money's great right now for OG.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that NIP have 5 rounds, if OG can just continue this trend of the dominant round wins, we could potentially still have a very interesting map in our hands here, because the desk are all in unison. They agreed the fact that this should be the map win going the way of NIP.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that as well. I think that's right, especially given what we saw of OG on Overpass in their opening match. That was not too impressive. And given that NIP are one of the few teams, one of the few tier 1 teams that pretty regularly go back to Overpass as their own pick. See a lot of teams kind of shy away from it over the years. NIP have already had it as a pretty strong calling card.
There we go, though. Neofrag 178 AD on 8 rounds already. Can he continue? This beastly mode remains to be seen. Man 2. Roland's not going to push ahead any further. He's going to be the guy cutting off the rotations from the CTs, as his teammates are going to now slowly start to gravitate towards the B bomb site, where 3 CTs lie in wait.
Yeah, and honestly, I think this is going to be the winning condition going forward as well. NIP just finding success over towards the B bomb side. Brolin's going to get found over towards A. That's the lurk out. And NIP really trying to get far up before they throw a single nade. That's going to be punished as well. Fiku, great double frag. And he even got to follow with a third. That was, as you mentioned, yeah, a continuing of the trend. Dominant round win from OG.
And these 4 rounds that NIP have lost, yeah, sure, there were a couple of rounds where it came down to pistols, some of them are half buys, but the big, like you said it, very NIP has slow creep and crawl approach, and they're just getting absolutely battered right now. Like they've had like what 1-2 kills in the past 4 rounds. It's been very, very, very dominant from the side of OG. And at this point, you want to see NIP go for maybe a faster approach and just go for a full-fledged execute, which they really haven't.
No, they really haven't. This is going to be a pop off of the HE towards Sandbag. Flames, though, is going to be past any sort of iffy grenade utility. Still not going to win out the duel, though.
Scary. Oh, flashbang is so good, but still Faku able to get the second kill. It's going to come down to Nexa here. He's got to hold the line. CTR doesn't check, and Nexa's going to try and go for the spray. 2 kills, leaving it all on Broland again in a 1 versus 3. Down to a 1v2 as he does take down Nexa. And getting leg to 15 HP. Bomb dropped on the bomb side as well. He's going to go for the quick reposition, but Neofrag's more than ready for him. It's all about the timing, though, and Broland finds him. It's a 1v1 here against the AWP, and Broland once again, another 1v3. Oh, this guy is so very clutch. 13-7 for him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's pretty much nearing Neofrag's territory of having more frags by himself than anyone else.
He's like an anime protagonist at this point. Speaking of anime, if you want to watch some animation, you can watch Take My Muffet. You can learn a little bit about some NFTs. Right now, though, Brolan absolutely looking so clean in his clutches. But that's the thing. How many rounds have Nip won because of Brolan's heroics?
3.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant amount this early into a game. OG taking a tactical pause. And to be fair, like in this kind of a moment, there's not really something strategically you could talk about and say like, well, just don't give Brolan an AK, I guess. But I think it's more to kind of just get rid of the negative thoughts that you've gotten from those kind of that kind of an experience. But yeah, Brolan definitely working out like an anime protagonist. We might have a bit of a battle between two of them. Obviously, if NeoFrag is going to continue in his good form.
That's just
What's your favorite anime rivalry?
My favorite anime rivalry?
Yeah. It's like Goku versus the other guy.
I don't know how many people are going to get this, but Guts versus Griffith.
Okay, there you go. So we've got Guts on the side of OG and Griffith on the side of Nip. Brolan and NeoFrag going head-to-head, at least so far.
I love the fact that you have no context is what I just said right there.
Yeah.
But the fact that we compared Brolan to Griffith is just hilarious to me. I'll probably explain it to you later on. Maybe someone in the chat gets it.
It's a 10 out of 10, you know,
I'm
it works.
I'm a weeb. I just embrace it openly. Anyway, Nip though, listen, I mean, how much more can you ask of Brolan, right? At this point, I want to see them do something with the utility they have, you know, work together, not this creepy crawly approach, which has just been shut down time and time again by people like Faku, like NeoFrag as well. And Flames hasn't even had to do much yet.
Yeah, absolutely so. In this round, double long setup from OG. Got the bait and switch set up. Montu to take first contact. NeoFrag playing anti-flash. NIP not seemingly too interested in actually nearing themselves towards long. NeoFrag might find the timing here as well.
Well, NeoFrag, he's on that bloodlust, right? He's just looking for more, and the timing could be everything. He's gonna find one. No trigger discipline though, and Plopsky at least able to take him down. Holy hell, Matu. Good night, Sweet Prince. S-Attack decapitates him like a guillotine. And now, the 4 versus 3 as they pounce on this A-bomb site.
See Molotov down for default and Truck. Flames is going to get into the position, but yet again, solid flashes coming in from NIP. Flames only good for 1. 3v2, bomb's about to go down. Not much Nexa can do, is it?
He's got to bide his time, right? He's got to wait for Fiki to arrive. They do have one nade that's going to be lobbed into ZTR, who's not going to budge. 46 HP. He's just going to stay there. There's no need for him to face. Fiku's making a lot of noise, and Nexa needs to make a play. But then Molotov, that just might force him to just fall on back. The thing is, how can Nexa even escape from this position?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Yeah, he decides to take the duel versus Plopsky. They know ZTR's position.
Oh.
It might get dicey here.
Well, as tagged the 1v2, can he recreate the clutch ability from his teammates is a question, and Nexa is just going to fake it, but S-Attack, you might question his ability with the AWP at times, but today he is hitting each and every one of his shots, especially that opener onto Mantu.
Yeah, no question about it. And I think, yeah, more often than not when we've seen S-Attack and Monte go head-to-head so far in this match, it's been S-Attack winning it out. First, the round over towards long, and then that beautiful shot to a jumping Mantu behind the default boxes. Great clutch as well. So a lot of the NRP players starting to kind of show up and showing that they're willing to do the heavy lifting when needed.
Yeah. So many clutches though, right?
It is
like you said,
insane.
Like we had the 2 1v3s coming from Brolan. We saw S-Attack as well with the AWP over there. 7-4 though. But because of the sequence of flawless rounds from the side of OG, they will still have a very solid buy. Aggression coming in towards connector and the short position. Now bear in mind, Rez has been taken down to 99 HP, and Plopsky has been taken down as well towards the short position. And now with OG having all the information they need, they know that they have kind of cowed Nip from heading towards the B bomb site. They can allocate the majority of the CTs towards A, where now NIP are going to be heading towards. This is just great stuff, clean stuff from OG.
Absolutely so. This is the benefit you have as well from having that early aggression over towards short water. That's a leg Monty's not gonna miss, but follow-up is not quite there. Brolan quick to get a response. 3v4, NIP still not anywhere closer to an actual bomb site though. Time is starting to tick. They haven't been the fastest team around.
Yeah, they have been. Look, we don't have Virtus Pro anymore right now.
Yeah.
But NIP are doing their best imitation of James and his merry men. Here we go, the 4v3. And you got to remember, Rez is down to just 9 points of health. A little tickle from that M4, and he's going to go down. 2 CTs, 3 CTs lying away. The flash is good though, but NeoFrag again blinded, still able to get a kill. They don't expect the second, the third will they is the question. CTR lobs in the Molotov, plants in the smoke with 8 seconds, but Faku more than aware, spamming away in the smoke. A team ace coming in for OG as they claim their 5th.
Kind of like the idea from CTR there to just kind of go inside, deeper inside the smoke after he gets down the Molotov. Trying to play around with it. Speaking of playing around with stuff, you guys can get the chance to win some of these skins on the screen. Hellcase has prepared a giveaway specifically for you, so make sure you follow the link in the description for a chance to win a skin, a knife, and other shenanigans.
Yeah, I particularly want the containment breach, but I probably won't get it until I'm never retiring age. NeoFrag looking to farm up a little bit more. It's again just the pistols here.
Still maintaining a super high ADR for being 13 rounds in.
I know, 157 ADR is ridiculous. Sure, quite a few of those were against, just ecoing players, and might as well. When you go back to the HLTV page, you're like, holy hell.
Nobody will ever know.
And no one will know. 20 kills already, looking for more, but S-Attack finally takes it down, but NeoFrag with a 3K, woo!
Yeah, he has done, I guess, the majority of work needed for this round. Only 2 NIP players left. S-Attack does have an M4, but no armor, and more importantly, very little HP as well.
Well,
in all honesty, it feels like NIP have had better luck just focusing solely on that B-bomb site. They continue to kind of just have this slow approach, slow walks over towards A. Fair enough, like this, as you said, it wasn't an investment round on their end. Monte closes it out, but curious to see what they're going to do once we get back into buy versus buy rounds.
In all honesty, like, it's in a parallel universe. Broland doesn't get those clutches. This could be OG with a very dominant lead.
S-Attack, if he doesn't win the 1v2,
yeah.
Obviously, then there's the money component as well coming into it as well. So maybe you're looking at NIP. Well, yeah, sitting down at maybe 2 to 3 rounds. It's a very real possibility. So yeah, they got to feel pretty lucky about how things have played out so far. There's still a chance for OG to win the half here, though.
Oh, they almost lined for Plopsky there, but the wide swing Faku and Flames combined HP of just 54.
I saw that going Plopsky's way in my head.
Yeah, maybe if he had an M4A1, perhaps. Anyway, they will still have the player advantage, barely though, considering how low on health Flames and Faku are. And now for Nip, are they going to switch anything up is the question. Again, it's a creepy, crawly approach. They've actually lost Plopsky so many times inside. Like, he's playing that lurk towards a B outside a monster, but OG are doing such a great job of just grouping up together and catching him time and time again.
Yeah, the lurk has never really taken effect, and here the walk through the smoke is not going to pan out for Broland. And NeoFrag in a familiar spot. And familiar success as well. That flash, though, might do him in.
Man 2 able to at least find S-Attack, but still Rez able to trade. And now, you gotta remember, he is very, very low in health, and so is Flames and Faku. Next is the only one who's kind of healthy, and he is on the correct bomb site. 2 players remain, however, for the side of NIP. It's gonna be Rez and ZTR. Rez has a bit of a quiet game, but it's gonna go big, but brilliant stuff from Nexus there, ensuring the rest of his teammates don't really have to face, and yet another round coming in from OG as it tie things up. And we're going to be heading into the final round here of the first half. Off the map pick coming in from the Ninjas in pajamas.
Yeah, and OG, obviously, considering how things started, they have to be pretty happy about where the first half is about to end. And if they can get the crown jewel of an 8th round here, might have more of a fighting chance going into the second half, because their T-side did look pretty rough in their opening match. Time will tell, though. Rez quickly into underpass. One of the few weapons, I'll say the only rifle, really, on the side of NIP for this one.
I don't think we've even seen a single fast round coming out from NIP this entire half.
Yeah, it's very true. We haven't. It's been creepy crawly the entire way.
Apart from the pistol round, where they just like grouped up like with a Glock train.
Very
but yeah,
true.
Every single round, even when they had just the pistols, if they had a full buy against a full buy or even against an eco, it's just been super slow. Rez instantly taken out. Brilliant crosshair placement, but Neofrag not expecting Plopski's position. And Plopski, I think he actually got the kill when he was midair, if I'm not mistaken there. And now his days should be numbered. Look at them just charging on out, and Plopski will be taken down. But that's information gleaned. I do believe he saw at least a couple of players, and that should be the call for NIP to just hold W and run in towards the A bomb site, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Brolan catches Flames, trying to get the flank. When Nexa, he's not going to be checked. He's going to find one at range, goes for the spray, takes on S-Attack as well, and it's all on Brolan. Again,
a 1v3.
Another 1v3. Fiku and Nexa kind of low. Mantu with the AWP in hand, a flashbang to set him up. Nade, utility, everything being lobbed in, but Brolan with a clinical headshot finds Mantu. Is he going to go for this again? Here's a player coming in from behind. The timing, he doesn't catch him. Oh, and this time, finally, the clutch Meister gets taken down, and OG they have a sigh of relief. They take the lead heading to the second half.
They do. So they managed to salvage the CT side for themselves. And again, yeah, very, very clear and concise game plan in terms of how they wanted to deal with that B short water area in general, but
for a moment.
Yeah, for a moment. Dealing with Brolan though in 1v3s, that took a little bit longer of an adjustment period.
At this point, I feel like Brolan just goes like Super Saiyan 3 or something whenever, another anime reference, because every time he's in such a situation, he just pops off, right?
Yeah.
And it's insane. He actually had the right read with the flank coming in, and looking at his aim, you kind of expected him to just decapitate the guy.
100%. The second Montu gets removed from that round, I'm like, oh, it's happening. It's happening again.
Well, OG, they take the lead. That being said, now it is going to be, they will be going up against a wall that is NIP CD side here in Overpass, and OG, a whole different approach altogether. Fast play up here.
Raid boss dualies.
3-2 split, dualies. I know you don't like them.
Let's see if Plopski can change my mind.
Spots one. Are they going to commit? Yes, they are. Well, if you can't change your mind right now, Flames will take him down. And here comes the marauding OG players. Insta-gush as well. Viku from distance with the Glock, able to find Brolan, but ZTR and S-Tech, they reply back immediately. Two players kind of low here. And Mantu, he was a healthy one for the side of OG, so Flames knowing he probably had to take a duel here, or else NIP, they're making this retake look pretty easy. No kits in play, however, for the Ninjas, and Flames is gonna be taken down as well. Nexa left alone. It's headshots galore for ZTR. 3K for him as he cracks a bit of a smile. It felt like that round would have gone the way of OG, but then a brilliant 3v5 retake coming in. S-Tech and ZTR just hitting some nasty shots.
Yeah, I think SSI probably had the most important frag in exactly this situation. That one right there onto Neofrag, because if Neofrag doesn't go down immediately, CTR is gone. And that lets OG establish themselves on the B bomb side, but doesn't really come to fruition. NIP, you do manage to bring the first round of the second half to their coffers. That's going to obviously leave them with a pretty decent buy, but we're also going to see the investment from OG here for Galils. Nexa on a Deagle full Kev.
There was I mean, when OG picked up Neofrag and Figu, there were a lot of people who were like, hey, who the hell are these guys? You know, why are you picking up new players? And at this point, I feel like you need to start questioning these doubters, because look at how many, look at Spirit.
Yeah.
Look at Forza, even though they weren't able to really qualify for the major, look at the amount of impact they made as well. All these, there's so much young talent right now untested that I actually love the fact that OG attempted to go for this particular pickup as Mantu finds S-Attack, finally finding his revenge, but Brolan taking on Fiku, and here comes the play towards A. It's much more faster from OG, and a few tentative shots being taken by ZTR towards the Optimus position, but a bomb will be planted.
The tempo change, definitely something not the Swedes were ready for. Neofrag already has their back covered as well. NIP, yeah, they seem to be pretty content with just kind of holding on here. It doesn't seem like they're posed for a retake just yet.
No kit.
Yeah, they don't really have the time to wait around.
And timing is everything. Neofrag spots at Brolan, he takes him down, and Rez immediately chipping in, but Mantu from Optimus, he strikes. That's a round done. That's a round over. 3 kills from Mantu with the Galil, and Brolan, he actually had the perfect timing on the look, but yeah, just a perfect lineup coming out from Mantu, and Nexa didn't even have to show himself. The force buy from OG, it works out, and they will take the lead.
They do. And again, if they can get off to a hot start like we saw NIP do in the first half, this is going to be anybody's game, and what a steal that would be for OG, obviously. If they were able to take away Overpass from Swedish side, that would do them wonders and obviously be a confidence booster deluxe going into Mirage. Especially because, I mean, at that point you probably feel like NIP are already like a bit of a wounded animal, having lost the Mirage to Nasser yesterday. I feel like that should be a job that's doable.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I won't lie, I expected a map number 3 coming in here. I thought NIP guaranteed overpass, and then Mirage looked rough yesterday, so I thought it should be OG taking that one. But right now, OG making NIP sweat quite a bit. ZTR has been spotted as Plopsky from atop the barrels, able to find one, using the smoke as a one-way. And meanwhile, the CT just actually pushing up here. This can actually catch him off guard. Timing is everything. Next is going to clear the angle. I don't think he's gonna. He's going to find one, but would expect Broland's position, and Broland will strike. Now a 4v3 advantage for the CTs. These are the force by wars, ladies and gentlemen. Flame's going to be leading the charge, slowly creeping on up. Bomb drop right in front of his feet. Needs to be retrieved, which they will do so. They still have a lot of time available. The problem is all 3 of them are grouped up together. They have no information as to any other part of the map. So OG might have to go for the full commit here. 1 smoke remaining, a handful of flashbangs. Molotov is going to be a giveaway as to where Broland is. And they're just biding the time. OG now just waiting for the smokes to dissipate.
Yeah, I do actually think the smoke that's put down by Pillar from NIP is actually going to be really helpful for OG. It has allowed them to get out of Monster Tunnel. They're not stuck 3 players in the same spot. A little bit of a wider range in terms of where they can actually spot out and hold from.
Plopsky doing such a great job as Fiku taps away to S-Attack, but look at how low they are. Look at how low they are, but Neofrag having to be the hero. He's gonna find one, and the FAMAS in the hands of Broland dealing even further damage back to a 2v2. 11 seconds on the clock. They need to get the bomb down, and they will indeed. Broland falls now, and it's all on ZTR. They're so very low though, so even from this range, that 5-7 can be deadly. He's gonna flick onto Flames, but somehow OG will hold on. That looked so dicey. But patient play from the 3 players, and they're able to crack the bomb site open.
Yeah, everybody chipping in as well. It's Faker first to find S-Attack on higher, and then follow up from Flames and Neofrag to get the job done. Very, very well played, and very patient as well. Just taking all the time allotted to them. And that's going to send NIP into another tactical pause. They used the first 2 within the first 6 rounds of the game, so it's been a hot minute since the last time. DGL clearly has a thing or two to say.
Yeah, this time the tactical timeout is being called after they've lost lead. The first couple of times they were like, you know, you just want to...
We're winning too fast, boys.
Yeah, slow things down, and they haven't. It's slowed down. OG looking very, very deadly here. The individuals looking fantastic. 23 frags for Neofrag.
He's been insane.
And even if you take away that, you know, that eco bang he had earlier, it's still a very impressive showing coming out from him. Fiku as well, very impactful. For the side of NIP, apart from Broland and his clutches and S-Attack having a couple of good rounds, individually speaking, I won't lie, it's been rough. Rez 5 and 13.
Yeah, again, this scoreline could have been so much more in favor of OG if, I guess, normality had played out. It's going to be 3-man stack, 3-man tower for NIP over towards short. Fortunately for them, and unbeknownst to them as well, not really any OG players nearby. Similar kind of approach here for this one. Slow A default being executed, and gradual map control gained as well. Yeah, next it clears his corner. Does take damage for it, but stays alive nonetheless.
Fiku is going to check for this. No, he doesn't. ZTR patiently lies in wait. Patiently waits, and Fiku, he's of course going to clear. And now they know the 2 most CDs to his graffiti, and Fiku holding W. He's like, yeah, give me those. Give us eco frags, and indeed he's going to find a couple. Once there remains, clean round. A little bit of damage being dealt, but no casualties.
That was unfortunate for CTR, but you kind of understand it. Again, if they want to have a hope of actually winning the round, it's better off just having trigger control. Maybe you can get 2 people lined up in a perfect position for you to get a couple of easy kills. Doesn't, unfortunately, work out for him in that one. And OG off to a great start, being able to break NIP after the pistol on up to 11. I think this is more of a challenge than NIP maybe had expected going into Overpass.
I mean, there was always a caveat that for NiP, they have to stand in the form of ZTR. They still looked very good yesterday, though, right?
Yeah.
But OG, it's just such an untested lineup. The second official, Broland, though, all alone, one by one. They feed the beast. And he taps away on the Bantu as well. Broland, he's like, listen, I'm going to do this all by myself if I have to.
Let him go hunting. Let him go hunting.
And Fiku left alone in a 1 versus 5. And Broland, he's holding on to the C4. Look at no one is budging. They're like, all right, Broland, you do you, son.
If I'm Fiku in this situation, the only thing on my mind is exactly, I'm not going anywhere near Broland's area. I'm going to just take away his opportunity to get the ace. Just for my own benefit. But man, yeah, you mentioned it the previous round. In terms of individual performances and standout rounds, on OG, there's been a couple of different people to choose from. On the side of NIP, it has pretty much just been Broland outside of the 1v2 that Essetag had, but...
Absolutely, and even Essetag, right, apart from the 1v2, he's been very quiet, right, 8 and 16. Yeah. ZTR, he's not somebody looking forward to get, like, crazy multi-frags. He's the guy who goes on in, you know, as a disposable player charging in, hoping to get an opening, but he's not really finding many openings either in this game. Actually, he's been 0-0 in opening deals being taken, which is a complete reversal from the amount of opening attempts he tried for his team yesterday.
Yeah. Could be down to, obviously, the very, very slow play style that NIP applied for the T side. Doesn't seem like OG has that much different of an idea of how to play Overpass. Obviously, we saw the second round that broke NIP. That was quick. It's the fastest round we've had all day. But now that there seems to be a little bit more pressure on them to win, I want to take life a little bit easy, but again, you're still going towards the side of Broland.
Jesus, Broland. 6 kills already in 2 rounds, 3 more to find. Flashbang is good, but he's still not going to be swung upon. Fiku has a trap, and finally he will execute him, but he's bought so much time for his team. He's taken down Nexa and Neofrag as well.
There's only 40 seconds left, and that might sound like a long time, but an Overpass, it most definitely isn't. Nade's being deployed over towards the B bomb site. Well, they know obviously that there's been multiple people over towards A. And a 2-2 split in the NIP defense. Plopsky here over with Raz on B. You're gonna have to be the 2 defenders to make it all happen.
Plopsky, though, great spray down, just holds onto the trigger despite being blinded, finds flames as well, and now Mantle left in a 1v4. There's not much you can do as NIP looking to crawl back into this game. It is going to crawl back as well, and immediately man just scrambles to find himself a semblance of safety. 10-11. NiP now trailed by just 1 more round. And for the side of OG, here's the thing, like, some of the kills Broland's getting, he's just been gifted 1v1s. Like, both the rounds, these 2Ks, 3Ks, 4Ks rather, you got, have been just 1v1 deals, which is something that OG need to realize they need to fix immediately. At least have to opt to work with over here. It's going to be light pistols coming out. Maybe at least try to chip away the economy of NIP, because NIP suddenly starting to look a little dangerous.
And they are, and definitely like spacing when you're executing an AD default is so important. And OG, yeah, they're being found out in that sense, and that's a fantastic flash. Setting up Broland. Who else? Who else?
All right, Broland against the world. A 1v9 for this man in the server right now.
He's at 28 kills.
As the meme goes, yeah, it's ridiculous. And the bombs dropped as well. Now, listen, again, these were just the upgraded pistols, but still, you take those. Broland has just been unleashed. That AWP getting absolutely nothing done as well. And down to the 2 new additions from the side. For the side of OG, and Fiku finds 3, looking for more. Plopsky will, however, take him down. Nice attempt from Fiku, at least dealing a bit of damage, but still, NiP are going to be pretty happy with these 3 rounds in a row.
Absolutely so. Also means that, sure, OG are building up a bit of a loss bonus, but they're not going to have the most fantastic buys time and time again, right? NIP are going to get multiple opportunities to strengthen their own. So this is, I guess, more according to plan for NIP than what we saw just a couple of minutes ago.
He's got 10 multi-kills already. And it's so ridiculous. 10 multi-kills, 2 1v3 clutches. Like, he's literally doing everything single-handedly. Rez tucked on in Flames. He knows where he is, but NIP not going to go for the reboost. Now Plopsky trying to catch a timing, spots the shadow and the nade combo as well. Just rocking Flames' world. And it's going to come down to Nexa to try and thread the needle, try and find the timing here. But the flash is so good, but the full clear doesn't come in. Rez needs to be careful, Come looking the wrong way. And Fiku's going to strike. It's going to come down to Plopsky now. 1 versus 2, all alone right now. And the nade is perfection. Finds Nexa, could have even found Fiku as well, but he falls back. And they are getting funneled back into the belly of the beast that is Brolan.
It's kind of bad when your plan B involves running into the guy who's just been by far the best player on the server and continues that trend as well. Neofrag.
Oh no.
A little bit dicey. Sees the shadow. Oh yeah, tries to buy time.
He still spins around. He's so aware of his Brolan. And oh my god, S-Attack saving him. How is Brolan allowed to get away with that? How is he alive? And even the kill onto the player into Fiku coming up from Connector, he was so very low, but it was still a headshot coming out from Brolan.
I don't know, he's just built different. Again, from hindsight, all that kind of stuff.
Dude.
Yeah. Like in hindsight, it's like, oh yeah, no, Neofrag's not running at me. He must be like buying time for something. But that's still insane to think about in the moment. Absolutely insanity.
He is just smurfing here in Dubai. Okay.
Yeah, he's having a grand old time. And I mean, if there were any questions about who was meant to be the star player for NIP's side.
Yeah, it's very obvious. You just have to look at this. It's just some...
Like, the drop-off between Brolan right now and the nearest teammate is what, 15 frags?
Yeah.
Or if not even more.
It's 14 frags between him and Plopsy's second highest fragger on 16.
Yeah.
It is ludicrous.
Absolutely insanity. Brolan's having
one
for the ages.
And I don't think Neofrag has had, I think he's had 1 kill in the second half for Neofrag.
Yeah, because he's had to run into Brolan
every single time. And Brolan is a beast, as we've seen. Deagle's going to be coming out here for the side of OG, as NIP will now take the lead, 12-11. This elder god in the server that is Brolan. He's single-handedly doing everything. And at this point, I'm just feeling a little bad for OG. They're getting manhandled. And you can see, right, again, it's a very new team.
Yeah.
You can see the lack of space coming on some of the duels they're taking against Brolan. But even then, like, you can't take it away from him. He's just hitting every shot like a laser beam.
Yeah, I think most teams would have troubles with what Brolan is delivering right now. And yet again, opens the show. Neofrag down. The 5v4 in favor of NIP. Obviously, not the biggest of investments here, just a couple of upgraded pistols on the side of OG. So it should be not too much of an issue from NIP. Yeah, Rez for his surroundings. Keeping an eye, finds Flames as well towards short here. Still a little bit worried about Monster Tunnel.
He's going to run out of bullets at 1 point.
Yeah.
And that is up. There we go. The reload comes in, but he's got backup. The reload will take place, and it's going to be a complete shutdown. The rotation already taken place. It was just the pistols, though. And now
things need to happen for OG.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now they need to really wake up here. And this is... Where do you go? You go towards A, Brolan's there. You go towards B, Plopsky.
Brolan's there as well.
Yeah, Brolan's everywhere. He's basically Godland at this point.
Yeah.
Brolan Land, Godland, whatever names you have for the young Swede, he is definitely delivering in spades. And the money, it's like the Bank of Dubai at this point. Like, there's so much cash to work with for NIP. And look at him, just charging on out, looking to take the fight, daring them to come his way.
Oh, he's going to spot the feet here as well. Okay, solid flash, but I don't think it's been spotted. Or has it? Oh no, he hasn't.
Finally put down, at least able to find Nexa. I thought Nexa was actually going to be clearing the angle, but
it looked that way, right?
Brolan's dead right now, and OG's like, guys, he's dead. All right, let's go A. We did it, guys.
S-Attack over towards Long. Might be able to find a player or two, but yeah, okay. Role reversal from the first half.
Exact same frag, except the other way.
CTR, though, basically lining up in the queue to take the next battle towards Long. OG 4v3. First time in a long time they've actually been at a man advantage. This flash is not going to be too short, and that makes for a pretty easy pickup for Neofrag. This has to be the round that OG converts.
It has to be, yeah, absolutely. Unless Plopsky and Rez can do something crazy.
Speaking of,
they've both been spotted. They still need to cross on over.
Lurk smoke being put down as well to give them some cover. Plopsy's actually going to be successful with the first one in the gap in the smoke. Rez finds Montu.
The nade able to get the kill, the 1v1 though, and it is going to be Rez to clutch it out. Brolan falls, but this time his team says, you know what, you've done enough. You've done enough, it's our turn to bring this one back. It was a 2v4 vendetta.
This is the fourth clutch that NIP have won, isn't it? 2 from Brolan, 1 from Essetag, and this combination of Plopsky and Rez. Absolute insanity.
It just...
It's like the perfect gap that Rez creates for himself as well there.
He's had a bit of a rough game, has Rez, but you know what? That clutch,
when called upon,
he does answer. And once more, OG down to just the pistols.
Oh, that's so rough. And if you're OG looking back at this, okay, ZTR.
All right.
Page out of Brolan's playbook.
I mean, listen, if you're not fired up after what Brolan has displayed on the server here, like, well, what
Something's
are you
wrong.
doing?
Yeah, absolutely so. Just mere seconds into the round, and OG already 2 down. 3v5 pistols only. Plopsky on top of jail is going to find a third one as well. That's Neofrag out of the picture. And yeah, hopes not exactly increasing for OG. Double peak is going to net them at least a single kill in this round.
They're trapped right now, you can see already. If you look at the minimap, Brolan, he's pressing that W button. He's like, yeah, let me add them. And he's going to be making his way down connector. And OG very well aware of where he likes to be playing towards. This whole minute to work with here, but considering both of them have been spotted alongside a C4, they realize them heading into the B bomb site right now is guaranteed death. Brolan at one point is going to realize, it's been a while, I haven't seen them anywhere towards short. Are they probably creeping up towards connected? That's the question, and indeed they are. All about the timing here, Brolan. How long is he going to stick on around? He's by his lonesome. There's no trade potential. Gonna spot him. First one. He should know what a second is as well. Mantu will be seen. Brolan against a Deagle. Finally, he will fall. He is mortal after all. And Mantu now in a 1v3 with 20 seconds on the clock. Going to be running straight into the waiting arms of Essetag. And he makes it look easy. 15-11. NIP, considering how they looked a little shook in the first half, and even the beginning of this second half, we saw OG with around 17, 18, and 19, and it came down to, Brolan's clutches earlier on, but now they seem to have woken up as a unit, just, marshalling themselves around the guy, the beast that is Brolan.
Absolutely so, and that has them on 15, map point on their own map pick, as I guess balanced in all things as it should be. This time we might actually get something a little bit quicker from OG.
I've seen this would be one of the slowest overpass games.
It's been overpass.
Yeah, but it's even slower than usual. It feels like watching VP versus VP.
Yeah.
Rez, he could easily find one here, but they're going to jump on across. ZTR left to his own devices, but Plopsy's there nearby. Pop flash will be easily avoided by Plopsky. A few warning shots as ZTR is going to strike 2 quick kills. Brolan's going to join the party as well. One remains. It's all on Nexa, and immediately he will fall. NIP. It was looking a little tricky, but they come together. But what a game. What an absolutely stellar performance for Brolan. 33 frags in regulation.
Yeah, no, this was definitely Brolan's match, to say the least. He makes sure that NIP get away from the first map with the W. That's going to build confidence going into Mirage as well. Obviously, had a couple of issues yesterday on that map, but looking poised to close it out and punch their ticket in for the grand finals. But if you're OG, that has to feel so bad because you had so many situations where you were favored, you were looking to win a round, and considering, 16-11 might not look as close, but that definitely could have swung the round or swung the way of OG.
We had 3 clutches, as you pointed out, right? Like 4 clutches at the end, right? Actually. And even the 2, so many rounds which have easily gone the way of OG, that could have actually been them taking the lead here on this map pick of NIPs, but you could not deny Brolan. He was absolutely, he just ascended on that map. Thing is, heading into Mirage, the map coming from OG, look, we saw what Pugstars could do against NIP, right? We saw Nasser win yesterday against NIP, and if I'm Nip, I hope the fix this holes they had there.
Well, we can only cross our fingers, but we're going to have to take a little bit of a break before we find that out. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes with map number 2, so see you then.
Yeah, it sucks.
This is the last.
Hey, I don't think we've been there yet.
Seriously? With this?
Oh, new faces. I just updated the assortment today. Come on, stop staring. Buy something.
That's all I have, buddy. Let's go, I guess.
No, old chap. That's as much as you need.
This is much better, man. What's that you got there?
I got a better one.
Well, see, you didn't want to go. Look how much we got.
Hellcase. Your favorite skins in one place.
My old phone used to freeze with the apps that used a lot of power. They keep loading in the background. Then almost definitely there's going to be a lag. With iPhone, I haven't experienced that. My name is Amandeep, and I switched to iPhone.
Hey man, how's it going?
Good.
How was your travels?
Long, 15 hours, but happy I made it. And hopefully I can nail it.
Dubai must be tiring, right?
It is.
Let's hope it doesn't affect your performance.
Hopefully not.
All right, so we're gonna be playing a game called This Is Not a Drill.
Yep.
Do you know the rules?
I mean, yeah, I think so.
It's gonna be as many questions, as many answers as you can get in
1 minute.
60 seconds.
Yeah.
60 seconds sounds more dramatic.
Oh, okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are we ready? And go. Which utility can you buy if you subtract Gali's price from the XM price?
Flashbang.
That's correct. Which team earned 4 major championship titles?
Astralis.
That's correct. Name 2 players that earned 2 major MVP awards.
Simple and...
Incorrect. Device and Coldzera.
Oh, really?
Name the youngest winner of any major.
What do you say?
Youngest winner of any major.
Youngest winner?
Yeah.
Bit?
No.
Kirby?
In what? Yes, half a point. Let's go. In what country was the first CS:GO major held?
First CS:GO major?
Yes.
Poland.
Sweden.
Really?
Who was the best CS:GO player in 2021?
Simple.
That's correct. Which team beat the Astralis most prize money won in a calendar year?
Navi.
That's correct. Who are the current leaders on the HRTV team ranking?
Face.
Correct. Name the oldest player. We're out of time. That's not bad.
Is it?
Yeah, actually.
It's good?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
All right.
Good. And you got the first one correctly, and it's like it's a mathematical question at the beginning, at a rapid question. So
rapid.
I'm proud of you, man.
Thank you, man.
Especially that you haven't slept yet.
Yeah, I'm really tired. So
anyway, best of luck in the tournament, and I hope you enjoy your time in Dubai.
Thanks.
We'll see you in the next one.
Peace.
At the start of that game, it was looking a little bit more worrying, certainly in the side of NIP. But Broland switches over to that CT side, and I'm just going to mention him because he dominated from start to finish. Hedger, you mentioned it. Anything Neofrag could do, Broland just did better.
Yeah, I was so impressed as well by the OG's CT side, and Neofrag, he was fragging. He was so aggressive everywhere, and He just shut NIP down. But come on, Brollan. I think especially those clutch 1v3 clutches that he had on their T side. I mean, it's not longer NIP, it's NIP.
Definitely, Pim. That was a massacre when they switched over. So many rounds in a row. Obviously, an insane rating, 1.80 for Brolan, but like, he was pulling it all off.
Yeah, that was one of the most impactful plays and one of the most impactful opportunities and performances I've seen from a player in a very long time. His CT side was absolutely stellar. His CT side rating in this game alone, 2.28, just absolutely absurd, 142 ADR. And then on the T side, those massive clutches, right? His rating was only 1.42 on the T side, but the clutches must have played a massive factor. He was the only player on the server who went positive KD on the T side out of all 10 players, and Brolin was without a doubt the star in this matchup as well. You mentioned the name Neofrag as well, and I want to give him credit for a good start, especially a good CT side. The problem for him is that he was non-existent on the T side. He only had 3 kills on the entire T side for OG, and simply there just wasn't enough firepower coming out of OG for me to really believe that the game would be close in the second half. It was looking good at 11-8, but at that point and onwards, it was just the Brolin show, and rightfully so, NIP ended up winning.
I want to touch on that 11-8 part though, because like when I saw 11-8, you know, we saw the ninjas drop the pistol round on their CT side. You think, okay, this is nip snap. Then we see 3 in a row from OG, and you start to think, damn, OG, they're gonna do it. They're gonna make this work. But then Brolan happened. Then, and I will say, right, okay, it wasn't just Brolan in a sense, but like there was multiple times they were flashing in for Brolan. They were looking after him. They were giving him, setting him up to do some absolute madness that you're seeing here across your screens on the highlights. But for OG, it just felt like they ran out of ideas as well, because they were like scared to do things.
Yeah, and that round as well. This one with we just saw, you know, with the Neofrag, you saw he didn't want to push Brollan.
Oh.
Brollan is even getting that last that one on to Fico is like flanking, and like they are scared, senseless of what Brollan can do against the. Oh boy, rightfully so. I would be nervous in my pajamas as well if I were if I was OG. Absolutely dominating performance by him, but then again, if Brollan couldn't do it alone, we had that round at what was it, 14 to make it 14-11, where you have Res and Blobsky clutching 2 versus 4. I mean, they just unleash Brollan, go hype, go hyper mode, aggressive mode in the early beginning of the round, do as much damage as you can, and then if it doesn't work out, well, it doesn't matter, we're still going to clutch it out regardless. So what a match, what a map, I mean, from Brollan and NIP.
Oh yeah, no, and we're only just getting started. This is just the opening map. NIP, they do win. It's their map pick, right? Okay, we certainly expected them to win, but like I said, when we saw the first half go down, the first few rounds into the second half, you feel like OG got a good chance in with it, but it was not meant to be. And Pimp, I feel like Brolan heard us talking about him, you know? I think he heard it in the pre-match and was like, okay, hold my beer.
And that's what we want to see, right? We want to see this superstar performance coming out of Brolin, and the reason why we called him out, obviously, is the fact that he has the ability. I don't think anyone on the server outside of Risk have the same insane, you know, high level where they can just, as a rifler, take over the entire game and sort of like dictate the game in this sense, as Brolin did right here. We've seen Risk done it a couple of times, but imagine an NIP where Hampus is part of the lineup, you know, calling well and also being aggressive. You have Brolin playing his best Counter-Strike, you have Risk playing his best Counter-Strike. All of a sudden, you're looking at an NIP that should cruise through a tournament like this. Now, obviously, lacking Hampus is always going to be a disadvantage, but if you can somehow enable Res alongside Brolin at this kind of performance with this kind of level, then NIP is a very, very scary opponent.
Certainly they are. But we're going on to Mirage next, which was scary for Nip last time around. But before that, we need to, of course, mention CS Money. You guys can be maybe guessing the winner of one of the upcoming games. And with that, you'll be able to have a chance to win yourself some valuable skins. And we do love our valuable skins. If you want to go and do that, go over to StarLadder CSGO on Twitter. Make sure you give them a follow and go check out how you can participate. And on top of that, you know, you can live your moments in Ras Al Khaimah. Yes, you can go check it out up above. There's some links all down on the chat and below us and stuff, go have a look at what this place has to offer for you guys to visit if you do want to come on over. We've got actually an audience that's starting to fill out now as well. We opened the audience today and for tomorrow as well. Grand finals, they're definitely going to be warmed up and ready. And I'm sure good old Vendetta and Blair are enjoying every moment of hearing that crowd cheer and support as the team goes on. But I will say, Hedger, we heard it during the game. I feel like the crowd's a little bit on the side of NIP over OG on this one.
Yeah, you know what? After that performance by Brollan, I don't even know if they're on the side of NIP or just, you know, enjoying the show. That was just madness. I think my jaw was dropping like 10 falls of time, and you see he's readjusting and he's hitting shots he's not really supposed to be hitting, but he's just so on fire right now that I think it's going to be very, very difficult for OG to find a counter to him and the rest of his team's aggression on Mirage.
Well, that's the thing, though. He has to be able to keep it up on Mirage. Now, very talented player, certainly super skilled. We look at OG's results that they've had on Mirage. They've not actually played Mirage with this lineup. That's going to be the key thing that we need to make sure we mention here. This is a new faced OG. Certainly, Neofrag and Fiku, they show that they can do some damage. But Pimp, we're still kind of going into the unknown with it all.
We don't know too much about OG. It's still very early in their journey. Still a team where I think there's a lot of potential, of course. It's a team where they'll only learn from an experience like this, right? Only having played a show much coming into this tournament, it's impossible for us, it's impossible for them to know where they're at. So hopefully they give us a good show right here. Mirage is a map that should allow, I guess, a newer team with less synergy, less practice together to perform better. So I'm curious to see how well they're going to play. I just want to say one thing before we head into the game right here. Look out for Plopsky, look out for STech, because the last 5 times they played Mirage, they've been absolutely abysmal for NIP, averaging a 0.77 rating and a 0.8 rating. Those are the weaklings. So I want to see OGs and see if they can sort of like take advantage of 2 players who are not performing on this map.
Well, let's get into Mirage and let's get back with Blair and Vendetta.
Thank you so much, Banks. And yeah, we're going to be getting right into the action here. NIP on the CT side of Mirage. OG's map pick, and Fiku with a Deagle and pistol, not something you see every day, and well, that might be one of the reasons why Brollan continued where he left off on Overpass.
He's a classic teammate in matchmaking. He just goes for a Deagle buy when he asks for his smoke and a couple of flashbangs. But let's see if he can, the Deagle can be retrieved. No, it won't. S-Attack is tapping away, finding Mantu. 4v3. Bomb will at least be planted, but there is a kit in play here for NIP, so this retake is very, very doable.
Absolutely is. But obviously can't spend too much time sitting around. Need to move forward at one point. Strong forward positions from Nexa and Neofrag.
Taking the sweet time though. They're not going to check the angle. ZTR finds Nexa on the Neofrag, and he's going to get hanged through the wall and down to Flames. He's got a P250 to work with. He's going to find one onto Res, looking for the second kill. That's like tapping away, and it is going to be Brollan to finish things off. And because they have the kit, even though it's going to be very close, they're going to get it done. Got a little hairy for Nip there, but still, the round will go the way of the Swedes.
It does. Brollan maintaining form, to say the least. That's a nice way to start off your map. There he goes. I'm surprised that Neofrag was able to even get a 1 once he gets dinked through the wall.
Sponsor Brollan, that's
very rare, yeah.
Okay, all right.
That must be a bad omen for OG.
That is terrifying. You see Brollan starting to smile, you're like, oh, we're in for a rough time here indeed. Bomb getting planted though, and it's going to be 5 Galils. Barely any utility. 1 flashbang getting used early on, and 1 of the smokes for window. Apart from that, they have 2 more smokes and a flashbang, so they could maybe try and go for CD spawn control, perhaps, smoking off jungle and the top of stairs, but very limited utility.
Yeah, 1 of the smokes being on Flames as well, who is in underpass right now. We'll see how he decides to utilize that. Contact already being made though. Fiku peppering shots in towards Brollan.
And no Molotov as well, right, to flush out the play playing inside a shadow. As ZTR will find Nexa, but a trade will take place. Still going to go for the commit towards A. And Brollan's being a distraction, and now Rez trying to get the timing right. Famas and Hal, Fiku will finally take down Brollan, and they need to be worried about a player coming out from Palace. Now Rez looking to make contact with the Famas, finds 1. Neofrag so very low, still able to win the duel. Now the 2 versus 2, make that a 1v2. Now Mantu left alone, and before he can make his escape, he will be taken down. And NIP, they survived the force buy.
That's a big round to win. And yeah, the Flames flank, really. After he trades out in mid there, tries to back off into underpass, but NIP already pushing through. There we see the trade, and Plopsky aggressively positioned in VAPS. It's going to be his demise. Great job from Plopsky and S-Tag there to close it out as well. So they do what they couldn't do on Overpass, which is win the second round, convert it, withstand the forced buy from OG. Actually a little bit more breathing room to be had now. Maybe not.
Okay.
So that's why Fiku picks up the Deagle and pistol.
Yeah, much more effective here against the rifle than Nate. However, dealing quite a bit of damage to ZTR. Will take down Nexa, who was on the lurk. The run boost comes in, and Flames with the Deagle and a P250. They're dealing a lot of damage here, and although Roland should... I thought it's going to take them down, but Flames, the Deagles in the hands of OG, including the P250, bringing it down to a 1 versus 2 for the stand-in in the form of ZTR. And a minute to work with for OG, and they're going to go for a split approach. Flames, 2 HP, gonna maybe try and sell the fake here towards A, but that's gonna leave Man2 all by his lonesome with the bomb.
I like the fact that CTR is being proactive about his position, but the problem now is he's gonna have no good read on where to actually go. Timing is everything here. Obviously, if he chooses to go towards B and finds the bomb, that's ideal. It's gonna have the opposite effect though once he finds Flames.
Who would expect in a 1v2 with the pistols for them to go for the split approach, right?
It's insane, right? So Monty's going to get the bomb down. He hasn't picked up a weapon. That's the only downside here, but he's going to get into a pretty comfortable post-plant position. ZTR does have a defuse kit, luckily. He does have a smoke as well, and that can be pretty big.
Incendiary as well. If he lobs it inside of...
B-halls?
Yeah, that's going to be really rough for Man2, down to 46 HP.
Yeah, he can't fight through it, especially with no Kev.
He's got the kit as well, does ZTR. Molotov for Man, smoke on the bomb, and is gonna just stick it here. And Man just drops on down with a Deagle. No clinical shots there, just body spams coming out from him. And that is a round stolen away from NIP. And that's the thing, OG forcing NIP to respect the individual prowess on their side.
Absolutely so. Yet again, I have to give a shout out to one of the sponsors here. Make your CSGO great again with CS.money. Bring emotions with new skins and be the game changer. And the game changer is definitely what Monty was in that round for OG.
What a strange round indeed coming in from both the sides there, but OG going to be very happy with the way that one played out. It is going to be Plopsky in the meantime getting peppered away. And ZTR, he's the player with the M4, down to 17 HP. Probably going to be lobbing the rifle over in the direction of one of his teammates. For OG, it is the full-fledged buy. AK's the M4 retrieve. Flames opening it up as Broland will be put to rest.
Yeah, been able to establish mid control. Flames going to smoke off and maul the connector. Make sure that nobody can stand even close there. And there we see the weapon trade happening as well. Rez with Kevlar and full HP. Only makes sense.
Would that be called Bogdan's Law if it's an M4?
I'm sure Twitch chat will call it Bogdan's Law.
I guess it is Bogdan's Law in that case. I will never go against Twitch chat. OG going for the B play, and that is the right call. It is a stack from NIP towards the A bomb site, and Fiku looking to find something. He spots a player there, and that's going to keep the defenders pinned on this A bomb site. He doesn't have to commit to this fight, as OG are going to be going for the XP towards the B bomb site, and that should be round number 2.
Yeah. There's escaping death, as tag, and Plopsky combining for 1 at the very least. Okay, make that 2. Might be some weapons to bring over here for NIP. That's an AK being picked up by Plopsky. Let's see if Esatag feels tempted enough to potentially pick up a second weapon as well. As obviously still equipped with that M4 from earlier.
NIP probably still having some PTSD from round number 3 there, Ben. Like those Deagles, with the way they were getting those kills, very reminiscent of how NASA were able to deal so much damage onto them with their own Deagle. So one thing for OG, they are a very new team. This is only their second official matchup with this lineup, not counting the show match they had earlier, just a couple of weeks prior against MIBR. So you can see like there are holes in the way they were approaching overpasses. The map in Mirage, it's a pugger's paradise. And when you have the individuals like Fiku, Flames, and Neofrag, you are always going to be a threat, no matter what weapons you have in your hands.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the reasons why we see them lead into it as well versus NIP. Of Question is how far they can go along with it. Right now, though, tactical talk is happening over towards nip end of the stage. DDL directing. So both teams take a fair share of timeouts as well in the first matchup. For right now, kind of limited in terms of what you can really talk through at this early stage of the map, but I'm assuming this is more a question of whether or not you want to continue to invest for the side of NIP, considering the fact that you did carry over 3 weapons. Could have dropped FAMAS's, MP9s potentially, that kind of stuff. Let's try to fight back from, or try to fight back against OG, not letting them have their money in their banks swell up all too much.
Yeah, I do believe it's a bit of a technical issue right now, as you can see. They're just taking off the headsets as well, which is can be a little bit worrying, but OG, if they want to take this to map number 3, it's going to be here in Mirage that they need to find the win. It's been an interesting journey for this OG team as a whole, right? Like we obviously had like the lack of success they had earlier, then they had the Nexus switch with LXCB swapping over with G2, and then still struggling quite a bit, and then now bringing in these youngsters. There's a lot of faith being put in them, and still it's very early days. I'm not going to judge them at least for like a few more months, but at least individually speaking, they seem to have made the right picks here.
Yeah, Fiku and Neofrag have been very, very solid in the small instances that we've seen them. And again, obviously, we know of their quality from their previous teams as well. Fiku obviously being the one taking the spotlight in AGO. The same can be said for Neofrag and Sinners as well.
Yeah, the Deagle spam was so wild. We even got 2x replay of that. But yeah, for sure, Sinners, I feel like with them losing Neofrag, it's going to be a big blow for them, right? But that's what happens in a lot of these teams. You have all these tier 2 teams who suddenly make, you know, a very good run or a deep run in a big event, and then there's going to be all these orcs looking for that one star to pick up. But here we go, technical issue has been sorted out, and for the side of NiP, because they did manage to save a few of their weapons to work with here, they have that AK, that A1, and the Scout as well. Flick shot from Mantu won't, however, find Rez.
Yeah, that tower is something you're going to see come out quite a bit from OG. Started popularizing it as of late. Not going to find a frag though as of right now, and a pretty laid back OG after the initial opening there. Expecting some sort of aggression to come out of the NIP. Probably just trying to get a bit of a lay of the land, understanding if NIP have invested or not into this. As we can see, obviously, no real investments made outside of the saved weapons.
Smoke a bit late for jungle, but this stack for the CTs is gonna actually catch him, but indeed it will. Brolan is still gonna stick around, he's so very brave. Full faith in his teammate. Spray comes in from Plomsky, good for 1, as Rez will find Neofrag as well. And that was a 2 versus 3. Nexus so very low in health, 22 HP. And now ZTR just needs to stay alive here. Fiku, Molotov gonna be lobbed in with ZTR, pushing on ahead. This is very brave from him. It's gonna be the bait for his teammate. The swing comes in, brilliant work coming in from Rez and ZTR. And remember, this was the eco for NIP. This was him trying to work around with that AK-47, the M4, and the Scout safe from the previous round, and it's down to Nexa. 1v2 for the IGL. Able to find Rez. Clean headshot. Bomb needs to be retrieved, but he is running out of time.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. He's going to have to leg it towards the side, but it seems like he has his sight set on the op instead. So NIP, yeah, without investing a single dollar, they're going to be able to win back around immediately. So eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. OG break NIP temporarily with Deagles. And now NIP do it off the back of saved weapons stolen from OG.
I found it a little strange from OG that when they went for the slightly delayed mid take, right, there were no flashes being used. And Brolan, when you have no eyes towards mid, and the fact they're just going to be going for the dry swing, Brolan gets the first kill, but then they go for the slightly delayed run boost as well.
Yeah.
It felt like it was just disconnected in the way they were approaching the mid take.
Just banking on NIP having bailed out after being spotted from the initial boost, I guess. But yeah, definitely came around to punish them in a big way. They're still going to be able to invest behind it, though. Montu's op was carried over.
Neofrag. If he moved from the top of mid, he was a He's a dead man, but they're harassing him. The nade.
How is he still alive?
I don't know, 18 HP. Second nade, maybe he's been spotted. ZTR, he just needs one bullet, and the second Molotov should take care of him, because he doesn't have any more smokes remaining, but he just might be able to sum up this. No one's watching for him. Oh, he just gets away, he escapes.
It's like the pillar Molotov on Ancient earlier in the first semifinals, right?
Yeah.
Molotov one edge and then just completely ignore the other escape path he has, but still.
Nice
instead
find.
Instead of NIP being the ones to find the opening on Neofrag, it's going to be Montu to win out his duel versus Resin connector.
This is so uncomfortable for Brolan, right? Like he's inside a connector, it's such a pivotal position for him to be in, and he's also worried about the fact that someone might have been boosted inside of jungle, so he needs to be paranoid. And while he's checking that, there is a window for the player coming out from Palace to catch him. 38 seconds now left on the clock, as Bogdan's Law will indeed come into play right now. Molotov and Brolan to feel even further uncomfortable. He's going to be playing towards Murder Hole, actually pivoting back towards B bomb side, and now the take comes in. The execute's going to be taking place towards the A bomb side as S attack, all by his lonesome. Nade sails in, dealing quite a bit of damage. He's going to try and use that smoke as a one-way. A warning shot, they still haven't seen him. He's going to find Mantu, that's the bomb. Gets a second kill as well, 14 seconds now. He needs to be neutralized immediately as flames will come in. He goes for the spray, it's a blind one, not quite able to get a single kill as ZTR will put him down. It's all the Nexa and Fiku. There's no time remaining. And they need to just hold on to their weapons here. Once more NIP coming out on top, and that was massive from S attack. And the fact that he even took a warning shot and no one checked for him it's a bit of a mistake from OG.
Yeah, no, I'd absolutely agree. And OG, they can't really afford to make those kind of mistakes again. It's your tournament life on the line. Speaking of things on the line, your skins. Well, you can get rid of all of those boring skins by heading over to Hellcase or hellca.se/get-to-buy and get a bonus for opening modern cases.
Fast play coming out, Fiku trying to get the spawn pick, but the op won't find its mark. Molotov rifle combo getting too much for him.
Montu getting chunked up as well as he leaves the off in hand, taking out to roughly 60 HP. This is kind of where NIP are meant to distance themselves a little bit, at least for the time being. Glil, AWP, without armor. Important to note.
Fast cannon.
Pop flash just a little bit too early to catch Montu. Might be the opening that they need.
Gonna come drop it down. ZTR position known now needs to play a game of delay. His teammate's great shot in the flames. He is getting surrounded though as Neofrag will finally take him down. It is a 3v2, but Mantu has it off to work with, but he's all by his lonesome. Finds one to the res, looking for more. The second flick won't quite land, looking for the third kill. I don't think he's aware as CT has jumped on outside of the window. If he can isolate the frag, this could be huge. He has an inkling, and he's gonna not get the kill. Brolan waiting at the edge of the smoke. They still made it very expensive for the side of Nip, but Nip will hold on.
Yeah, they definitely did. That was looking to be a much easier task for NIP to hold off on. And then Montu gets activated. You see the opening frag, and yeah, the flash just being a little bit too early. Just barely. Again, felt like Montu was about to see that shadow from Brolan over towards the corner, and at that point it's a 1v1 and anything could happen.
Deagle's out.
Yep.
That's scary for NIP. And ZTR using the connector smoke is a bit of a one-way of his own, but Nate's going to be a giveaway. He knows there's someone very close by, and he's going to try and get the hell out of dodge. Stuck inside, he's got a spin nearby, and Fiku with a Deagle clotheslines GTR. Plopsky down to 23 HP, but he will take down Nexa. And Rez looking to strike 1, 2, and 3. Spots everyone. Great control from Rez. It was against the unarmored pistols, but still impressive control of that A1 from the Swede.
Yeah, the change of from the second to third frag. Definitely precise, cool, calm, and collected.
This is so impressive, right? The third kill just tapping away, not going for the full panic spray, and a bit of a smile on his face as well.
NIP getting off to a solid start here. 6-2 on their CT sides. Not exactly the same kind of nightmares they had against Nasser in their opening match, but still early days. Things can still turn around. There's a full buy on OG. Off in hand on Montu once again. Probably getting aggressive here. This is also always such a finicky spot to be in. Tippy toes from T's potentially showing through and whatnot.
And
decide to fall back though.
They have to go for the commit right now. They have no control anywhere else. All the utility getting used. Roland taking a bit of damage from the nade. And Welcome flushing him out. That's great work coming out from OG, but Rez able to trade. He was trapped behind the triple, but a flashback to try and maybe extricate himself in the position, but no, he will fall. And the flash is blinding everyone. Second smoke as well from top connector. A secondary flashback. CTR, he needs to find them all, but able to deal damage, but not quite confirm the kill. It is now the 3v2. Advantage connector so very low. A couple of straight bullets could find them.
Spotted Mantu already. He goes back for more though.
Okay, Mantu, somehow dodging death, and that is OG. They just went for the full commit there, and great flashbangs, just great back-to-back flashes, making life very, very miserable. What can make your life less miserable, Vendetta, is if you watch an animation for NFTs. If you don't know about anything about NFTs, you can watch Take My Muffin. It's an anime for NFTs.
Yeah. Here it has everything for startups, explosions, robots, and unicorns. So
who doesn't like unicorns? I like unicorns.
Exactly.
I'm not even a Scot. Isn't that like the national animal for Scotland? Or it's in the flag?
Wait, unicorn in the Scottish flag?
Yes.
Okay, you've seen some different flags than I have.
I'm going to find out right now. I'm going to Google it.
It's a white cross with blue edges.
I think it's an emblem, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe. Are you sure it's not Loch Ness? Maybe. Maybe not.
There is a unicorn on the coat of arms of Scotland. There we go. That's a unicorn right there.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that is actually a unicorn. So today I learned unicorns are apparently a Scottish thing.
Yeah, so clearly it's a historical animal.
Yeah,
just
clearly
like,
exists.
Clearly, just like Conan the Barbarian was a historical movie. Here we go though. The pie is still going to be coming in from NIP Rez. Loans him to its underpass, and has attack with the there's someone waiting for him though.
But that's an AK. Ooh, shoulders.
Dangerous game. They're going to come on pushing.
Oh, that's fantastic.
He's so very lucky to still be alive. Still going to stick on around. Up close and personal. The no-scope won't land, however. And Flames with a quick trade. There was a play with side CTR. The UMP gets nothing done. That should be the round here.
Yeah, it should be. Honestly, the 3 remaining NIP players, they should just get out of dodge here. Tuck their tails between their legs. And try again another day. That was explosive. And very hopeful from S-Attack. It felt like there was at least 2 extra opportunities where he probably should have gone down. It's like that, what we like to call the IGL syndrome, where you start pulling out nades when you see opponents. Usually gets you killed. And in this instance, not very different for S-Attack either.
I was really surprised he stuck around when he only had a smoke in hand, because if it was an incendiary, maybe, right? It could kind of make sense, but just a smoke, that's not going to stop a full-fledged rush.
Yeah, it's not a wall.
It's not a wall.
That's what we learned earlier today.
And unfortunately, ZTR in just a very uncomfortable position there, especially with a UMP. I don't know if that was the right position for him to play.
It seemed like it kind of, gotten lost inside of the smoke. I'm not sure if it was meant to be a one-way of some sort, but didn't work out for CTR and OG. Gradually grabbing their way back into this match. 6-4 now. And NIP, yet again, back to only saved weapons. CTR and S-Attack on pistols. Smoke and an AG. This did work out swimmingly, though, for NIP in the last bout that they had with 3 saved weapons. Oh, Broline. Oh, this is a tough spot to get out of, but does actually manage to escape. Neofrag, not precise enough, down by the bench. Broline's going to come back for more. Stood up on catwalk.
Flash is good, but able to dodge it. And yeah, he's going to find Flames and immediately pedals back to safety. Rez tucked inside of the corner there of that window. And at some point, okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's going to fade. I was right there with you. Just going to have to lather himself with a little bit more patience, and we'll see. Maybe OG kind of forgets about it, but looks like he wants to vacate the mid while they still can. Expecting Neofrag to do the same as well. Or actually, it was Mantu who was the late departure from that area. But they all get out into safety. Now heading their way over towards the bomb site. There's
that's 3 rifles.
Yeah, the rifles, and you don't really have, well, all the utility you'd like. You don't have any smokes, you have a lot of Molotovs, but again, not going to be the easiest B-take ever. And oh, Rez's timing here might be absolutely perfect.
By this time, he sees the first, immediately strikes, and now the Jig is up there trapped in the corner. But Nexa able to find Rez, And now the 2 versus 4. They need to clear this angle of Klopsky, and indeed Fiku will, but Brolan is so quick with the trade, leaving Nexa alone. Again, remember, this is just a saved rifles from the side of NIP. 16 seconds to work with for Nexa here. He's pulled off a clutch earlier on. This might be a little too far gone. Spot the second player out in the distance. ZTR will shut it down. And NIP once more with just a saved rifles, able to net another round.
Yeah, and they're basically having the low budget approach to winning rounds right now. But it's working out for them, and it's a bit of a disaster for OG. Again, they were not, far removed from having a much different overpass if they'd just been able to take care of the advantages that they were given. Multiple clutches going the way of NIP in that one, and right now, OG are not winning rounds where they are simply just better equipped. 7-4, back to mid we go. Rez already down towards underpass.
Fiku with a deagle again. The run boost comes out and Rez saw him.
Yeah.
Decides not to stick around, not overstay his welcome. To have a player inside of Palace that's going to be Fiku with a deagle. And he's been playing so many roles, right? Like, he's the guy who's single-handedly trying to sell a fake sometimes. He's also the guy who just goes on in with a deagle, and he seems to be kind of like the Swiss Army knife of this team.
Yeah. Role in development, the Swiss Army knife. OG have been able to successfully get mid, partly due to the fact that NIP decides to not stick around, but goal is still obtained for OG for the time being. Question is what they're going to do from this point on. Shots being fired through the scope on top of a ticket from S-Attack, and he does get some damage in there. Might have been hurt as well as Rez drops the Molotov behind the top con smoke. They're actually going to be the ones to refresh it as well.
It's just great space and utility coming out here from NIP, just buying even more time. But Nexa now coming inside a jungle. This duel could be everything here. He's going to delay it. Instead, they're going to pivot back towards B bomb site. 2 players lying wait. It's going to be Plopsky and ZTR. As Plopsky not looking to take the fight, and ZTR making initial contact. Flames will fall. Good flashbang, but not quite able to capitalize on it. Will be the T. ZTR second kill. Bomb drop. 15 seconds. There's no time. Fiku at least able to take away Brolan, but the CTs don't have to rotate. They know where the C4 is. And Mantu just going to try and hold on to his AWP. There's not much you can do. Fiku at least able to retrieve the A4 from the fallen CT, but the AWP will be lost. And that is going to be round number 8 from NIP. Great utility towards connector. The OG, they really wanted to go for that A pincer, but the last moment pivot back towards the B bomb site, getting them completely screwed.
Absolutely. So credit to NIP, making the most out of the utility when they actually have some to play with. And for you guys at home, you should take part in the Hellcase giveaway for the Get Dubai tournament. I prepared gifts specifically for you, so make sure to follow the link in the description for a chance to win a skin, including a knife, amongst other things. All right, now, yeah.
I wish they brought the 1.5 knife back.
Again, when they brought the classic knife, everybody was super excited about it. Yeah. I was a little bit miffed. Because it's so much cooler having the 1.5 knife where you're holding it upside down.
Yeah, like it's just a better knife, let's be real.
Yeah, 100%. And there's no real denying it either. So, any day now, any day now.
Hopefully, with the
10-year anniversary,
case coming out for CSGO, maybe you might have the 1.5 knife. People probably wonder what the hell it is Boo was talking about. Google it. Fiku, gonna be leading the charge again. Like, this guy just seems to do so much for his team, right? It's gonna be charging on out. Okay, the flash was so good, but Rez holding the left mouse button, able to take him down despite being completely blinded. And that's a safe gun taken out of the equation and dropped at his feet.
When it rains, it pours. For Rez right now, well, it's raining sunshine and daisies. He's really happy about where he finds himself. Much better start to his game as well compared to Overpass. Obviously, a lot of Overpass was concerning Brolan, and for good reason. This time around, though, Rez has decided to join in on the party. 8-4 NIP, OG down 2. Players in round number 13. It's not getting any better, lining up for Rez as well. And all of a sudden, Mantu alone in underpass.
Hunt is on as well. Rez, 9 bullets in that AK-47. Looking for the 4K. Mantu not quite able to land a headshot. A clean 4K coming in from Rez. A couple of his kills were a little fortunate, I won't lie, for the side of NIP, but they will take that. And that is going to be them extending their lead. 9-4 as we do enter the penultimate round here of the first half. And OG, for us, it can be enough, but obviously they're looking for at least 5.
Yeah. I think that's gonna leave you with a little bit more comfort, a little bit more of a comfort level going into that CT side. And again, we can't forget, it's not like Nip doesn't know how to play the T side of Mirage either. Again, you spoke about how DGL has had an impact on T sides for NIP, and that goes across not only 2 maps. Right now, trades galore on CTR. Oh yes, couples up HE and some bullets to find 2 frags. Meanwhile, Esatag joined in on the fun as well. 4v2. Viku stuck behind multitude of nades in apps and gonna get taken down by Broland. Flames all left to himself from T-Pit. Good one. Peeks into 2 angry Swedes, and that's a pretty convincing round all put together from NIP.
Yeah, and that was a faster posturing coming out from the T side as well, but still NIP able to shut it down. Despite losing the opening kill, the next 3 kills all went the way of NIP in 2 seconds, almost simultaneously. So very, very solid CD side here. This seems like a far cry from the struggles of the Ninjas in Pajamas against Nasser yesterday. So able to kind of fix some of the issues they had. And now, final round the first half, and it's a rough buy. 3 AK-47s here for OG, and a Deagle and a Mac-10.
Well, last time they went towards A, it did work out off of the back of some solid opening frags. We'll see if it can build. Spawn smoke blocked. Get very dicey. We're seeing Esatag having success there. Roland's not going to have the same.
Yep, able to get the read onto his position. Not allowing him to use the one-way, but Rez takes care of Fiku towards the big gap as well, and Rez with 2, and make that 3, and it's going to be an immediate shutdown for NIP, 11-4. A very, very solid half coming out, and more importantly, it didn't require Broland dropping like 25 kills in a half, everyone chipping in.
Yeah, especially Rez, right? Pretty anonymous on Overpass, definitely showing a better side of himself here. Ends up the half with 20 frags to his name. And an 11-4 lead feels pretty convincing, in all honesty, from NIP. And that's considering the fact that they had a bit of a sloppy start as well, right? So they managed to hold off on the first force buy that comes out of OG, but then immediately drops the next round to Deagles. So at that point you think to yourself, like, okay, OG are able to keep this close. They can scrap out a couple of rounds here and make this a close affair, but bit by bit, NIP just extending their lead.
Here we go, pistol round. And that's the cliche. That pistol round is going to be very important here, particularly for OG.
Zonix Law and everything.
Yeah, Zonix Law, yeah, of course. It's surprising how many times the law just seems to be correct, but it is going to be the Rez with the P250. He's going to be the mini raid boss for his team. Tapping away, and Fiku, and this time Rez is going to come out on top, but it's all a ruse! It's going to be him coming into its B next, and dealing quite a bit of damage, but not able to get the kill, as Rez is going to get yet another one onto its A bomb site, and NIP have control of both A and B, and Mantu and Neofrag left floundering.
What happened?
Rez happened. That is easy for REZ. Neofrag left alone in a 1 versus 4, and not for long, Esatag will punch him down into the ground. And round number 12 getting picked up for the Ninjas.
That's a show of confidence from Rez, though. Again, the angle that Fiku's taken up is, I guess, what players would refer to as a bug angle. So half your head isn't showing, so it's actually impossible to get a clean headshot on you.
Yeah.
Same thing, like you had the same position on the back plat of Dust 2 and those kind of things, and it's really hard to deal with. But Rez being like, okay, if you're gonna be like that, let me just change up my angle a little bit and get an easy opening.
For me, the third shot was just so very impactful.
Filthy,
like, so clean as well. But Deagles, though, in the hands of OG, and Deagles have been kind of the Achilles heel for NIP in the past few games they've played here in Dubai. Can they survive the scare of the pistols and its scout in the hands of Mantu is the question on everyone's lips. Got a 2 MAC-10s here, and that's going to allow Broland and ZTR to go on a bit of an adventure, a bit of a fact-finding mission.
Yeah, they've obviously heard Neofrag jumping up and down inside of window. It's going to expect at least one OG player there. Seems like NIP doesn't, have that much interest in sticking around mid. We'll see what the final result of that is going to be. Bomb being picked up and taken towards the A bomb site. Right now, no massive gamble stack from the side of OG. Gonna have to rely on those Deagles being precise, or potentially Montu with a scout. But right now, he's over towards potentially wrong bomb site.
Yeah, and the utility and the presence of these two Ts with the MAC-10 is going to be diverting the attention, while the remaining members of NIP might just go for the contact walkout from ramp. Smoke's going to dissipate though. Flames aware there's someone around the corner. Playing the anti-flash, and the timing could not have been any better, but ZTR able to snatch it back. 2 quick kills with the MAC-10. Plopsky finds Fiku as well, and it's down to Nexo, the captain, and Mantu, and he has 3 guns looking his direction, and Mantu's just noping the hell out of there. Round number 13 for NIP. They'll just lose the 1 MAC-10, and they make it look so very clean.
I thought there might be a chance where Flames finds the timing onto Broland, but nope. Not going to be the case. Montu doing his damnedest to hold on to that scout, but you can already see ZTR with his MAC-10. He's on a bit of a mission. He's already gotten 2 this round. Wants to add just 1 more. And some cheeky spins up in BS. He's clearly had experience playing pub servers, waiting for case drops.
Admin is spinning. He's just spinning around.
Not quite like a speed demon, but regardless, NIP are going to win the round. They're going to let Montu hold on to his scout, weighing out the options, whether or not it is worth sacrificing potentially a couple of members to get that out of his hands, but they feel confident about their chances going into this, and understandably so as well. 1 scout without upgraded pistols is not the same as 1 scout with some pistols and Kevlar.
That could actually kind of, yeah, there we go. I thought they might go for the full eco. Just, I don't know. I kind of feel like OG in the juncture of this game right now, I would have rather had seen them go for a full-fledged eco, just so they have the full buy coming to the next round. But it's still fine, you know.
Still going to be able to buy.
Yeah, it's still going to be decent buy. Flames with the 5.7 P250, looking to, as you said, you know, Mantu maybe getting a couple of tags, finish up at the pistols perhaps. It is going to be the B stack, and a boost you don't see that often.
It's a cheeky one, honestly. Such an odd off angle that you're never going to expect it if you're a T, obviously progressing forward.
Angle.
Yeah. So it could do wonders for you. Meanwhile, NIP just going through the motions, making sure nobody's deep inside of ladder room. Obviously not going to find anything. And Neofrag even, rotating over towards B. So they're just 100% committing to it. And to be fair, I think that's your best shot of actually winning a round.
Yeah, might as well, but what could be worrying for NIP is the fact that the bomb...
Oh, they're actually headed in the same direction.
Yeah, and there's no one looking to advise that they are actually going to be walking into the stack here. Now, the USPs I'm not too worried about, but that 5.7, that could completely ruin their day. Yeah. All 4 members charging in. There is a MAC-10 though, but ZTR is so far away, he's not going to be the one leading the charge. But now he finds out it's ace clear. 35 seconds, they're going to backpedal. There we go. Immediately going to backpedal. And that is why you need to have that one guy who's going to go to back on a fact-finding mission. Because if they walked into the B bomb site, that could have been a disaster for NIP.
Absolutely could have been. Fiku, though, still in a position to potentially do some damage here. There's a lot of NIP players, though, and they're cleaning up house. Rez, Broland, combining for 3. One's going to peer out, but doesn't connect. And yeah, this is going to be NIP all day long. But you're completely right. And I think some teams, they might get lazy about that. Even if you have ZTR up there, it's like, well, at least we know where all 5 are. And then just head directly to the B-bomb site.
ZTR potentially just save NIP without firing a single shot.
Yeah. Secure the round 100%. And that means NIP are going to be up to 14. 10-round lead. OG, if you have something to mount on the CT side, it needs to happen in the coming round.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, if OG loses this, at least they'll have a day to, like, you know, go around Dubai and enjoy it. But I'm sure they want to be playing the grand finals as well. So if there was ever a time for them to start to wake up, now is the time. NIP with a 10-round lead, 14-4, looking very solid indeed. The demons of Mirage seems to have been kind of exercised here by NIP.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe OG needed Boros. Maybe that's the missing link. But we'll see, though. Again, still an opportunity to start fighting back into it. The lead is significant, but we've seen stranger things happen in a game of Counter-Strike. OG at least going to have a full buy. Montu on that op, only missing a flash. And everybody else fully kitted out. Oh, Flames not going to be able to do the catwalk jump, so obviously just calling that he's getting aggressive towards underpass. Learned that from Dexter.
Molotov not quite able to spread, getting extinguished in the smoke, and Mantu's going to stick around. Only taking 3 points of damage. Here comes the play. He's going to find the first, but as Tag infiltrate, Mantu looking for more though. 2 kills already. But Plopsky able to find Neofrag in the meantime.
Trades are going to be beneficial for NIP here, obviously. Bigger spread to the defense. OG seem very keen on maintaining mid control, and that's a solid nade onto Plopsky as well. So whatever equalizer there was, removed now. PQ creates an advantage for OG.
2 Molotovs available for Rez here. One at his feet. He's not going to make too much of noise. There's a re-aggression coming out from VQ. Flashbang is good, but not able to deal too much damage. As Rez slowly creeping up towards short. ZTR watching for the deep angle inside of short where he won't find anyone. VQ's got to go big here. It's all about the timing. Spots the barrel. He will. Rez will be taken down. And ZTR so committed to the wraparound. He might actually manage to find that little window in. But right behind him, there is the op in hands of Mantu. And he's going to exercise so much trigger discipline. There is, however, oh, he's going for it. And ZTR with the knife. Style points for ZTR, I'll give him that.
I mean, it's a lot of money made as well. Considering you're not going to be able to win out the round, can't really argue with what he gets out of it.
I respect it. I respect it. I think this might be the first knife that I've casted.
I'm trying to think back. Yeah, might be the first one in total.
In the tournament.
Yeah.
Shout out to ZTR for, at least making things a little entertaining. But for OG, a win they desperately needed. But here's the thing, man. They lose 3 players.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure if they managed to pick up the op either.
That is problematic. I don't think they were able to pick up the AWP. So.
Yeah, because you had 1 player top mid, 1 in CAD, and even though if you were to make the jump, that's still going to take a little bit of time. We'll see, and obviously CTR created a fair bit of money for himself with that knife, so there should be possibility for NIP to reinvest here.
26 kills for Rez. Like, listen, he has more than made up for what was a very quiet overpass, despite it being a winning effort for the side of NIP.
They're just going to change roles, right? Brolin's having a bit of a, layback session right now.
He's like, I've done enough, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I sorted out overpass, you guys fixed Mirage, and Rez took that upon himself.
Fast play from NIP, though. They're not wasting no time here. Flash blinding Rez for a couple of seconds, but that's not slowing down. Roland making a lot of noise as well. A tiny gap in the smoke for Rez to try and abuse, but he won't find anyone. This is OG playing extremely passively, apart from Flames inside of Connector.
Got to see how that works out for them, though. NIP obviously been able to take mid without having to expend that much utility, so pretty much the world's their oyster at this point. 3 players deep in mid situated. It's going to be hard for OG to really re-aggress into mid to find any sort of information. They've kind of just committed to the fact that they will be playing blind. That's just how things are going to play out from this point on.
They're heading towards A here, man. And that's where it's only 2 defenders.
Yeah. And there's no op amongst them. No op at all, in fact, in play for OG. Bench smoke comes in as well. It's going to be dangerous for Viku to actually peer out then towards Connector. His feet are going to be spotted if he does.
Surely they check. Surely they check. Somehow Brolan, he spins around in Flames. From that position, he could have easily got a couple of kills. In fact, he finds none. And this could be the round where Neofrag just runs out from the smoke like a demon and is able to get a kill. But ZTR and Brolan will put down 2. Only 2 remain here. Mantu and Nexa to try and get this retake going. Bomb will be planted as a 3v2, and ZTR knows exactly where Nexa is, catches the timing as it drops on down, and Mantu, even if he's able to upgrade his FAMAS to an M4, there is not a chance in hell for him to turn this round around.
Yeah, no defuse kit, no nothing really. That's kind of the desperate situation they find themselves in, and ZTR are going to make sure that he's not even able to escape with that. 15 rounds, map and match point for Ninjas in Pajamas. Looking to punch their way through.
That's went so wrong there, though. Yeah. Right? They just popped in before the smoke blooms, and so unfortunate for Neofrag.
Really, really is. But things have been going NIP's way all game long, and it looks to be continuing. The final potential buy for OG is not looking like a strong one. 2 MP9s an M4. And that M4 is not going to get into play just yet either. Excellently done by Berlin.
They know there's a play towards underpass, and unfortunately for them, they won't be able to punish it, right? Because there's no one inside of the apartments, and Plopsky finds Man2. Flames around the corner. Broland will check him, but Flames able to still land a shot. He needs to stay alive here. This is desperation play. He crosses on over. Retrieves the AK-47 and finds ZTR as well through the smoke, triangulating his position from the tracers and this flank from Fiku. This could be everything. This could be the flank to keep OG in the game. No one's checking, and he's gonna strike. Finds that attack. Rez in the meantime taking down Nexa. The 2v2. Flames so very low in health, and it's gonna come down to Fiku. They don't even have a kit to work with. No utility, no smoke. Plopsky out in the open, all on Flames. 1v2, and he will fall. And the ninjas in pajamas, they will take it in a very clean fashion. 2-0 for them. And now they're gonna be facing off against Mouz in the grand finals.
Yep. Well, I guess it ends up being the finals that most of us might have predicted, and considering the performance from Ninjas in Pajamas here, can't really argue with it either. Well-deserved final spot for them. Doesn't look to be too hampered by the fact that Hampus is not with them, and CTR has done an admirable job so far.
And honestly, like, apart from maybe the T side of Overpass, which relied heavily on Broland pulling off a lot of clutches, they've looked great thus far. The CD side of Overpass was brilliant. Mirage was NIP through and through. For OG, commiserations, but still at the same time, they didn't have Rugger standing behind them, right? They had Papafus filling in. He could travel, unfortunately. Again, a very, very young, a very new team, a very fresh
Second
team.
official.
Second official, there we go, right?
Yeah.
So I'm still expecting a lot from this particular lineup. Unfortunately, today, they will fall to the better team. But NIP, yeah, yesterday after Mirage, we might have had a couple of questions with, ZTR standing in and everything, but they have managed to, well, impress us quite a bit here in this game.
Yeah, they absolutely had. So we're going to have a pretty fiery finals for us tomorrow. Mouz obviously already waiting, and then NIP. Who do you have as an immediate favorite when you just look at them?
I will have to go the way of Mouz, right? Because they obviously are a 5-man unit. Obviously, they don't have any stand-in situation. But NIP, I won't lie, they've been looking very dangerous. ZTR, I think, is doing an incredible job, considering the fact that he's coming in as a stand-in. That to replacing someone as impactful, as important as Hampus for his team.
Absolutely so. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. But NIP, obviously, they're not going to just give up by any means. They're going to be caffeinated. They're going to be loaded up on their Tim Hortons before the finals.
Indeed.
Not going to give it up.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a Tim Hortons myself, and then after that, I'm going to grab a shawarma. Have you had a shawarma yet here in Dubai?
I have.
It's really good.
It is fantastic.
It's much better than the ones you get in Europe.
Especially in Norway.
Wait, do you even have shawarmas in Norway?
Yeah, we do, but not to the same quality. I'll be honest.
Obviously, but of course we do have an interview lined up with one of the players from NIP very, very quickly. I do believe it is going to be Attack is going to be speaking about some of the trials and tribulations this team has faced thus far. Right, it's very unfortunate about the travel situation for Hampus, but it's a team that's been looking on the up and up, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's kind of wild. I mean, at this point, NIP probably is the most experienced team when it comes to playing with a stand-in. Considering the revolving door in terms of young Ninjas players who've come in, had their go at standing in for an extended period of time and so on, and eventually they start probably getting a little bit used to it. CTR playing with them now is more like, oh yeah, no, we're kind of just back to old days in that sense. So they're doing an admirable job with it, and obviously you can't argue with the results that they've had at this tournament either. Final spot. And I think they absolutely have a fair chance of taking on Mouz, even if Mouz obviously come in as a full 5.
No, absolutely. I think the fact that ZTR, the fact that he's not just calling, but also finding so much impact. This game, he didn't really have to do much. It was Rez and Mirage, it was Broland on Overpass, but...
Maybe he was the one who went like, Rez go kill, Broland go kill.
That's great calling right there. That's
exactly.
Incredible IGLing coming out from the side of young ZTR. But yeah, good stuff overall coming out from the Ninjas in Pyjamas. Pyjamas is how to pronounce it in Sweden.
Yeah, pyjamas.
Pyjamas, there we go. My Nordic accent is pretty terrible, so I'm not even going to try to attempt it.
We'll get to work on that.
The Mouz NIP finals, which is something all of us kind of expected, at least the desk did.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. Again, we did have a bit of a dark horse in the sense of the OG, and again, Movistar, they've had some pretty good runs at lands as well, pretty recently. But in the end, it kind of works out as expected.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have an interview, of course, on the stage right now with the winners.
And And ladies and gentlemen, we are here with the winners. Let's make some noise for NIP, everybody! And that's just Dubai. Imagine the entire world right now are just happy to know you just made it all the way here. So, first of all, do you feel you're the favorites to win this tournament?
I think it's hard to call ourselves the favorites with everything going on with us playing with a stand-in and stuff, and also not having a lot of practice. But I do think that we are here to definitely take the trophy.
Oh, you guys heard that? Make some noise one more time. You got it. You got it. So now this question, I swear to God, it's like by everybody. We even wrote it down. It goes like, as we know, ZTR is temporary IGL, the main NIP squad. Did you feel any difference between him and Hampus?
I mean, of course, they're two different players in the sense that Hampus takes a lot of space. He makes a lot of room for the team. And also, he's just more familiar with our calls. So, of course, it's a huge difference comparable. But I feel like we're making it work around Eric, ZTR, and that's basically our plan. Just to make him comfortable, because he's the odd one out, and make sure that we play around what he feels comfortable calling.
That is amazing. You know, earlier in the interview, BMS, from Mouz, pretty much reaching the finals, said it doesn't matter who reached the finals. We're in for the win. What can you say about that?
I mean, I think I heard something similar in an interview in Dallas, that they were here to make some damage, and you all saw how that worked out. So, yeah, looking forward to see how that final's going to go.
Oh, wow. Ladies and gentlemen, NIP right here with Aztec. Beautiful confidence. We can't wait to see what's going to happen in the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, it's going to be a hot one with the finals. And now, back to our analysts.
Yes, we are back, and that was a fast one. Broland did it on the first map. Well, this time Rez said no. You take a chill pill, man. You have a rest, Save your strength. We're tired still. I'll do all the heavy lifting. Because my, oh my. I feel like OG fell for the trap, Trap card activated, all that nonsense, because instantly OG must have been regretting that decision. The pistol round goes to Nip. We see a bit of back and forth, but realistically, OG didn't stand a chance, man. Pimp, this was a rough one.
It was a very rough run, but we got exactly what we wanted, right? We wanted Broland to play well, we wanted Rest to play well, and now we got to
I was about to say, well. You were going to say we want to see Nip just to destroy OG?
Nah.
Really harsh
I want to see those two players play well, because that's kind of what elevates NLP to be a team that can beat some of the best out there. I'm very, very surprised, honestly, by the result here in Mirage. I thought OG would have had a better chance of at least making the game competitive. A little bit disappointing, maybe, especially after the round you see on the screen right here. I thought Mantu, getting off to a good start, and OG having a chance, to pulling off a great first half, but NIP took over, Rest took over, and I think we've seen that a couple of times. Rest on Mirage is becoming kind of a bit of a classic in a sense, right? He's just so crisp, so clinical on this map, and when he's playing at this level, and when Broland is playing at the level as he did in Overpass, then, sorry to say, but right now, OG, they just don't have any players at all who's able to match that kind of output on the server.
No, and this round in particular, like he's adjusting, readjusting, and then readjusting again. That 4K just looked effortless.
Oh, Hedger, you've been holding on to that one, haven't you? It was something spectacular, and even worse for OG, right? In a game like that, you just can't get anything going. They literally didn't have a single player able to match on the server in terms of kills, rating, anything. This was really just NIP bullying OG. And for OG now, like, obviously we're learning about their map pool, but this was a fired up and no longer sleepy NIP, that's for sure, Hedger.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday against Nasser, they were sleeping, right? And they were playing, it looked like they were playing against like the sweatiest 5-stack on the basis or something. And I feel like that's kind of similar to what the playstyle of OG. But to try that again against NIP 2 days in a row, they're not going to let that one slide. And yeah, they were just having fun with it. And of course, Res, it was a resounding victory for MIP.
It's like you've saved up over the first 2 days and just had to get it all in there. I'll let you find some more ready for tomorrow as well. But Pimp, we got to say, I know it's the first tournament for OG, but I expected more of a fire back. It's like, Nib's great players, right? They were doing well, but it's not like you're going up against the very best in the world. It's not like you're going up against a team that should be dominating you like that, surely.
No, I think you're allowed to be a little bit disappointed in OG. They looked somewhat decent against Complexity yesterday. Actually looked good on map 2 and map 3. But again, against NIP today, there was just no fight for it. No one stepping up, no one showing the way, so to speak. Neofrag had a good first map, but that was about it. And none of the players really, able to match any of the individual output coming out of NIP. And then, if I dare say it right, I highlighted Manto being one of those players where you always know what you get with him. I think he's a rock-solid AWP player. He's stable, at least he was in the old iteration of OG. He's off to a poor start right here. Simply seemed to be out of shape, not hitting the shots that he's normally hitting, not going for the peaks that he's normally going for. You have Flamesy as well, having a terrible game. He's only getting 23 frags over 2 maps. Nexa pulling off only, is it 3 frags? I think it was 3 frags on Mirage right here, going 3 and 16. So you have the 3, I guess, experienced parts of this lineup. The 3 players who's been in OG for the longest period, and those are the 3 players sort of like bottling in this game, right? So that's a little bit disappointing, and that's why you should be allowed, if you're an OG fan right now, to be slightly disappointed, because this performance tonight was simply not good enough. We wanted to see a competitive game, and we didn't get it.
And I'll say as well, right, full respect to Esitag on the interview to say, like, when he was asked if they were favourites, yeah, okay, we're maybe not the favourites because we have a stand-in, but I feel like if that version of NIP shows up, then they're even going to give Mouz a good run for their money. We're on for a potentially really good grand final tomorrow. And just ultimately, with ZTR having to fill in, the boots he's had to fill. We spoke about how hard it was. We were shocked when they lost the map yesterday against NASA. They made up for everything we saw yesterday and being a problem in the games today, that's for sure. I'm impressed, Hedja.
I'm super impressed, and I think ZTR on Overpass, he even though it was Brollan, stealing the show, he also had his moments, and to get confidence and support from the rest of the team. They know that you have it, like you have a big responsibility on your shoulders, and I think he definitively stepped up to the plate. But Brollan, Overpass, Res now on Mirage. I think Res is just so solid in that connector jungle position. It's such an important position to be holding as well. If your connector player isn't popping off, then you can quickly be in a lot of trouble. So this is very, very convincing for me. And I think, from what I saw today, I might even dare to say that NIP is going to win it all tomorrow.
She's got against you, pimp. You changing your mind as well?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I think NIP played super well today, and I think the fact that they're playing well is going to give us a banger of a grand final tomorrow. I think Mouz have looked solid so far as well, and we cannot underestimate the fact that they're still playing with a stand-in. But I agree, if NIP is turning up like they did today tomorrow against Mouz, then I can't see why we're not going to have a super close final.
Well, hopefully we will get a super close one. Hopefully we'll get a great one, because the crowd's starting to fill out a little bit more today, and I'm sure they'll be ready and raring to go for our grand finals tomorrow. That is going to be at 6:30 CEST. It is just one best of 3 going your way, and that's the end of us for today. It's been a quicker day, it's been a faster day, it's been a good set of games, but the teams that won absolutely dominated, so that should mean the grand final will be an action-packed clash. We'll see you tomorrow.